Set. Now do you hear me? Hello? Hello. Now you hear me. I had to reset my microphone. It seemed to have not worked. We are back. I was not muted. It was broken. Those are different things. Hello. You'll notice the lighting in here is darker. That's because it's been storing. Hello. You're here. You made it. Welcome. Is the audio balance between that and the music okay? Maybe I'll probably turn the music off in a hot minute, but I just want to make sure everything's functioning. Hello, this is... I'm from Stokovia. What's... No, Dr. Doom. What is the new Doom trailer came out and everybody's freaking out? What was Doom's? Latveria. Doom's country is Latveria. We are from Latveria. Just definitely not Russia. Definitely not allegory. Definitely actually not allegory, because Latveria is basically Nirvana. In Latveria, the Doombots do all the shitty work no one wants to do. It's Ganon. It's Ganon. Smoke generator still running. They are, but it hasn't been an irritant for me, at least where I am, for the past little while. I did see basically every Canadian person that I watch on YouTube tell the United States to go fuck themselves, though, which is pretty funny. Like Todd Maffin made like 3 or 4 videos about it. Oh, what's that other guy's name? The guy with the beard who's been doing the trip in the truck that he got a sponsorship for. He drove to the desert. That guy. Kopek or something? I don't remember. He's funny. At first he rubbed me a little bit the wrong way. And then but I kept watching his content because I was like, oh, this seems like a me thing. And I had as the 51st, as this year and last year rolled by, I think he got better and better. He stopped rubbing me the wrong way. I don't know what that's about. It's 100% not Russian allegory. It might be a Latvian one, though. It might. It could be a Latvia. Latveria. Isn't Latvia, right beside Russia? I'm not good at geography, so please forgive me if I'm wrong. What do you guys think of the Dr. Doom trailer, by the way? I love Dr. Doom. Dr. Doom is one of my... Or, what is it? Avengers Doom? Dr. Doom is one of my favorite characters in Marvel. I adore Dr. Doom, so I hope they don't fuck it up. I'm wondering how many people are going to get it wrong that the trailer is setting up Dr. Doom to be the big bad guy, and it's no, the bad guy is not Doom. Doom is gonna be the guy saving the world, and the Avengers are gonna be yeah, no, you're not allowed to save the world like that, and he's oh, well, then I guess we all die, fuck you. Maybe no, maybe Avengers stupid. Maybe you are very dumb. I love Dr. Doom. I adore Dr. Doom, so I hope they don't fuck it up. And then they have... What else did I see in that movie? Or in the trailer? Oh, yeah, no, my other favorite... Growing up as a kid, my favorite character in comic books... I can't say superhero, because my favorite character was Venom. I loved Venom as a child. Venom was my favorite. So I really like Spider-Man, but I liked Spider-Man because I liked Venom. I did hear rumors about we're getting monster Spider-Man before we get Venom and Black Suit Spider-Man, which I think is interesting. I'm fine with that. That's cool. I like that theory. But I adore Dr. Doom. So Dr. Doom is I'd be pro Doom. I'd be no, vote this man in. Please. He's evil. Yeah, well, you know. Alright. Are you guys ready? Are you guys ready to kill my voice? I'm gonna have to, oh, okay. The Canadian Space Advocate made it in here. Good. I'm gonna have to talk more like this because, So usually I'm really projecty and I talk like this most of the time and it's got a lot more energy to it. But what I want to do is I want to bring my voice down but keep some of the energy, but I'm going to need to, yeah, my body needs to be ready because we've got, what did I say? 198 pages to read. 198 pages that we gotta go through. What order was I supposed to go in? Let's remind ourselves what the fuck, um, what it was that Polyev said. Because he said some things. But I don't exactly remember the timestamp, so excuse me while I flick around and figure out which timestamp that was in. Dr. Doom versus Ice. Oh my god, Dr. Doom would not. Like, they'd be Doombots. Doombots would just be destroying Ice agents, left, right, and center. Tim Curry's memoir? Oh. 2.1 times, it's perfect. His voice is doing fairly well considering it was broken. Oh, that's good. That's good to hear. I like Tim Curry. It's good to hear good things about Tim Curry. How long will this stream be? I don't know. I'm probably going to have to take breaks, though. I'm going to try and stay focused on just getting through the reading part. And then I'll see if I can find, like, natural breaks where we can stop and talk about things. But we'll see. We'll see how we do. Let's remind ourselves why we're looking at this 24-hour stream. I hope it doesn't take me 24 hours. That's not impossible. If I'm here at like the 12-hour mark, I might have to stop. So we'll see. All right, let's hit play on this.
What they got compared to what they were from. You asked him multiple times in the house.
Pause that. Bring it over. All right. Where's the subtitles? There we go.
Comments if we were in a technical recession or a real recession.
Yes.
And to just pull back the curtain room after he's you, what are your takeaways? Did you know he wasn't going to answer when you went in?
Question period. Been very goals at him. And as soon as he's confronted with hard, I asked him about a lady who was to her, not to me. The insight we get into is real.
God, it's so fucking stupid to ask somebody who's making like large policy for across a country to ask them about this one singular person that you allegedly know. Like, that's so dishonest.
Capabilities when you ask him tough and interest group performance to turn out bad as Carney's. And in fact, just
oh my god, I forgot he expected Mark Carney to ask 100 questions daily. That's insane.
and to his credit, would stand up and answer, and then another that come there quietly while the image is far inferior, far superior. The frustration is how quickly can we bring reality to that illusion so that Canadians...
He's right now managing democracy rather than participating in it because you do the Prime Minister's things. What would you do to address this technical recession?
I think it's the quarters. Okay, fine. He has shrunk. Add that in the G7, reason nothing left. That's session for the acting in the economy.
I'm not in the right spot. Hold on. Let me see if I can open the transcript. That'll be faster. Oh, you don't have the transcript? Oh, you do have the transcript. Bless. Okay, I was gonna be irritated. I was ready to be mad. Bill. 19. Can this get out of here? 6. Bill that was put forward. C18. Oh, is this it? Was it way early? Oh no, is this it?
Bills that they brought forward that, for C18, for example, C18 makes it so that a lot of independent media outlets can't even get on Instagram and Facebook anymore. And we're the only place in the world where that's the case, or the only democracy in the world where that's the case. So we're fighting for free speech. I'm a free speech champion.
On what just took place in these online censorship bills?
Well, we're seeing the more consolidation of power and control in the hands of the Carney Liberal government. They want to control your thoughts, your religious beliefs, they want to be able to have the capacity to surveil people's online activities with laws that go far beyond what exists in any other democratic country. And what you're seeing is a large-scale surveillance and censorship apparatus that the Liberals have put together with C9, which bans certain Bible verses that the government considers to be politically incorrect, with the old C11, which is the Online Streaming Act, which allows the government to manipulate algorithms to promote content it wants you to see and demote other content it does not want you to see. With C22, which basically turns giant tech companies into surveillance enterprises for the government, to numerous other bills that they've brought forward that, for C18, for example, C18 makes it so that a lot of independent media outlets can't even get on Instagram and Facebook anymore. And we're the only place in the world where that's the case, or the only democracy in the world where that's the case. So we're fighting for free speech.
All right. So that's what he said. So I've got the bills. Here's Bill C11, here's Bill C18, and here's Bill C22. So let's put these in the order that he brought them up. We already read C9 last time, so if you're interested in that, that's available. I will edit that into just a video on its own, so if you just want to know what the bill says, you can go and check that out. But bill number 1 at 72 pages long. If you guys don't mind keeping a tally for how we're doing. Like Al here says, Pierre, when asked a question about what he'll do about X. So Carney wants to debate all chocolate milk, wants to delete all chocolate milk from existence. I'm fighting for chocolate milk existing. I really don't like how much of a, throwaway line free speech has become, because free speech is important, but like the way these people talk about free speech is just such a misrepresentation of what free speech is and what it's for, and it's infuriating. Okay, and before he's a lying liar that lies. Yeah, actually, let me put a poll. Let me put a poll on the YouTube. So we're live on YouTube and we're live on Twitch. I'm gonna put a poll up. I'll put a poll on both, but I'm just gonna say I shouldn't. I put my tea in my lap and it's really hot. Yeah, we're talking about Canadian politics. So I want you to, you guys vote. Did Pierre accurately represent the bills? All right, so yes or no if you think if he accurately enough. All right, it doesn't have to be perfect. It just has to be like correct enough. I think I can put a poll on Twitch. Create a new poll. Yeah, I'm just doing really simple yes or no's. And it's only going to be like 5 minutes. We're not going to do it super long. So just let me know what you think. Yes, welcome. We got, 16 people with us right now? That's pretty good considering we're reading out legal jargon. I'm confused by the naming convention. Does Canada only have 22 federal laws? No, Canada does not have only 22 federal laws. To be honest, I could not tell you what the naming convention is. I'd have to look it up. I do not know what the naming convention is on the legal side of things. Atlantic says they're trying to push freedom of speech like the US. We have freedom of expression here, which is subject to reasonable limits. What's reasonable is contestable, but the concept is that society has the right to limit the things you're allowed to say. Yeah. So the concept is we live in a society and aren't hyper individualistic, and the United States has, well, I think it's a problem. I mean, not everybody's going to think that. I think it's a problem that the United States has with hyper individualism. Canada's first law, don't be a little bitch. Canada's second law, sorry about the language in the first law. That's not entirely wrong. That's not entirely inaccurate. I like that. Don't be a little bitch. Don't ignore me, don't fuck with my shit, and if you're gonna do something, you better be able to own up to it. Welcome. Another day I'll look up the naming conventions, because like I'm curious, because I have no idea. Okay. Are we ready to roll? $1,000 says Pierre hasn't touched a Bible or seen a Bible verse in context in 10 plus years. Ooh. That's a good bet. Oh, all right. If you guys want to have that bet, I don't know how we'd verify it, but let me know what you think. Okay, let's get started. We're gonna do Bill C-22 because the first one he brought. We already covered Bill C-9, and this is Bill C-22. Oh, my earring fell out. So we're gonna cover. Yeah, I still have dough in my fingers from yesterday. My fingernails. Um, we already covered Bill C-9, which was an amendment, not its. It wasn't a full bill on its own. It was an amendment to a pre-existing bill, which is one of the reasons. Which is one of the reasons why it was so short. Like the reason why this one is 72 pages and Bill C9 was only not only like 10 pages is because the Bill C9 wasn't a new bill, it was just an amendment to pre-existing rules. Oh, now your job wants you to do something. Yeah, as soon as you stumble across us having a good time over here. Bogo says that it's a positive thing that Pierre hasn't looked at a Bible in 10 years in context. You know, you got a point. All right. Okay. Are we ready? Are we ready? I'm not ready. I'm procrastinating. I need to get it. I need to get on this. We need to go. We need to go. We need to get going. We gotta zoom. Okay. First session, 45th Parliament, 3 to 4, Charles III, because he's the king now. 2025 to 2026, House of Commons of Canada, Bill C-22, An Act Respecting Lawful Access. First reading, March 12th, 2026. Ministry of Public Safety. I should zoom this in so you guys can see better. Because we really only need this side. The other side is all French, so if it makes you feel any better. I am not going to read in French. My French isn't good enough. It would be really good practice, but too bad I'm not going to do that. I'm going to try and keep track of this as we go. Recommendation. Her Excellency the Governor General recommends to the House of Commons the appropriation of public revenue under the circumstances in the matter and for the purpose set out in a measure entitled, quote, An Act Respecting Lawful Access, end quote. Summary. Part 1 amends various acts to modernize certain provisions respecting the timely gathering and production of data and information during an investigation. It, among other things, A, amends the criminal code to, among other things, 1, facilitate access to basic information that will assist in the investigation of federal offenses through confirmation of service demands given to telecommunication service providers or judicial production orders for the production of subscriber information. 2, expedite the response to production order by shortening the review process and clarify the ability of peace officers and public officers to receive and act on certain information that is voluntarily provided to them and to obtain and act on information that is publicly available. 3, specify certain circumstances in which peace officers and public officers may obtain evidence including subscriber information in exigent circumstances. Exigent. Exigent? Am I pronouncing that correctly? Hold on, let me double check. I think I know what this word means, but it's been a long time since I've seen the word exigent. Goodness gracious me. Let me just make sure I know what this word means. Exigent. Pressing, necessary, or decisive moment. Proceedings before, outlawry. Name of the right in proceedings before, outlawry.
Exigent.
Exigent. Oh, I was correct. Yay, we did it. Exigent. So for anybody who doesn't know, the francophones thank me. Yeah, they would rather I not try to do this in French. My expertise in laws. Cops arrested me once, handcuffed me, and took me away, then charged me with littering for not picking up my stuff. Wait. The cops took you away, so your stuff got left behind, and then they charged you for littering because they took you away from your stuff that got left behind. Is that what you're telling me? No. What the fuck? Where was this in Minnesota? I asked because your name is Todd in Minnesota. Where did this like, don't dox yourself. I don't want to know where you live, but like, what? Oh my god. That's so douchebaggery. What the fuck? Do you mind telling me what year this was in? Was this recent? In Canada, that would make the news. Gotta hit those arrest quotas. Ugh. Ugh. Cursed. 20 years ago? That's insane. That's insane. That's like that's like I'm gonna sue you type of shit. Alright, sorry. 3. Specify certain circumstances in which peace officers and public officers may obtain evidence, including subscriber information in exact circumstances. 4. Allow a justice or judge to authorize in a warrant a peace officer or public officers to obtain tracking data or transmission data that relates to anything that is similar to a thing in relation to which data is authorized to be obtained under the warrant and that is unknown at the time the warrant is issued. 5. Provide and clarify authorities by which computer data may be examined. And 6. Allow a judge or justice or judge to authorize a peace officer or public officer to make a request to a foreign entity that provides telecommunication services or that provides services by a means of telecommunication to the public to produce transmission data or subscriber information that is in possession or control. B. Makes consequential amendments to the Foreign Publish Advertising Service Act. C. Amends the Mutual Legal Assistance in Criminal Matters Act to allow the Minister of Justice to authorize a competent authority to make arrangements for the enforcement of a decision made by an authority of a state or entity that is empowered to compel the production of transmission data or subscriber information that is in the possession or control of a person in Canada. D. Amend the Canadian Security Intelligence Service Act to, among other things, 6. Facilitate access to basic information that will assist the Canadian Security Intelligence Service in the performance of its duties and functions under sections 12 or 16 of that act through confirmation of service demands given to telecommunication services providers and judicial orders against those providers, and to clarify the response time for production orders, and E. Amend the Controlled Drugs and Substance Acts and the Cannabis Act to provide and clarify authorities by which computer data may be examined. Okay. That is part 1. That is the summary of part 1. Then we're going to get a summary of part 2. So for part 1, let's talk about part 1 a little bit. And let's put it into some context so we can understand what the fuck this means. So there are laws in Canada, and this bill is amending a handful of them all at once. So this is still not a brand new law, but it is adding some things. That's why it's titled a bill as opposed to like a bill amendment, like we saw with Bill C9. This is basically, a lot of this is clarification of certain rules, of timeframes on how long somebody has. So if somebody says, hey, listen, I need your chat records with person X from person Y, and person Y doesn't want to comply, and let's say they have 30 days to comply, and then the person doesn't comply, and so they go to the telecommunications company, so they go to Rogers, they go to Telecom or whatever, and they say, hey, Telecom, this person won't give us the thing we want, you need to give it to us. We need to circumvent the person. And then they have, let's say, 30 days to comply. Under rules, right? They can fight that, but the court has to give reasons. They can't just demand information. It has to be under any other way you would get a warrant, right? So clarifying how data can be used does raise a flag if the current interpretation is restrictive, like not letting random companies buy and sell personal information apropos of nothing. So we'd have to know if the current interpretation is already invasive. So this is all about like through legal means. This is not about buying and selling data. This one in particular is about with a justice and a judge providing a warrant, right? So, like, the same way you get a warrant to search your house, you would have to meet the same requirements to get a warrant to search your house as you would to, like, search your device, right? So that's the type of thing we're talking about. At least that's the type of thing in part 1. So this is not that, oh, a random cop on the street can just ask to see your phone, right? That your phone is still considered your personal property. And so because it's still considered your personal property, if a cop asks you for your phone, they have to provide a warrant to be able to see it. And for you to be issued a warrant, you have to already be in court. Right? There already has to be like an ongoing investigation. So if I put this into like a literal situation, right? So let's take, because I've been covering the company and watching this online harassment group go around and go through the court, and you've seen how evasive they've been, right? And you see how like they're not helpful, they're not trying, they're ignoring the court, they're ignoring court orders, da 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 da. So a law like this basically says that no, we're going to issue a warrant, and if you don't give us the subscriber information, Google has to give us your subscriber information. Right? Or like, let's say Kiwi Farms, right? Let's say Kiwi Farms has gone around and like swatted or doxed somebody. Well, then the court goes, okay, well, we need to trace and track where this is going. And they go, okay, well, we don't have that data, but we need a warrant to get that data. And we can get a warrant to get that data from, instead of Kiwi Farms and the owner of Kiwi Farms, instead they can get that's like who's subscribed and who's logging into the website, they can go to somewhere else. So how could this be abused, I think is the question. And I guess that would, in theory, you would be able to, let's work with the axiom that Twitter is like a wretched scum of villainy, right? A wretched hive of scum and villainy. And there's an excuse being used that there's CP on Twitter, and there is, right? That's a true fact. And the Canadian agency wants all of everybody's login information from Twitter. Well, then a judge could issue a warrant and get all of the login information from Twitter, right? The FBI can already basically track you down without any private data. True. But this is Canadian law, so we don't have an FBI. We have the it's whatever. But we also have like the Mounties. So we have our own version, and they're allowed to do different things. But this is basically ostensibly making it so that like civil cases can deal with this kind of stuff, as opposed to it being specifically federal. Right? So now, like, if you are stalking somebody and all your stalking is happening in a digital format, the police can do something about it, and the court can issue warrants for the information. So, for example, instead of having to get Megan to be a mole and then leak everything to Charla and all their chats, the court could just say, okay, well, these people seem to be colluding, so I want their chat logs. And they don't have to worry about them complying. They can just circumvent them and go and get it, right? They have this data sharing capability in the United States with the flock cameras. Oh yeah, I've heard about that. This also makes an amendment so that way, if, say, for example, one of these people has fled to Canada or is using a Canadian VPN, you can, like, somebody in the States could get in trouble if they're using or if they're Canadian in the States or Europe or somewhere else, they can still be like, hey, we want, they're allowed to request the data, as opposed to they weren't even allowed to request the data in the past. So it's a fundamental philosophical question: who watches the watchers? Ooh, yeah, you need to have checks and balances if you're going to have policing, and if you're going to agree as a society to have police, then there needs to be checks and balances to the police's power, what they're able and allowed to do, and how, if that power is abused, or there's a belief that the power is being abused, how can it be curtailed, or how can it be investigated appropriately? And these are all very real questions. And we've talked about them before. We did an episode on Debate Hub about the philosophy of like law. A lot of it has to do with, we live in a society, so we have to agree to certain rules. Plus, anything can be really, anything can be any rule can be abused. It's just a matter of, are there checks and balances? Okay, part 2. Enacts the Supporting Authorized Access to Information Act. That act establishes a framework for ensuring that electronic service providers can facilitate the exercise by authorized persons of authorities to access information conferred under the Criminal Code or the Canadian Security Intelligence Service Act. CSIS, that's what it was. It also makes related and consequential amendments to the Intelligence Commissioners Act. Part 3 provides for the parliamentary reviews of 1 and 2. Blank page. Table of provisions. That gives us 2 more pages down. That puts us at 2064. I'm going to skip the table of contents, but I will scroll so you can see it. Those are just the summaries. Don't abuse police powers. Like and share the stream instead. Yeah. Blank page. And here we go. So that gave us, we've covered 9 pages already. Good job, everybody. That puts us at 189, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. Encryption creates issues as it limits the information the service provider actually has. Yes. Which is not necessarily a bad thing, quite frankly. It's just a matter of, like, working it out, right? So, like, in extreme cases, so, like, take Andrew Tate got arrested recently, right? Again. So let's take Andrew Tate, for example. If Andrew Tate is found to be sex trafficking, which we know he is because he admitted he did that, and he's found to engage in prostitution, which we know he is, and we know he did because we know that happened. And let's say he doesn't have his phone anymore, or doesn't have the information anymore that would provide the text chats between him and his victims that would prove and demonstrate that stuff as part of the investigation. They can circumvent him and go to the telecom company to get that data. The thing that's a little bit insane is like, oh, we want all of Twitter data. And it's like, what is the government even going to do with all of Twitter data? Like, all of the metadata from Twitter? Like, there's nothing. There'd be so much data to fucking scrape through that it would be ostensibly a waste of time. So, like, first session, 45th parliament. Oh, let me end the poll, actually, before we do this. Let me end the polls. Did the Twitter poll automatically end? I believe it did, but I don't see it. View results. How do we do? No. 100%. 100% said no, and 100% said no. Nobody believes that Pierre Poilievre is going to accurately represent these bills. I will remind you, he called them censorship bills. Okay, first session, 45th Parliament, 3-4, Charles III, 2025-2026, House of Commons of Canada, Bill C-22, an act respecting lawful access. His Majesty, by and with the advice and consent of the State and the House of Commons of Canada, enacts as follows. Alternative title, this act may be cited as Lawful Access Act 2026. Part 1, timely access to data and information. RSC 46 Criminal Code, amendment to the Act to subsection 462.32 bracket 3 of the Criminal Code is replaced by the following other provisions to apply. 3. Subsection 487 bracket 2.1, 2 bracket 2.3, and 2 bracket 2.5, 2 bracket 3, and section 488 apply with any modifications that the circumstances require to a warrant issue under this section. So that's what it is replaced by. So the thing that they're underlining is they're just extending it a little bit. 3 bracket 1, the portion of subsection 487 bracket 1 of the Act before paragraph bracket A is replaced by the following. Information for search warrant 487 bracket 1, a judge or justice who is satisfied by information on oath in Form 1 that there are reasonable grounds to believe that there is in a building, receptacle, or place. And then that's all they changed. So they basically just added it so you could get a judge or a justice. Like the underlined parts are the stuff that they've changed. So these are just like tweaks to the language to make them a little bit more extensive so far. 2 subsection 487 bracket 1 of the Act is amended by replacing, quote, a public officer who has been appointed or designated to administer or enforce a federal or provincial law and whose duties include the enforcement of this Act or any other Act of Parliament and who is named in the warrant with a public officer. So this extends this to just being so you could get a service agent to do it. Instead of having to have this, like, go through this rigmarole and jump through these hoops, they've streamlined it to be a public officer can do it. So you can view this in one of two ways, right? You could view this as they're making it too easy to get your information, or like that anybody, as opposed to like just like any public officer, as opposed to just this specific officer who is entitled to do this job specifically. Or you could view this as streamlining and not gumming up the court. So it kind of depends. Maybe you could have a happy mix in the middle somewhere, but you know. 3 subsections 487 bracket 2, 2 bracket 2.2 of the Act are replaced by the following. Execution in Canada. 2. A warrant issued under subsection 1 may be executed at any place in Canada. A peace officer or officer who executes the warrant must have authority to act in that capacity in the place where the warrant is executed. Operation of computer systems and copying equipment. 2.1. A person authorized under a warrant issued under subsection 1 to search a computer system in a building or place for computer data may. So they've added the word computer or changed the word to specifically computer. A. Use or cause to be any computer system at the building or place to search any computer data contained or in or available to the computer system, and B. Seize any computer data for examination. So instead of just saying data, it says computer data. Now, I don't know what the definition for computer is going to be, and I think that might be loose on purpose. So, like, I don't know if they're going to include your phone as a computer or your game system as a computer. Like, what counts as a computer? Like, there's obviously, like, we're on a computer, like, I'm on a computer streaming out to you guys right now, right? So if they wanted my subscriber data, they could, like, who's subscribed to my YouTube channel and who's subscribed to my YouTube account, they could issue a warrant, come to my house, open my computer, look it up, log into my YouTube account, and look at who's subscribed. Right? That's the data they're looking for. Now, there's some of that data I'm not going to have access to, depending on what they're looking for. So they'd be able to go to Google or go to the service provider and say, hey, listen, we need the subscriber data for this account. Right? Yeah, but like, does your printer count? Does your phone count? The, like, what? Right? So you'd have to, and sometimes that language is left loose intentionally to be fought out in the court. Right? That sometimes that language is on purpose. So certainly saying computer data is more limiting than just saying data, because data could be fucking anywhere and everywhere, and they could include like my filing systems if I have like physical copies of files and stuff like that, right? Duty of person in possession or control. 2.2. Every person who is in possession or control of any building or place in respect of which a search is carried out under a warrant issued under subsection 1 shall, on presentation of the warrant, permit the person carrying out the search to perform any of the acts referred to in subsection 2.1. Examination of computer data. 2.3. The judge or justice may, in a warrant issued under subsection 1, authorize the examination of any computer data seized under the warrant or contained in or available to a computer system seized under the warrant if the judge or justice is satisfied that there are reasonable grounds to believe that the computer data will afford evidence with respect to the commission of the offense set out in the information. So that is basically saying that these warrants can't just be issued willy-nilly. They have to be argued for. So what, the same way you issue a warrant to even enter somebody's house in the first place, to get this search you have to convince the judge that there is reason, like there's a reason to believe that the information contained therein is actually something and it isn't just like a goose chase. So it's not arbitrary, I think is the word I'm looking for. Warrant examination of computer data. 2.4. A judge or justice may at any time issue a warrant authorizing the examination of computer data contained in or available to a computer system that is specified in the warrant and that is in the possession of a peace officer or public officer if the judge or justice is satisfied by information on oath in Form 1 that there are reasonable grounds to believe that a. An offence has been or will be committed under this act or any other act of Parliament, and b. the computer data will afford evidence with respect to the commission of the offence. Yeah, again, so there has to be valid argumentation in court to a justice to even begin this. Conditions. 2.5. The examination of computer data under a warrant issued under this section may be made subject to any conditions that the judge or justice considered advisable to ensure that the examination is reasonable in the circumstances. So that means that the judge and the justice can put limiters on what data you're allowed to get. So you have to convince the judge that you can go and get this computer. Then when you get this computer and its metadata, you then have to get another warrant that says this information is viable and necessary for our investigation or for our court proceedings. The judge has to agree, sign off on it, and then also the judge has to say, okay, but here's the restrictions. Like, you're allowed to look at this metadata, but you're not allowed to look at this metadata. Copy of warrant relating to computer data. 2.6. As soon as feasible after a warrant authorizing the examination of computer data is issued under this section, the person who applied for it shall give a copy of it to the following persons. A. Any person, if known, who is the lawful owner of a computer system that contains the computer data or through which the computer data is available or who is lawfully entitled to the possession of that computer system, and b. any person who is referred to in the information who is under investigation for the commission of the offense set out in the warrant and whose computer data is authorized to be examined under the warrant. So let's call this Epstein's emails. Something like that. So, like, you could go to the service provider and be like, hey, listen, Epstein deleted a shit ton of stuff off his computer. We know that because we got a warrant to look at his computer and we were able to track and trace that he deleted a bunch of emails. So we need you guys to give us the fucking emails. Cool, thanks. It seems initialization or trying to get information is slightly easier, but you can still be rejected by a judge. It seems to be slightly... So it seems to have gone from not being able to do it at all to now being able to do this under specific circumstances, which I'm not against. We're at the point in the year of our Lord 2026 that online activity is real life. There is no longer any delineation between real life and online life. They're the same, right? Your online presence is the equivalent of a portion of your real life, and a considerable portion of your real life. Your banking is there, your Communications with your friends and family are all there, your personal life, stuff like that, all that's there. So it's like the equivalent of saying, let's make this a little bit easy and pretend you have a journal and you keep your journal on your computer. Well, before I could get a search warrant for your house and I wouldn't be able to find your journal, right? I could look through and I wouldn't find a journal because it was stored digitally, so I wouldn't have access to it, even if I needed access for the investigation or for whatever thing was going on. So like looking for somebody like Manifesto or something, like a school shooter. But if I go and get one of these, now I can look at their computer to be like, hey, is there a journal that I'm looking for that's stored digitally somewhere? Now I can go and get that. Right? Now I might not, by limits of the warrant, the judge might be like, okay, listen, you can look for a journal. If you find that journal, you can look at it, but you're not allowed to look at any other metadata or any other data that's stored on the computer. Then they go, okay, so they go and specifically look for that thing and they go, okay, yes or no, did I find it? Yes, no, and am I allowed to, what information am I allowed to get from this? So you might not even be allowed to look at the metadata for the journal, right? Or if it was sent to anybody, you might just be able to look at that one file, right? As opposed to them saying, so what, now that you've obtained the data, you get a warrant to say what parts of the data you're allowed to look at, right? So it might be restrictive, right? Depending on what the judge says and what the lawyers have argued amongst themselves. That's just an example. There's plenty of other things. So like, you could take it another way and say, I want to look at the accounting books of a mega corporation. And the accounting books are all stored digitally. Great. How do I do my investigation if I can't look at their computer data? Right? You have to, because it's all stored digitally now. There aren't physical books anymore. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of this is taking laws that exist in physical space and moving it to now also exist in digital space, in my interpretation. I don't know if you guys can hear the thunder, but it's starting to rain again. PB hiding his spicy Tumblr and DeviantArt accounts that would ruin his career because he made a weird question mark. Oh, he made it weird. Why are you making it weird? Stop making it weird. Exception 2.7. 2.7. However, a copy of the warrant is not required to be given to a person under subsection 2.6 if A, the person has already received a copy under section 487.093, that's service stuff. B, the judge or justice who issues the warrant sets aside the requirement in respect of the person on being satisfied that doing so is justified under the circumstances. So that's saying we don't have to tell you we're investigating your shit if we don't want to. And if the judge says, yeah, no, don't alert them that you're fucking looking at their stuff. And I'm sure you guys can imagine how that could go wrong, and I'm sure you guys are capable of imagining how that could go, why that might be necessary. So I won't go into that too hard. If the stream cuts out, it's because my power went out. It's possible that their bookkeeping might be done in a cloud service as well, which might complicate issues for outdated laws. Yes, exactly. If they're storing no longer on a physical computer and they're storing on a cloud system and they issue this warrant, this type of warrant, these changes would allow them to get access to that information. So they'd be able to go to the cloud service and say, hey, Apple, we need access to this under this warrant and you have to provide it. Right? It basically says that Apple can't refuse the warrant, which has been something that's been in contention in the past. Extension 2.8. If the judge or justice who issues a warrant under this section authorizing the examination of computer data or any other judge or justice having jurisdiction to issue such a warrant is satisfied on the basis of an affidavit submitted in support of an application to extend a period within which a copy of the warrant shall be given under subsection 2.6, that the interests of justice warrant the granting of the application, the judge or justice may grant an extension or a subsequent extension of the period, but no extension may exceed 3 years. So you're allowed to so again, if you're investigating somebody like Andrew Tate and Tristan Tate and you need to get into their cloud services and stuff, let's say you generally have 30 days to act on a warrant. They're allowed to be like, hey, listen, we need to be able to do this for a longer period of time because there's too much to go through. Can we get an extension on this, et cetera, et cetera? And so the answer is, if you can convince the judge, yes. If you can't convince the judge, no. Destruction of evidence is an issue. Yeah, it is. Examination time and place. 2.9. An examination of computer data authorized under a warrant issued under this section may take place at a time and at any place in Canada, and for the purposes of the examination, a person may copy computer data at any time and copy computer data at any time and at any place in Canada. So they can make copies of your shit as necessary, again, under the rules of the warrant. Which is, that's what you were just saying about destruction of data. Section 4, Section 487 of the Act is amended by adding the following after subsection 3. Definitions 4. The following definitions apply in this section. Computer data has the same meaning as in subsection 342.1 bracket 2. A computer system has the same meaning as in subsection 342.12. Judge means a judge of a superior court of criminal jurisdiction or a judge of the court of Quebec. So now it's limiting what it can't just be any judge, and this is like a criminal stuff, not civil stuff. A public officer means a public officer who is appointed or designated to administer or enforce a federal or provincial law and whose duties include the enforcement of the act or any other act of parliament. So these are limiting. For bracket 1, the portion of the... Can you guys hear that? Hold on. Let me, Can you guys hear it now? Yeah, that's the, it's storming. I would bring my tomato plants in, but they're probably fine. Did I bring a jacket? No. No, it's not hail, they're just really big water drops. It missed me. Al says the rain missed him this morning at 8, but I guess it went over the lake and was like, Chesh can have it. Yay, it's for me. After a dry spell, that can be the most wonderful sound. Yeah, it was raining a couple of days ago, but this is nice. There's like a slight rumble going on underneath it, which means there's some thunder going, but no signs of lightning, and it's not that dark. If I stuck my head out the window, I'd be very wet very quickly. Send the rain and coal down here. Alright. You're typing really fast on a mechanical keyboard? I mean, I can type pretty quickly. I don't know how loud it is for you guys if I do. Hold on. Let me see if I can do that. There you go. Alright, let's keep going. 4.1, the portion of section 487.011 of the Act before the first definition is replaced by the following definitions. 487.011, the following definitions apply in this section and in sections 487.012 to 487.0199, and they've added 487.11, 492.1, and 492.2. To section 487.011 of the Act is amended by adding the following in alphabetical order. Subscriber information. in relation to any client of a person who provides service to the public or any subscriber to the service of such a person means A, information that may be used to identify the subscriber or client, including their name, pseudonym, address, telephone number, and email address. B, identifiers assigned to the subscriber or client by the person, including account numbers. And C, information relating to services provided to the subscriber or client, including 1, the types of services provided, 2, the period in which the services were provided, and 3, information that identifies the device, equipment, or things used by the subscriber or client in relation to the services. So, for example, when somebody sends fake emails using a fake header to try to harass people, this would give police access to the service provider, being like if they were using Google, if they were using Gmail, or if they're using Hotmail, or if they're using AOL or whatever, they can go and get a warrant to get that information. So they would be able to trace it and find out who it is and what their pseudonyms are and what their phone number is, so they can trace and track this shit. That's what this is for. So like Megan and Veda and Aaron using alt accounts to try to harass people, an investigation would enable the government to be able to be like, all right, well, we're going to trace this shit. 5. The Act is amended by adding the following after Section 487.012. Confirmation of service demand. 487.0121, bracket 1, a peace officer or public officer may make a demand in Form 5.0011 to a telecommunications service provider requiring them to confirm within the time and in the manner specified in the demand whether or not they provide or have provided telecommunication services to any subscriber or client or to any account or identifier specified in the demand. Conditions for making demand. 2. The peace officer or public officer may make the demand only if they have reasonable grounds to suspect that A, an offense has been or will be committed under this act or any other act of parliament, and B, the confirmation that the demanded will assist in the investigation of the offense. So again, these are limiters, so they can't just, this isn't willy-nilly, it has to be under specific circumstances. Medical and privileged information. 3. For greater certainty, a demand must not be made if the confirmation would disclose medical information or information that is subject to solicitor-client privilege or the professional secrecy of advocates and notaries. So if you are a lawyer or if you are a psychologist and this is your client and stuff like that, then this stuff does not apply to you, or that you can refuse. So you're not allowed to break any other laws. The warrant does not supersede other laws in this case. Limitation 4, demand must not be made to a telecommunication service provider that is under investigation for the offense referred to in subsection 2. 3 seems pretty big. Yeah, this is important. This is really important. I kind of, like, jumped it because I think it's obvious how important this is. But yeah, no, not being able to access people's private information is part of the warrant doesn't enable that. There may be other extenuating circumstances that information may be obtainable, but this is not it. I would remind you that this is a censorship law that Pierre Poilievre described as trying to control your thought and what religion you're a part of. And that this is censorship. Time. 5. The time specified in the demand is to be not less than 24 hours. Non-disclosures. 6. The peace officer or public officer who makes the demand may impose conditions on the demand prohibiting the disclosure of its existence or some or all of its contents for a period not greater than 1 year after the day on which the demand is made. The peace officer or public officer may impose conditions only if they have reasonable grounds to believe that the disclosure during that period would jeopardize the conduct of the investigation of the offense to which the demand relates. So they don't have to tell you that you're under investigation, or if they tell you you're under investigation, they don't have to tell you what they're investigating for, if it's reasonable to do so. Atlantic said, I think this one is the privacy/surveillance, right? It's the bill that concerns hate speech that is censorship. I don't know, Pierre just sort of blurts all of it out and doesn't really specify very well what he's talking about. So I'm just kind of applying all of it to all of them. Revocation 7. A peace officer or public officer may at any time revoke the demand or a condition by notice given to the telecommunications service provider. Application for review 8. The telecommunications service provider may, within 5 business days after the day in which they received the demand, apply in writing to a judge in the judicial district where the demand was received to revoke or vary the demand. So yeah, if you're a service provider and you get this demand for information, you have 5 business days to be like, hey, no. Notice to apply for review. 9. The telecommunications service provider may make an application under subsection 8 only if, before the confirmation is required to be provided, they give notice to the peace officer or public officer who made the demand of the telecommunications service provider's intention to make the application. So they have 24 hours to comply. Within that 24 hours, they have to make it clear that they're intending on applying to not have to do this or make an amendment. And then they have 5 business days to actually submit the amendment. So that's just order of operations. No obligation to provide confirmation. 10. The telecommunications service provider is not required to provide confirmation until a final decision is made with respect to the application. So they don't have to comply and they don't have to confirm that they're going to comply until their 5 business days, like assuming they send their application in on the 5th business day. So they send that in. They don't have to say that they're going to actually do this until a judge makes a decision about the demand. Then they get served again and the whole process happens again. That's so they don't have to confirm or deny anything until that process is completed and has been settled. Olivia sent a super chat for $2 Canadian. To a toonie. Thank you very much. Just got a phone call from a medium agency. A medium agency. Like a spiritual, like, medium? That kind of medium? What did they tell you? Did they tell you, like, the is there something, but, oh, you just hung up with them immediately. Oh, okay. Oh, fair enough. Man, cold calling is rough out there these days. Revocation or variation of demand. 11. The judge in the judicial district where the demand was received may revoke or vary the demand if satisfied that A, it is unreasonable in the circumstances to require the applicant to provide the confirmation, or B, provision of the confirmation would disclose information that is privileged or otherwise protected from disclosure by law. So this is like what we're talking about in this part is basically the nitty-gritty of just like the process of the service, right? This isn't really for like your average Joe. This is like you at home are not going to care. This is just the process by which these things happen and the rules that need to be followed, as this is the bureaucracy part of like the filings. Request for confirmation. 12. Despite subsection 1, no demand under that subsection is necessary for a peace officer or public officer to ask a telecommunication service provider to voluntarily provide the confirmation referred to in that subsection if the telecommunication service provider is not prohibited by law from providing it. So that you don't have to deal with all of this. You're not forced to deal with this as a telecommunications provider. You can just voluntarily be like, yeah, no, we'll give you that information. Fuck that shit. Fuck that guy in particular. They're allowed to do that. A telecommunications service provider that provides a confirmation in those circumstances does not incur any criminal or civil liability for doing so. So you're not in trouble for doing that. What law are we reading? This is Bill C-22. We are on page 15 of the PDF. Oh, I should give you guys the PDF. The PDF, by the way, is linked in the description down below, but I will also provide a link for you guys. They're also labeled in the description of the YouTube video, but there's the link. Definition of telecommunication service provider. 13. In this section, telecommunication service provider has the same meaning as in subsection 2 bracket 1 of the Telecommunications Act. 6, the Act is amended by adding the following after Section 487.0141, production order subscriber information. So they're just adding this additional information that they weren't able to get before. 487.0142, 1, on ex parte application made by a peace officer or public officer, a justice or judge may order a person who provides services to the public to prepare and produce a document containing all the subscriber information that relates to any information, including transmission data, that is specified in the order and that is in their possession or control when they receive the order. So for subscriber information, so let's pick OnlyFans, for example. If OnlyFans was enabling Tristan and Andrew Tate to sex traffic people, then who is subscribed to those accounts may be relevant information, so they can get a warrant to get who is subscribed to Andrew and Tristan Tate's OnlyFans accounts. For example, that's an example, right? A more extreme example would be like if there's CP involved and they're doing a big like investigation into like who is subscribed to this Twitter account that is posting child porn, for example, right? So they'd be able to have access to that information that they otherwise legally weren't allowed to obtain, and now they can. Conditions for making order. 2. Before making the order, the justice or judge must be satisfied by information on oath in Form 5.004 that there are reasonable grounds to suspect that A. An offense has been or will be committed under this act or any other act of Parliament, and B. The subscriber information is in the person's possession or control that will assist in the investigation of the offense. Form 3. The form is to be the form 5.0052. So again, we're back to the bureaucracy of which form you're filling out to do what. Limitation 4. A person who is under investigation for the offense referred to in subsection 2 is not to be made subject to an order. 7. The Act is amended by adding the following after section 487.018. Application transmission data or subscriber information. 487.0181 bracket 1 on ex parte application may be made by a peace officer or public officer, or a justice or judge may authorize a peace officer or public officer to make a request to a foreign entity that provides telecommunication services or that provides services by a means of telecommunication to the public to prepare and produce a document containing transmission data or subscriber information that is in the foreign entity's possession or control when it receives the request. So if you wanted like your Starlink subscriber information for a region, they'd be able to ask for that. Now, that does not mean that Starlink has to comply. It's just that they are now allowed to ask, and they're allowed to ask ex parte. Conditions for authorization. 2. The justice or judge may authorize a peace officer or public officer to make the production request only if the judge or justice is satisfied by the information on oath in Form 5.00801 that there are reasonable grounds to suspect that A. An offense has been or will be committed under this or any other act of Parliament, and B. The transmission data of or the subscriber information is in the foreign entity's possession or control and will assist in the investigation of the offense. So if if Starlink is willing to comply and there's reasonable grounds, right? So again, you have to still convince a judge that this is viable. With a name like Tristan's, someone's getting trafficked inside. Aww. Authorization 3. The authorization is to be in Form 5.00802. So, like, for example, sorry, let me just jump over here first. I want to jump back for a second. Let's talk about Andrew and Tristan Tate for a second. A lot of their sex trafficking was taking place in the United States and in, I believe he moved to Romania? It's because he's like, the laws are looser there. So if it means that Canada, if some of what he did was in violation of Canadian law, and or some of the victims were Canadians, Canada is allowed to work with telecommunication companies in Romania to obtain the subscriber information and information about Andrew and Tristan Tate's dealings while he was in Romania. Is that clear? Does that make sense? That's what this says, basically. That's what we've talked about so far. Authorization. 3. The authorization is to be in Form 5.00802 and must specify that a peace officer or public officer must not send a production request more than 30 days after the day on which the authorization is granted. So timeframes, 30 days. Form 4. The production request is to be in Form 5.00803 and may include any information that is required by the foreign entity, by the foreign state in which the foreign entity is located, or under an international agreement or arrangement to which Canada and the foreign state are parties. So if a Canadian court wanted access to information in a Kansas court of law, they can request that information. Subsection 8, subsection 487.0191, bracket 1 of the Act is replaced by the following. We're making progress. Order prohibiting disclosure 487.1091, 1 on ex parte application made by a peace officer or public officer, a justice or judge may make an order prohibiting a person from disclosing the existence or some or all of the contents of a preservation demand made under section 487.012, a confirmation of service demand made under section 487.0121, or an order made under any section 487.013 to 487.018 during the period set out in the order. So that's just extending that the service demand can be applied under this subsection as well. 9. Subsection 487.0192, bracket 1 of the Act is replaced by the following particulars production orders. 487.0192, 1. An order made under any of sections 487.014, 487.0141, 487.0142, and 487.016 to 487.018 must require a person's financial institution or entity to produce the document to a peace officer or public officer named in the order within the time at the place in the form of specified in the order. So if the order specifies this needs to be done in 30 days or 60 days, that's the amount of time it takes. Subsection 10, presumably some of this stuff existed and didn't have a time frame on it, so they've added a time frame to it. 10. Subsections 487.0193, bracket 1 and bracket 2 of the Act are replaced by the following. Application for review of production order. 487.0193, bracket 1, a person, financial institution, or entity required by an order made under any sections 487.014 to 487.018 to produce any document may before, underlined, the person, the institution, or entity is required to produce the document but no later than 10 business days after the day on which the order was received, and underline. Apply in writing to the justice or judge who made the order or to a judge in the judicial district where the order was received to be revoked or vary the order. So they have 10 business days to be like, hey, this needs to be changed or adapted or whatever. Notice required. 2. The person, institution, or entity may make the application only if, underlined, before the application is made, the person, institution, or entity gives, and underlined, notice of their intention to, underlined, make the application, and underlined, to a peace officer or public officer named in the order. So same thing as they were saying before, this is just an adjustment to the process of service. And like, again, the bureaucracy and rules of which the order of events take place. So if you play Magic the Gathering, this is the stack. This is the order in which like events take place. So like if you play this card and this card and this card all get played at the same time, the order that the cards take effect in. That's what's happening. Section 11, Section 487.0195 of the Act is replaced by the following. For greater certainty, 487.0195, bracket 1, for greater certainty, no preservation order kept open For greater certainty, no preservation demand, preservation order, keep account open or active order, or production order is necessary for a peace officer or public officer to ask a person to voluntarily preserve the data, that the person is not prohibited by law from serving to voluntarily keep an account open or active, that the person is not prohibited by law from keeping open or active to voluntarily provide a document, underline, or information, and underline, to the officer that the person is not prohibited by law from disclosing. So, do you have to keep your OnlyFans account active? Yes or no? Can you close your OnlyFans account during the investigation? The answer is yes. And like the telecommunications company can cut you off. They're not required to keep it open. So like think about this in ways of like piracy laws. Right? If you have a Crunchyroll account and you're using your Crunchyroll account to rip anime and then re-upload it to I don't know what the current piracy things are. Let's call it LimeWire. LimeWire can cut your account off if they want to. They don't have to keep it active. For example, breach of contract. Yeah. Yes. Yeah, Feline's got it. Of course Feline's got it. Feline knows what we're talking about. No civil or criminality liability. 2. A person who preserves data, keeps an account open or active, or provides a document or information in those circumstances does not incur any criminal or civil liability for doing so. They're not in trouble whether or not they keep it open. Unsolicited provisions of information. 3. For greater certainty, no production order or warrant or confirmation of service demand made under Section 487.0121 is necessary for a peace officer or public officer to receive any information from a person or a telecommunications service provider, as the case may be, who is lawfully in possession of it, and to act on the information if the person, without being asked for it, provides it voluntarily or is required by law, including a law of a foreign state, to provide it. Publicly available information. 4. For greater certainty, no production order or warrant or confirmation of service demand made under Section 487.0121 is necessary for a peace officer or public officer to receive, obtain, or act on any information that is available to the public. So if you're having a fucking conversation on Discord and your Discord is not like a privately locked thing, the police can act on the information in your Discord without a warrant. And they can obtain that information without a warrant because it's not private. So if you're posting on Facebook, it's not private. So they don't need a warrant to gather the information. All right? Does everybody understand that? That really should be the case, quite frankly. If somebody posts some dumb shit on Facebook, the police should be able to utilize and access that information as far as I'm concerned, because you're a dumb fuck. Good fucking lord. Section 12, Section 487.0197 of the Act is replaced by the following. Offense, preservation, or confirmation of service demand. 487.0197. A person who contravenes a preservation demand made under subsection 487.012 or a confirmation of service demand made under section 487.0121 without lawful excuse is guilty of an offense punishable on summary conviction and is liable to a fine of not more than $5,000. All right? Simple. So if you don't do it, and they've just added the service demand that they're just adding stuff to pre-existing things. 13(1) subsection 487.1 bracket 1 of the Act is amended by adding the following after paragraph bracket 1. I.1, a warrant under subsection 487 bracket 2.4 bracket I2, an extension under subsection 487 bracket 2.8. 2. All right, cool. I'm gonna refill. I need to refill my drink. So my handing out flat earth flyers on the street corner isn't private? No. Imagine that. No, it isn't. No, it isn't. All right. I gotta go get some more tea. Yeah, I'll take that stretch. Thank you very much. I will be... How long have we been live for? Almost an hour and a half already. All right. I will be right back. Thank you for your patience. Okay, we're back. Disco is the subtle backbone to so much music. Yeah. It's true. This is a true fact. Alright, I had to get something to eat because I'm a little bit hungry, so I got some leftover pizza from D&D Day. I didn't catch the entire conversation, but I do see that Atlantic said something along the lines of, in response to Al saying that it's toxic that PP often, like Pierre Polyev engages in anything my opponent does is malignant evil and anything I do is good argument, and Atlantic adds, especially when there's very good reasons to be critical of these bills, but we can't have a reasoned discussion about it because he poisons the atmosphere with fear-mongering misinformation and sweeping generalizations, which is part of the problem. This is nail on head. Part of the problem is that Pierre Polyev is not doing a good job being the opposition. Because what we need is good, reasoned, and well thought out, real criticisms about a bill, instead of this fake bullshit, because then there's no actual opposition, and the bill goes through. Right? The bill goes through because there's no real proper argumentation against it. Right? That's a real way you get stuff put through. Got Gyoza. Buy one, get one free? BOGO? Man, BOGO deals are almost not existent anymore. Red Cedar points out no trolls today. Is reading the law not leftist enough? And because reading the law itself is boring, one. And two, when you look at like the literal things that the law says, you have a hard time arguing, right? You have to know more. It's not easy, right? Gyoza is like dumplings, yes. Atlantic says that Parliament should be a collaborative effort, not solely oppositional. Yes. Like, you're supposed to work together to move the country forward, not just no because the other guy is wearing a different colored tie. How often do we think Pierre Polyev actually does kettlebell? Probably more than you think he would, but not, like, you know what I mean? I said something in Manbear Pig for me? I don't even have Discord open. Let me look. I'm looking now, because obviously I'm not going to read with my mouth full. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying. You know what's up. Let me look. I'll do my best not to start a whole conversation based on the thing I'm about to look at. Oh no. Oh god. Okay, that's a book and a half. Wonderful. I doubt that kettlebell is actually his hobby. I suspect that Pierre Polyev does work out, but he has to like, this man photoshops himself all the time to look like bigger, or like his shoulders broader, or like his chest bigger all the time. Yeah, there's a whole conversation going on about like doxing and other ongoing legal activity, or illegal activity, I guess, going on. So we'll have to talk about that another day. Joe Rogan should have called his bluff and did a kettlebell off. If Joe Rogan... if Joe Rogan was smarter, and if Joe Rogan was actually neutral and wasn't just, you know, sandbagging for Pierre Poilievre, and if Joe Rogan didn't notice that just picking the kettlebell up to show it to Joe Rogan wasn't already making fucking Pierre Poilievre sweat and heavy breathe, then, you know, yes. Well, there's not gonna be a DFF this Friday because I'm gonna be away. And then I will be back, and we're moving DFF, we're moving the time. Bogos makes a good point. The law doesn't specify the actions they could take with the legislation. It has been confirmed in Parliament discussions that this law would allow the government to remotely turn on your microphone as well. It's not just chat logs and location data. You have a citation for that so I can take a look? Pre-COVID Joe Rogan? Maybe. Joe Rogan from 5+ years ago, maybe. Joe Rogan from 5+ years ago wasn't a propagandist. Oh boy, it's the National Post. Oh, and it's an opinion piece. Oh no. Okay. Thank you for the link. I'll take a look. Heckin' concern. Okay, let's see. First reading. New bill could allow police to turn personal tech into listening devices. Bill C-22 could force tech companies to allow police to eavesdrop through phones and smart speakers. By Tristan from May 13th, 2026. Sorry, I'm just looking at this real quick. I'll probably, like, cover this in more detail once we're done reading Bill 22, but thank you, I appreciate that. Did you see how fast Bogos was able to pull up what they were talking about? Can we get a round of applause? Can we get clapping emojis real quick, please, for Bogos? Like, thank you. You have any idea how many times somebody says something in my side chat and I go, can you tell me where you're getting this from? And they waffle about it or start talking about other shit for fucking 30 minutes? Fucking hell. Thank you. Alright, first reading. New bill currently before the House of Commons could allow Canadian law enforcement. What's more is under the blah blah blah. Bill of lawful access bill tabled before March to the House of Commons. Yeah. Purchase new powers requiring Canada electronic service providers to provide police with streamlined access to everything from subscriber information to location data. Within those powers is a requirement for providers to provide, quote, all reasonable assistance to investigators. Well, no, okay, I have to finish reading it. We have to, I'm jumping ahead. We have to finish reading it first. So, like, before I can confirm about whether or not that's what that says. That's not what it says so far, but we are only on page 19 out of 72. So, I will come back to, I am curious to see what this is about, but I want to finish reading it first. Because so far it doesn't say that, but that doesn't mean it can't be pushed, by the way. Like, just because something doesn't say something literally doesn't mean it can't be interpreted differently based on the judge, right? Because there is, purposefully, in law, there's left leeway for the judges because the law can't be written for every circumstance, right? So you have to leave legal room. Okay. Let's keep going. 2 subsection. We are on page 19 of 72 of the bill for anybody who is curious. And there's a link to it, to the PDF. This is 19 out of 72 is the PDF page number. If I was paranoid, I would unplug my mic and camera all the time. Yeah, you could do that. You could also just, if you have like a computer, okay, hold on, let's talk about security for a second. If you're concerned about that, I have access to my microphone and camera turned off on your device. You can do that. So that means you can't even turn your own camera on, and then you have to turn it back on every time you use it. I have that set on mine. If you're worried about your computer and the power to it, if all of your stuff is on a power bar, all you have to do is flick your power bar off. And you don't have to worry about that. If you were that concerned, if you were that worried about it, that you have access to make that stuff inaccessible. Right? Because your computer can't have... Nothing can get into your computer if your computer has no power. Right? So you can unplug the camera and your mic all the time, which is a bit of a hassle. If you have your computer set up on a power bar, which I do have, you can just turn your power bar off. Easy. Easy peasy. If you're concerned about other things, cars have a lot of computers in them, and I suspect making some changes to the legality of what could, like, how advanced and what the car's computer is capable of doing should be something that should be debated and talked about and brought before Supreme Courts and before peoples, but that's something we would have to do. Right? Yeah, if you're concerned about security, don't connect to the internet. Yeah, whatever you're doing on the internet is, like, basically public. It's basically public information. Yeah, they can bypass the permissions that you set in your phone, so just turn your device off. Right? Drain it. Drain the power. Put it in a lockbox where it can't see or hear anything. Anyway, let's keep going. 2 subsection 487. This is a whole conversation for another. This is the conversation for a debate hub. Like this is a big old conversation, and like I do know some people who are more professional, like data, like people who understand data and tech better than I do. So if you're interested in that, I can bring those people on, and we can have like a greater conversation about like cybersecurity, right? Apple finds my works even if the phone is off. Yeah, it can still find the phone if the phone is off. All right. Let's go back into this. We'll come. This is a great conversation and I want to have it, but I gotta get through this. Normally I would stop and have a whole fucking spiel about it, but not if I want to get these done. 2 subsection 487.1 bracket 1 of the Act is amended by adding the following after paragraph O. 0.1, an authorization under subsection 487.0181 bracket 1. 14 section 487.11 of the Act is replaced by the following exigent circumstances. 487.11, a peace officer or public officer may, in the course of their duties, A, exercise any of the powers described in section 487.492.1 or 492.2 without a warrant if the conditions for obtaining a warrant exist, but by reason of exigent circumstances it would be impractical to obtain a warrant, or B, seize any subscriber information that may be the subject of an order made under subsection 487.0142 bracket 1, or your data that may be subject of an order made under subsection 487.0161 or 487.0171 bracket 1. If the conditions for obtaining an order exist, but by reason of exigent circumstances, it would be impractical to obtain an order. So, like, that's, like, time-sensitive stuff. 15, the portion of section 487.2 of the Act before paragraph A, bracket A, is replaced by the following restriction on publication. 487.2, if a search warrant is issued under subsection 487 bracket 1, or a search is made under such a warrant, everyone who publishes in any document or broadcasts or transmission in any way any information with respect to. So, like, you can get in shit for publicizing information. 16, bracket 1. The portion of section 488 of the Act before paragraph B is replaced by the following. Yeah, if you're really that worried about your phone, you can also take out the SIM card and disconnect it from the internet. So if you're on Wi-Fi, you could also just unplug your own internet. You can put your router on a power bar and just flick that off. 16 bracket 1, the portion of subsection 88 of the Act before paragraph bracket B is replaced by the following. Warrant search by day. 488, a search of a building, receptacle, or place under warrant issued under subsection 487 bracket 1 shall be carried out during the day unless A, the judge or justice is satisfied that there are reasonable grounds for the search to be carried out at night. So yeah, this shit's supposed to happen during the day. You're not supposed to be, like, sneaking around and breaking into people's houses at nighttime. 2. Paragraph 88 bracket C of the Act is replaced by the following. C. The warrant authorizes that the search should be carried out at night. So these searches now can be done at night. 17. Section 489.1 of the Act is amended by adding the following after subsection bracket 3. Exception, computer data. Bracket 4, this section does not apply with respect to computer data as defined in subsection 342.1, bracket 2, other than virtual currency or other digital assets. So, Bitcoin. 18, so there's, like, no rules about, like, fucking when they go and get your, like, ping for your wallet information in your fucking Bitcoin wallet. Obligatory crypto is a scam. 18 subsection 492 bracket 1 of the Act is replaced by the following. Seizure of explosives. 492 bracket 1, every person who executes a warrant issued under subsection 487 bracket 1 may seize any explosive substance that they suspect is intended to be used for an unlawful purpose, and shall as soon as possible remove to a place of safety anything that they seize under this section and detain it until they are ordered by a judge of a superior court to deliver to some other person or an order is made under subsection 2. So if they do a warrant to your house, they go into your house and they find a fucking bomb, they're allowed to take it even though they don't have, like, a warrant for that bomb specifically. Seizure of I just read that. 19.1 subsection 492.1 bracket 3 of the Act is replaced by the following. Tracking similar things. 2.1. A justice or judge who authorizes a peace officer or public officer to obtain tracking data that is related to location of a thing that a person uses. I forgot I left the music on. I was like, the fuck is that noise? Oh, did I leave my music on? Oh, I did. Oops. Oh well, anyway. 2.1. A justice or judge who authorizes a peace officer or public officer to obtain tracking data that relates to the location of a thing that a person uses, carries, or wears may, in this warrant, authorize the peace officer or public officer to obtain tracking data that relates to the location of any similar thing that is unknown at the time the warrant is issued, if the judge or justice is satisfied that there are reasonable grounds to suspect that person will use, carry, or wear that similar thing. So you have more than one phone. If you have one phone and they're like, we think they have another phone, you can do that one too. That kind of thing. Scope of warrant. 3. The warrant authorizes the peace officer or public officer or a person acting under their direction to install, activate, use, maintain, monitor, and remove the tracking device, including covertly. The warrant also authorizes a person acting under the direction of a police officer or public officer to obtain tracking data that is authorized to be obtained under the warrant. So they get authorized to track your phone and they find out you have a smartwatch. Yes, exactly. Yeah, they find out you have a smartwatch that basically they are automatically allowed to, they don't need to submit another warrant to track the smartwatch. Or if you have an iPhone and then they find out that you have the Nest in your house, they can use that without getting a new warrant. So the question, I guess, comes down to what is that point in... Oh, sorry, Atlantic, where... I'm just reading what you're saying. No. Private contractors getting my access to my data? Question mark. Where's the accountability when things go wrong? So far, this is only police. At least they have to get a warrant. I'd be 100% against this if police could just track anyone with all the recent stories of cops tracking their exes or stalking people using their technology. Yes. Yeah, no, you have to have a warrant for this stuff. A person under the direction of the peace officer. Okay, sorry, hold on. Warrant, peace officer, or, oh, here we go. Or a person under their direction. So you're talking like as if this is... an employee at Apple right? Is that what that's sort of what you mean? So like a private investigator? I mean, I guess theoretically it could be like their next door, their neighbor. I don't think that's what it means. I feel like this would be like a private investigator, that sort of thing. I don't know, that might be in the, yeah, that might be in the definitions. A person acting under the direction doesn't mean anybody, but so it will have a scope. But yeah, it does. So it could mean another police officer working on the case. You know what I mean? A warrant, a peace officer, or a public officer. An agent of a peace officer. Are we seeing agent of a peace officer? Yeah, the warrant also authorizes a person acting under the direction of a peace officer or a public officer to obtain the tracking data that is authorized to be obtained under the warrant. So, like I said, it's not willy-nilly. It has to all be within the scope of the warrant. They've added the part of the warrant, right? The warrant. So you have to have the warrant to even do this in the first place. The accountability would be under the public officer who directed the person. So if person acting under their direction is like a rogue agent, for example, let's say, and that rogue agent goes and gets like a bunch of fucking information that they're not supposed to have, and they sell it, and then they find out that this information has been sold, the person held responsible would be the person and the public officer or the peace officer who was authorized in the first place because it happened under their jurisdiction and under their direction. That would be the accountability. The hard part would be finding out that they did it. You know what I mean? That would be the difficult part of the situation. Yeah, it must be working directly under and getting directions from. So, like, for example, somebody from a different department. So, like, if you've got an agent working on this case, and the agent is part of the CSIS, right? And they need something, and they're like, hey, agent from this area, can you do this for me because this is your expertise? And they go, yeah, no problem, right? If an officer can temporarily deputize anyone, and that counts, that could become anyone. Yes, there are, yeah. So under these laws, they are intended to be vague on purpose to have those things fought out in the court system by lawyers and by like other things, right? Like that's the point. These laws are not meant to be like for every circumstance. Right? So, like, how do I explain this? Because I think this is something that people are afraid of. They're afraid of when the law is broad, right? When the law is broad or the law is a little bit vague, which I'm not saying you shouldn't be concerned about. That is a reasonable concern to have. This is a real thing that is, if you're worried about authorities weaponizing the law against the populace, right? Because that's what the concern is. If we break down, like, take out the individual circumstances, that's the concern. Am I right? Am I getting the worry correct? And I think that's a reasonable thing to be concerned. Like, the who watches the watchers, right? Who's making sure these officers are acting in good faith, and who's making sure that these officers are not using extrapolating and weaponizing the law against the citizens, or who's stopping the government from utilizing or weaponizing the police to use these laws in sweeping information gathering. Like, I don't know, let's say we wanted to find out if what percentage of our population is Jewish and what they're up to, like that kind of thing. Is that what you guys are a little bit sort of the concern? Yeah, I think that's my concern. There's also a historic lack of broad consequences when it becomes part of the system being abused. Yep. I can deputize anyone I want. Nobody knows peace officer deputization like I do. Makes pack of feral tigers into federal officers. Leopards eating your face? Imagine that. No, these are reasonable concerns. So the question becomes then, is the problem the wording with the law, or is the problem not knowing what the checks and balances of the law actually are? Because we haven't read through, because we haven't finished reading, we don't know if they actually label this person, like give a definition for what this person means. Because just in reading this part, so for example, when we looked at peace officer or public officer, we were like, oh, that's pretty vague. And then they gave a specific definition which curtailed the broad understanding of a term, right? I think your concern is reasonable. The question is what check and balances are there? But that's a different, that won't be in here. That will be as another part of the law. That'll be in a different section. And so this is one of the problems with understanding and learning federal criminal. Like, this is the problem with, if you don't study law, is you don't have the context under which these laws are still. So the Charter of Rights still exists. So no matter what, the Charter of Rights always supersedes any of these documents, any of these laws. So if a law, or if the people believe that a law is being weaponized or utilized again, and it violates the Charter of Rights, then that can be taken to Canada's Supreme Court, right? And then the Supreme Court can look at the law and say yes and no. So an example of this is like gay marriage not being legal, and the Charter and the judges did that on the Supreme and on the court at the time were like, yeah, no, that's a violation of the Charter of Rights. So what you need to know then is you need to know what is the Charter of Rights, and maybe we can read it on your own, and or we will talk about that in another stream. We can go through Canada's Charter of Rights. I don't think it's terribly long. I think that'd be good. I think that'd be fun. We can look at like the Declaration. Oh, not the Declaration of Independence. What's the American one? It's not the Declaration of Independence. It's the I forget what it's called. Germany's got one. Is it the Bill of Rights? I don't remember. There's like the Americans have one. The Constitution. Yeah, that's it. The Constitution. So Canada has a Charter of Rights. America has a Constitution. There's Germany's got one. France has one. So it might be fun to like read them all, and then like the Magna Carta is the UK one. Yeah, we can go and compare and contrast them and be like, oh, we like this one. Oh, we don't like this one. Oh, we should change that. Oh, we can fix that. I think that would be a fun thought experiment. Are you guys interested in that? I think that would be fun. That might be fun. That might be a good time. All right. Hi, Landon. Landon said, speaking of weaponizing against the populace, last night, former student's mother, who was in the U.S. on asylum from Russia, picked up by ICE in Buffalo and moved overnight to Ohio. Fuck. A question on asylum for a while from Russia due to protest the start of the Russian war on Ukraine, nabbed by ICE in New York and moved overnight to Ohio jail. High risk of being sent back to Russia. Yikes. That's icky. I don't like that at all. Bill of Rights specifically are the first amendments made to the U.S. Constitution. Okay, so we'd have to look at let's start with the Constitution. All right, we'll start with the Constitution. Anyway, I think that would be fun, but like I was saying, one of the hard things about talking about stuff like this, and when politicians just throw these things around, is that, yeah, this might look like scope of warrant might look really scary on just a first read through when you don't know what the definitions are, you don't know what the legal, like the difference between the legal terminology and your interpretation of your standard terminology of how you think these words are utilized, which sometimes are vastly different. For example, the word theory is used differently when we're talking about like games and movies, where like when we're talking about like canonicity and lore of like a prediction of like what's going to happen in like the Doom Avengers Doom movie, for example. There's the word theory in scientific terms, which means something very, very specific. There's musical theory, which is actually a little bit closer to scientific theory than theory of like what you think a song means, right? So like these are all these words. Like legal theory is also like they can mean very, very drastically different things. Faith is another example. Actual malice. Yep. So like if somebody says actual malice in day-to-day speech, what they generally mean is they mean it quite literally to say someone is being actually malicious, which is not what actual malice is in legal terms, right? The daughter has a green card in the United States and a work permit in Canada. Perhaps she can be deported to another country other than Russia. I'm sure Canada would take them. I'm sure if the United States is trying to get rid of anybody who's sought asylum from Russia out of their country, I'm sure they could work with Canada, and Canada would be like, okay, you're adopted under this circumstance. They'd probably have to, like, write up a bill for it, and be like, okay, well, if a country da-da-da-da-da-da-da, we can da-da-da-da-da, under these circumstances, da-da-da-da, under this investigation, da-da-da-da-da. So, like, Canada can probably take them. It would just be a matter of, like, sorting out how they would do that and how easy that would be. Notably, I would like to point out that ICE is, which seems to be intentional, is notoriously disorganized. I think that's intentional. It doesn't help that Canada media is so saturated with American legal dramas. Yes, so that's a very, really, really good point. There's a really big difference between Canadian laws and American laws and how the Constitution and its amendments are applied legally versus the way Canada's, like, when I say Supreme Court, I'm not talking right now about the American Supreme Court, which is incredibly different than Canada's Supreme Court. Our Supreme Court is a vastly different entity. It does not work or function the same way that the American Supreme Court works. So if somebody is, for example, like Pierre Poilievre is doing, trying to weaponize language of the law to lay people who are thinking about the way the Supreme Court works in America and thinking about like the level of corruption that is currently in and saturating the Supreme Court in America, and they're applying that to a law that's not even written in the same country because that's just the first thing your brain is thinking about, and you're already emotionally charged because this man is purposefully fear-mongering and purposefully relying on the fact that you're not going to go and look up this law, and even if you did, you're not going to understand it, and you're going to get spooked by this kind of language. Right? Because you don't have the contextual understanding to know what a person acting under their direction of a public officer or peace officer who has a warrant authorization. Right? So because this could be, to you, could mean fucking anybody, which, no, it can't just mean anybody. And so the German Constitution is actually very impressive. For anybody who doesn't know, the German Constitution is actually very, very, very impressive. And, like, there are things in the German Constitution that is just like, no, this is the Constitution and it cannot be changed. In fact, if you change any of this, you're doing something illegal. It's very interesting. Maybe I should get Geo back on. It'd be really cool if I could get somebody from each country that we're talking about to come on and talk about their Constitution. That would be really cool. I'll try. You're asking a lot. Okay. Let's keep going. We are on 78. Okay. 2 subsection 492.1. You see how dark it got? That's the storm coming over. It's gonna get rainy again in a minute. 2 subsection 492.1 bracket 8 of the Act is replaced by the following. Definition of tracking device. 8. In this section, tracking device means a device including a computer program as defined in subsection 342.1 bracket 2 that may be used to obtain or record tracking data or to transmit it by means of telecommunications. Again, this is tracking data so far, not like audio or video stuff. This is tracking data. 20 bracket 1 subsection 492.2 bracket 2 of the Act is replaced by the following. Transmission data means of telecommunication. Bracket 1.1. A justice or judge who authorizes a peace officer or public officer to obtain transmission data that relates to any means of telecommunication used by a person may, in the warrant, authorize the peace officer or public officer to obtain transmission data that relates to any means of telecommunications that is unknown at the time the warrant is issued, but that is of similar type to the means of telecommunication described in the warrant if the justice or judge is satisfied that there are reasonable grounds to suspect the person will use that other means of telecommunications. So if you're using different VPNs, for example, and they're like, no, they're doing the same thing that they're doing on this VPN on this other VPN, right? But they have to convince the judge that that is the case. To change my tone, I think this is a positive change. I define a tracking computer program as a tracking device, thus presumably subjects it to applicable regulations. Yes. So that is very, very important to keep in mind, that when you are reading these laws, is you cannot read them in a bubble. All other law, these changes have to integrate and be woven in with the other pre-existing laws. Right? So if there are other laws that this contradicts, or if there are other laws that are in contention, this is why you get a lawyer when you are in these circumstances, because you don't just get these warrants. These warrants are argued for. The police have to be, and the investigating officers and the lawyers and the court have to argue why they need the warrant, what they're using the warrant for, what data they're specifically getting, and then your lawyer is supposed to be like, no, we'll agree to this or this, but we're not going to agree to that, or that, right? Now the question comes in is, what about these circumstances where you don't know you're under a warrant? So those are like that is more of an investigation versus you were being charged. So to get these warrants, they have to have a reason to investigate you in the first place. They can't just get these willy-nilly. There has to be a reason why they're getting the warrant, and they have to satisfy the judge. Now, you might not be able to have a representative to argue at that point, because at that point you're not under investigation, and you don't necessarily get to know that you're under investigation, depending on the circumstances. But they still have to make a case that you're already up to some fucking shit. Or they suspect you're up to some fucking shit. So again, this would be like the equivalent of, if you remember, like a handful of years ago, I looked at Canadian Nick Fuentes. Let me pull up this video, because like I almost want to revisit the story, because like how much of this would have changed under these newer laws, these updated laws, and their investigation. Let me pull it up. Nick Fuentes Canada edition. So I have this video from fucking how long ago now? 5 years ago? The 14th of July, 2021? And I'll give you guys a link to it. They got into their Discord and stuff and looked at their messages, and they were basically planning terrorism, and like this kind of like Nick Fuentes doesn't, look at my hair. Nick Fuentes doesn't fly in this country, and this is why, right? So they spent months and months and months, like you can see here, they're like they were getting screenshots of like their conversations and what they were up to and what they were planning, right? So this is the kind of shit we're talking about. And so this is the kind of stuff that these laws are adapting to make easier to do. Like these kinds of investigations, for example. So I recommend checking out that video from 5 fucking years ago. Alright. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da. Scope of the warrant. 2. Warrant authorizes public officer or public... we read this already, didn't we? Is this the same thing? Am I lost? Transmission data. Oh, they've just added the same. They added the same line to another subsection. Sorry. So scope of warrant 2. The warrant authorizes the peace officer or public officer or person acting under their direction to install, activate, use, maintain, monitor, and remove the transmission data recorder, including covertly. The warrant also authorizes a person acting under the direction of the peace officer or public officer to obtain the transmission data that is authorized to be obtained under the warrant. Okay, so this sounds scary, right? This sounds scary, doesn't it? They're like, oh my god, they can get access to my device and record the transmission data. Right? So if I'm sending messages out, if they can like GPS track where the device is, they can install, activate, use, maintain, monitor, and remove the transmission data recorder. So the question then becomes, okay, well, what is transmission data and what is a transmission data recorder? Now, if we remember up here, they say in this section, tracking device means a device including a computer program as defined in. But what is tracking? What is transmission data? Right? That's the vague part. So the question is transmission data, I'm going to reopen this in another tab. Is transmission data defined? Right? So let's just use the find key. Transmission data. And then defined. So that the problem is that transmission data might not be defined in this bill. So what does that mean? That means that the transmission data, the description or the definition of transmission data from a legal prospect needs to be defined somewhere else. Right? So now I'm searching the document to see if I can find transmission data. It might be in the criminal code proper. That's what I think. In which case I want to look it up. Because they defined transmission data recorder, but not the transmission data itself. Yeah, it's likely defined somewhere else. But that's why these things sound scary, right? Yeah, under the criminal code, yeah. And yeah, it might already be reasonably established, which makes it a little bit more difficult, right? So, like I said, for the difference between layman, us... I like the music. Appropriate. So yeah, it's the definition of transmission data is not in this document. So we'd have to go looking to find out what is transmission data. Is transmission data pictures that I've sent out, or just that I sent a picture, or do they get access to the picture itself? Is it just the metadata of a GIF? Or is it the actual GIF itself, or do they have to get the data, the metadata, and then find out which GIF it is? If I send a picture that I took on my phone, do they get access to the picture, or do they just get to know that I sent an image? Right? Or do they get access to the speaker on my phone and are able to now use this as a listening device? Right? But keep in mind that this is stuff that they have to install on your device, that they are allowed to install on your device, that they have obtained permission to do so under a warrant that they've obtained. They can't just randomly put this shit on your phone. It has to be under those specific rules. And if there is a this is again why you need to get a lawyer, and a good one, because when they charge you and they've got this stuff, they have to give that information to the lawyer and to the judge and submit it as evidence. And if they have obtained this warrant under means that your lawyer can fight that and say, nah, they didn't follow the proper procedure. This judge allowed this warrant and it ought not to have been allowed. We want to appeal that. We want to get rid of that. And so all this information that they're using as evidence against you is invalid. So there are ways to invalidate these things, right? This isn't like a catch-all, that's it, that we got your information, we got you, you're toast. That's not quite how it works. There are laymen like you, well, hey, I like to think that I'm a little bit less of a layman like me. I'm a little bit more well-versed in this than I think the average Polyev supporter. And then there's fucking idiots. But yeah, I'm certainly not an expert in law. I've been told many a time that I should have been a lawyer, and I'm like, well, great, then you should, if you wanted me to be a lawyer, you should have enabled me to do that. The bar. What's the bar? The standard? I'm opening this orange. The bar is so low that as a goblin I can walk underneath it. I don't count. I'm an exception to the statistics. Nobody's a nobody. Literally nobody ever. Alright, let's see if we can find what fucking what is this? Transmission data under the Canadian Criminal Code. So let's pull up the Canadian Criminal Code. Criminal Code of Canada. Yahoo! Cool. Download Explore. New House Rules, Parliament website, Criminal Code. I just want to look up a specific term. Why are you a jerk? Oh, PDF version. Infographic. I don't want the infographic. Fuck off. I don't want a pamphlet. Fine. Transmission data, Canadian Criminal Code defined. Let's try that. Hey, under section 492.26. Yahoo! Look, we got it. Warrant for transmission data data recorder. 492.2 bracket 1, a justice or judge who is satisfied by information on an oath that there are reasonable grounds to suspect that an offense has been or will be committed against this or any other act of parliament at the... Sorry, any of that transmission data will assist in the investigation of the offense, may issue a warrant authorizing a peace officer or public officer to obtain transmission data. Scope of the warrant, blah blah blah. Limitation, no warrant shall be issued under this section for the purposes of obtaining tracking data. No warrant shall be issued under this section for the purpose of obtaining tracking data. No warrant shall be issued under this section for the purpose of obtaining tracking data. Warrant is valid for 60 days. The warrant is valid for the period specified in it as long as the period ends no more than 1 year after. So they can only track you for a year. An offense under any section of 467.11 to 467.13, an offense committed for the benefit of, at the direction of, or in association with a criminal organization, or a terrorism offense. So they can only track you for 60 days, unless it's terrorism, criminal organization, or this other subsection of level of crime. They can only track you for a year. So it's not indefinite. Here we go. Definitions. 6. The following definitions apply in this section. Data. Data means representations including signs, signals, or symbols that are capable of being understood by an individual or processed by a computer system or other device. Transmission data. means data that A, relates to the telecommunication function of dialing, routing, addressing, or signaling. B, is transmitted to identify, activate, or configure a device, including a computer program as defined in subsection 342.1.2, in order to establish or maintain access to a telecommunications service for the purpose of enabling communication, or is generated during the creation, transmission, or reception of a communication, and identifies or purports to identify the type of direction, date, time, duration, size, origin, destination, or termination of the communication, and does not reveal the substance, meaning, or purpose of the communication. Does not reveal the substance, meaning, or purpose of the communication. So they can find out how, when, where a call was made and how long it lasted, but they cannot get what was the substance of the call. That's what this means. That's what the data is. Does that ease your concerns about something like this? So they can see that something was sent, a message was sent between point A and point B at this time, logged in from this location, date, time, da-da-da-da-da-da-da, but they cannot see what was sent. So if I sent a GIF, if I sent an image, they might know that it was a GIF, or it might know it was an image, but they will not know the contents of what that image was. Yeah, this is all metadata. So they might be able to tell an email was accessed from this place at this time, and they were logged in for this length of time, and this many gigabytes was sent at this place at this time to this place at this time, and it was opened and received at this place and at this time, and they were logged in for this amount of time. Metadata can absolutely be used for tracking. That's the point. That's what they want to be able to do, right? And they can only track this amount of information. This is not retroactive, by the way. Some of it might be, but what we're talking about right now is not retroactive. It is we're talking about them getting permission to track you from that point onwards, from the point of the warrant. Right? Obtaining data that already happened is something different. This part might be argued against by people not understanding what a warrant is to any extent. Well, at that point, we're just like, we have to start at the very beginning. Like, this is, what we're talking about is already beyond what the starting point is for a lot of these kinds of conversations and a lot of these kinds of arguments, right? So we're already like, we're in the weeds right now. A lot of the time when you're talking about this kind of stuff casually with, like, I don't know, your annoying uncle at Thanksgiving, you have to start at, what is a warrant? What are the police? What are they allowed to do? What are they not allowed to do? You have to start, like, very, very beginning. What is law and what is the purpose of law, period? Do you agree with the usage of law or the implementation of a police force in the first place? Because you get some people who are not okay with it. There are things that about, like, that the police exist that I don't like. You know what I mean? Like, just like, conceptually, I'm like, I don't like the concept of this. But that doesn't, like, and you can have that discussion, and that's a bigger discussion. We've had those kinds of discussions before, but, like, this is where you have to start that conversation with your uncle. right? You're not gonna be talking to your uncle about fucking, if your uncle is bringing up Bill C-22, and your uncle is quoting dumb shit like Pierre Poilievre is, that guy doesn't know what he's fucking talking about. So you literally do have to ask, do you know what a warrant is? Do you know, like, what a warrant is, how it's implemented, and how it's even obtained? Like, do you know how to apply? Like, what the practical application of Bill C-22 is? Because the answer is probably not. Atlantic says, I think I'm having a hard time separating my concerns for these legal changes specifically and my concerns for all the ways a dishonest government could abuse it. So, the way I conceptualize that is to understand that any tool can be abused. Period. End of sentence. The law is simply just a tool to do one of two things. Three things. Maintain peace, punish or reprobates, and like preventative, right? So it's either reactive or it's preventative. This law is trying to do a little bit of both, right? And then investigate and figure out to be preventative or punish after the fact. So anything of any law can be abused by anyone, right? Period. End of sentence. There are going to be loopholes to the law. There's going to be ways to get around things. There's going to be ways to get around things if you're an officer. There's going to be ways to get around things if you're a judge. If you have a corrupt judge, what do you do? But in that case, the law itself doesn't matter. If you've got a corrupt person who's already abusing the law, what the law actually says is irrelevant in the first place. So if you want a really good example of this, it is Donald Trump. Donald Trump right now is breaking the law. He knows he's breaking the law, and he's doing it anyway. The problem isn't entirely that Donald Trump is breaking the law. The problem is that he is being allowed and enabled to do so. The checks and balances that are supposed to be there that prevent Donald Trump from being able to violate the law, that is very clearly a violation of the law, aren't doing their job, right? Had that government been doing their job, Trump would have never gotten a second term. He probably wouldn't have gotten through his first term, quite frankly. He would have been taken out of office by the second year. Right? So how do we make sure that the law isn't violated? Because when the law is being violated and abused, it's going to be violated and abused regardless of what it says. So the question then becomes, well, what are the check and balances? What are the check and balances to ensure that somebody like a Donald Trump can't just, or a Pierre Poilievre can't just tap your fucking phone? Well, the Charter of Rights. Now, how do we ensure that the Charter of Rights is being applied and utilized and properly implemented when necessary? Well, generally, it's the Supreme Court. In the United States, it's Congress and the Supreme Court. But right now, your Congress is in turmoil and your Supreme Court is corrupt. So how do you prevent that from happening? Right, so how does Canada ensure that its Supreme Court does not get corrupted in the same way that it has in the United States? Well, part of that has to do with, like, the process by which a Supreme Court justice gets brought into the Supreme Court in the first place. Right? The way that happens in Canada is different than the way it happens in the United States. The way a Supreme Court justice is appointed in the United States is not the same as the way they're brought in Canada. And then on top of it, you have, like, corruption laws or the amount of money in politics, right? How do you prevent that? So what you need to have is you need to have people that are willing to follow the law in different places of government and are able to enforce that law, right? So, yeah, right, Red Cedar says enforced code of conduct. Exactly. And so you have to have other laws in place that other entities independent of each other are able to keep each other in check and balance and, you know, maintain that balance. In the United States, those things exist, but the balance has not been maintained. And because the balance has not been maintained for a long period of time, you get shit like this. Right? So the question is what happens if the cause of concern is actually the enforcement, right? Your concern isn't that somebody's going to break these laws or take advantage of these laws. It's that there won't be anybody held accountable, or there will be no way of holding someone accountable who is abusing these laws because they're still technically not violating them. Right? And the answer is you need to study more law. The only thing I can tell you is you just need to gather more information on how the law functions to be able to mitigate that concern, which is a legitimate concern. I'm not saying that your concerns are invalid. They're reasonable things. They are things that you should be concerned about. How do you get rid of a shitty police officer? Well, generally, you still utilize the police, or you use a different enforcement agency. So if it's local police and then the RCMP step in, right? Or if it's these guys and those guys step in, right? There's investigative bodies that are independent of the police force that show up and do that. Well, okay, well, how do you deal with them? Oh, you get a third entity, or you could get you have to have a rock, paper, scissors situation, right? If you build up a conundrum, right? Like rock, paper, scissors. Paper covers rock, rock beats scissors, scissors cuts paper. Then you've set up a situation where these guys keep these guys in check, these guys keep these guys in check, and these guys keep these guys in check, and they're independent of each other, so there isn't... So then what you're concerned about is corruption and collusion. So what if paper stops dealing with rock? Or lets rock get away with shit that they're not supposed to? What is scissors supposed to do about it? Scissors can't stop rock. Well, scissors has to deal with paper. So scissors deal with paper, so paper can start doing paper's job to deal with rock. That's how. Shit like that isn't direct. It's indirect. Do you use a political label? Do you mean, like, am I part of a specific political party? Or, like, where I think I fall on, like, the bell curve? Literally, I don't know. I don't know what you mean. So, maybe I do and maybe I don't. I'm not sure what you're asking. Rocco's a rock! Rocco's a rock! Anyway, the point is that you have to understand the structure that your concern is in to understand how that structure is built to deal with your concern. And if your structure is built to deal with that concern, because if your structure isn't built to deal with that concern, then yeah, you should fucking do something about that. Alright, where was I? Conditions. 2.1. A warrant may contain any condition that the judge or justice considers appropriate, including conditions to protect a person's interests. So that means the judge is allowed to be like, okay, that you can do this, but you're not allowed to look at their grocery list, for example. 2, subsection 492.2, bracket 6 of the Act is replaced by the following: subscriber information related to transmission data. 5.2, the justice or judge may, in the warrant, authorize a peace officer or public officer to obtain from a person who provides services to the public any information referred to in paragraph bracket A of the definition subscriber information in section 487.011 that relates to the transmission data that is authorized to be obtained under the warrant and that is in the person's possession or control. Autumn, it was good seeing you. Thanks for singing by. DFF will be soon. Soon, TM. We are changing the start time. We're going to be starting at 10 a.m. Eastern my time. So we've moved it 13 hours earlier on Friday. So if you're looking for it, that's when you're going to see it. But it won't be this week. It'll be the following week. Saint says I've shown up 2 hours late without SPUX because I don't patronize union busters. Can I get a Q&D version of what's going on? We saw Pierre Poilievre, too long didn't read. We saw Pierre Poilievre talk some shit and he listed off a bunch of bills that were all super duper problematic. And we were like, Is that what those bills actually say? And now we're reading through those bills. We are currently reading, and we are on page 22 of 72 of Bill C-22, which is a Canadian, hold on, what's the fucking title of it? Act representing lawful access. There's a link in the description below. And I'll put the link again in the side chat if you want to follow along. Or look at it in your own time. Too long, didn't read. And we are currently, we're reading 4 of these. We're reading 3 of these today, and we already covered Bill C-9. So we covered Bill C-9 last time. And we have 198 pages to read of all of them combined, and we are currently on 177 out of 198. And this is going to be a super duper long stream because it is going to take us forever. Definition of transmission data recorder. 6. In this section, transmission data recorder means a device including a computer program as defined in subsection 342.1 bracket 2 that may be used to obtain, record transmission data, or transmit it by any means of telecommunication. 21 Form 1 of Part XXVIII, which I believe is... oh god, that's 10... 28. That should be 28, if I'm remembering correctly. It's been a long time since I did Roman numerals. Please forgive me, but I'm pretty sure that's 28. Form 1 of Part XXIVII, or 28, I believe, of the Act is replaced by the following. Form 1, Sections 320.29, 426.32, 462.321, and 487. Information to obtain a search warrant. Canada, province of ellipses, territorial division. So, like, the ellipses is for, like, province Ontario, province Nova Scotia, province British Columbia, territory Nunavut. This is the information of AB of ellipses, or of province, in the territorial division occupation. So, like, municipality, region, location data. In this information called the informant taken before me, the informant says that bracket described things or computer data. The underlined stuff is the stuff that they've added or changed to be searched for, and offense in respect of which search is to be made, and bracket, and that they believe on reasonable grounds that those things or some part of them, bracket, or the computer data, end bracket, are in the bracket dwelling house, etc., or computer system, and bracket of CD of ellipses in territorial division. Here add the grounds of belief wherever they may be, or sorry, whatever they may be. The informant therefore requests that a search warrant be granted to search the bracket dwelling house, etc., or computer system, and bracket for those things, bracket, or that computer data. So that basically what this is this is the update to the paperwork. So the paperwork now includes the computer, device, and data. That's all this is. Or, the informant says that they believe, on reasonable grounds, which is to be argued, that an offense has been or will be committed under bracket specify the provision of the criminal code or other act of parliament. So, what are the grounds? Under which law? And that computer data contained in or available to, bracket specify computer system in the possession of a peace officer or public officer, so whatever they're using, will afford evidence with respect to the commission of the offense, bracket, here add the grounds of belief in whatever they may be, end bracket. The informant therefore requests that the warrant be granted to examine that computer data. Sworn before me on ellipses date at ellipses place, signature information a judge or justice in and for. That is literally the paperwork. That is literally just what the changes to the paperwork are or have been. It's really just bureaucracy. And it's just bureaucracy to keep legal shit organized. So they're simply adding computer data and your device that they've specified or related devices. So like, oh, you have an iPhone and it's connected to your watch. We specified your iPhone device, but we didn't fucking specify your watch. But the watch fucking counts. That kind of shit. 22 for Form 5, Part 28 of the Act is replaced by the following, so XXIVIII. Form 5, Sections 320.29 and 487 bracket, warrant to search. Canada, Province of Ellipses, Territorial Division, to the peace officers in the Territorial Division or to the public officers underlined, whose duties include the enforcement of, bracket, specify an Act of Parliament, end bracket. So again, the officers and the people who are granted the warrants are specific people. Whereas it appears on the oath of AB of Ellipses that there are reasonable grounds for believing that describe things or computer data to be searched for and offense in respect to which search is to be made, end bracket, are in ellipses at ellipses in this warrant called the premises. This warrant authorizes and requires you between the hours of, bracket, as the judge or justice may direct, end bracket, to enter into premise and search for the things referred to in this warrant and to bring them before a justice. So like computer device or the data. And if applicable, this warrant also authorizes the examination of computer data contained in or available to a computer system seized under this warrant or of computer data seized under this warrant, bracket, specify any conditions in which the examination is subject, end bracket, or whereas it appears on the oath of AB of Ellipses that they have reasonable grounds to believe that an offense has been or will be committed under specify the provision of the criminal code and or other act of parliament, end bracket, and to believe the computer data contained in available to specify computer system in the possession of a peace officer or public officer will afford evidence with respect to the commission of the offense. This warrant authorizes the examination of that computer data, bracket, specify any conditions in which the examination is subject, and bracket, dated, ellipses, date at, ellipses, place, a judge or justice in for ellipses. So this is literally just the form. So when they talked about like form 5 or form whatever, this is what they're referring to. 23 part 28 XXIVIII of the Act is amended by adding the following after form 5.001, form 5.0011, subsection 487.0121, bracket 1, confirmation of service demand, Canada, Province of Ellipses, Territorial Division 2, name of the telecommunication device provider of Ellipses. Because I have reasonable grounds to suspect that an offense has been or will be committed under, bracket, specify the provision of the criminal code or other act of parliament, end bracket, and that the confirmation specified below will assist in the investigation of that offense, you are required to conform as soon as possible, but no later than specified time by which the confirmation is to be provided, end bracket, whether or not you provide or have provided telecommunication services to, bracket, specify subscriber or client or account or identifier, end bracket, unless this demand is revoked. The confirmation must be provided to, bracket, name of peace officer or public officer, new bracket, specify the form and manner, end bracket, this demand is subject to the following conditions, bracket, specify any conditions to which the demand is subject. You have the right to apply to revoke or vary this demand. If you contravene this demand without lawful excuse, you may be subject to a fine, bracket, signature of peace officer or public officer. Basic stuff. This is the stuff we already read that they said that they were changing and we've already explained, so I'm not gonna keep going. 24 form 5.004 of part 28 XXVIII of the Act is replaced by the following: form 5.004 subsection 487.014 bracket 2, 487.0141 bracket 2 bracket 5 and bracket 10, 487.0142 bracket 2, 487.015 bracket 2, 487.016 bracket 2, 487.017 bracket 2, and 48.018 bracket 3. You see why this is the stuff that gets picked on by political rhetoric? Because who the fuck but me is going to fucking read this shit? Especially when you don't have the time, don't have the energy, don't have the wherewithal, don't have the pre-existing knowledge that you need to understand what the fuck any of this even is in the first place. Information to obtain a production order. Canada, Province of Ellipses, Territorial Division. In this, this is the information of, bracket, name of peace officer or public officer of Ellipses, bracket, the informant. The informant says that they have reasonable grounds to suspect, or if application is for an order under section 487.014 or 487.0141 of the Criminal Code, reasonable grounds to believe, and bracket A, that an offense has been or will be committed under bracket specify the provision of the Criminal Code or other act of Parliament, and B, bracket, if the application is an order under section 487.014 of the Criminal Code, and bracket, that bracket specify the document or data, and bracket is in the possession or control of bracket name of the person, bracket, and will afford evidence respecting the commission of the offense, or B, bracket, if the application is for an order under section 487.0141 of the Criminal Code, bracket, that bracket specify the document or data, and bracket, if it is in the possession or control of bracket name of the person, on bracket specify the dates to be specified in the order, and bracket will afford evidence respecting the commission of the offense, bracket, and if applicable, and that the information contained in all reports made under any of the sections 7, 7.1, and 9 of the proceeds of crime, bracket, money laundering, and bracket, and terrorist financing act during the period the order is to be in effect, will afford evidence respecting the commission or the offense, or of the offense, bracket, or B, bracket, if the application is for an order under section 487.0142 of the Criminal Code, that subscriber information is in the possession or control of bracket name of the person, and bracket, and will assist in the investigation of the offense, or B, bracket, if the application is for an order under section 487.015 of the Criminal Code, and bracket, that the identification of the device or person involved in the transmission of bracket specify the communication, and bracket will assist in the investigation of the offense, that bracket specify the transmission data, and bracket that is in the possession or control of one or more persons whose identity is unknown, will enable that identification, or B, bracket, if the application is under an order under section 487.016 of the Criminal Code, and bracket, that bracket specify the transmission data, and bracket is in the possession or control of bracket name of the person, and bracket will assist in the investigation of the offense, or B, bracket, if the application is for the order under section 487.017 of the Criminal Code, and bracket, that bracket specify the tracking data, and bracket is in the possession of control of bracket name of the person, and bracket will assist in the investigation of the offense, or B, bracket, if the application is for an order under section 487.018 of the Criminal Code, bracket, that bracket specify the data, and bracket is in the possession of I was doing so well. Is in the possession or control of bracket name of the financial institution, person, or entity, and bracket, and will assist in the investigation of the offense. The reasonable grounds are the informant therefore requests, bracket, if the application is for an order under section 487.014 of the Criminal Code, and bracket, that bracket name the person, bracket, to be ordered to produce a document that is a copy of bracket specify the document, and bracket that is in their possession or control when they receive the order, bracket, and or to prepare and produce a document containing bracket inside of bracket specify the data, and bracket inside of bracket that is in their possession or control when they receive the order, and bracket, or if the application is this is a Dr. Seuss book. If the application is for an order under section 487.0141 of the Criminal Code, bracket, that bracket name of that person, and bracket be ordered to produce the document that is a copy of bracket specify the document, and bracket that is in their possession or control, on bracket specify the dates to be specified in the order, and bracket and or to prepare produce the document containing bracket specify the data, and bracket that is in their possession or control, on bracket specify the dates to be specified in that order, bracket, and if applicable, and that the person be ordered to produce a copy of all reports made under any of sections 7, 7.1, and 9 of the proceeds of crime, bracket, money laundering, and terrorist financing during the period ordered in effect. Or, alright, so I'm gonna start skipping these because you get the fucking point. It's just the stuff we already talked about. This is just the actual paperwork, and we already read through what it was and what that looked like and what the changes were. So because we've already looked and already read at all of this, we're just gonna skip past it. So these are just the forms that you have to fill out. So this is what I mean when I say, hey, guess what? It is a giant, getting these warrants, you have to apply, you can't like apply, you can apply for multiple at a time, but you have to fill out the form multiple times. So, and then you have to make your argument and the judge has to agree, right? This isn't just, I filled out this form and so now I have a warrant. You can see that part of this is you need to explain your reasoning and specify the provision and specify which data you want to get and why you want to get that data and then specify why it would be relevant, etc., etc., etc. So we can skip all the forms. So if you want to read through the forms, you can go ahead. And there we go, consequential amendment to the Foreign Publishers Advertising Service Act. So that's, we're now at page 33 out of 72, and I don't know how many pages I just skipped, so I'm just gonna use it. Fuck. How many did I just skip? I need to go back. I don't even know where I was. Fuck. I messed up my number. Guys, you figure it out. Figure out where I am while I go get another drink. And I will be right back. Hey, I'm back. I got a package. And I'm gonna open it. It's got my address and stuff on it, so I'm gonna try not to show you guys, but, you know, whatever. I got a package, and it was expedited. I'm gonna find out what's in it. What is this? Another package! Guys, my package had a package in it. Is it a bomb? What's it gonna be? It's another package! Who did this? Who sent me a package full of packages? Who did this to me? I need scissors. There we go. It says color black, size small. Oh. Oh my god. Look. It's a little tube top. That's gross. I love it. And it's in Debate Hub colors. Yeah, hell yeah. Alright, there's another package in my package. Hold on. There's another one. What are you guys sending me? I'm pretty sure these came from Throne. This one's like a little knitted thing. Oh, it's like a little hat with little ears on the top. It's a little knit hat with little pointy ears. You gotta do it right. Yeah! Are these ears or are these horns? You tell me. Oh, hold on, let's try this on and see if it fits. Look how tiny this is. Alright. What do you guys think? It's cute. It's really small. It fits actually really well. That's gross. I love it. Somebody call Dapper. Isn't it great? I like it. I think it suits me. I think I'm gonna have to wear other stuff with it though. Like, I don't think I'm gonna be allowed to just sit around in this. You know what I mean? I think I'm gonna get in trouble. Alright, that's my new Debate Hub uniform for sure. Oh. My shirt is on inside out and backwards. Alright, well, we know what my new uniform is. It's a strappy summer top. You got the abs, go for it, do the thing. I think I will. I think I will do that thing. I'm gonna leave. I like this hat. This is great. Of course, Dapper sent me fucking packages upon packages. More packages in my package. Alright. Make sure you like and subscribe for that uniform to come up next time. Whew. Okay. we ready to keep going? I don't know if we're ready to keep going or not. My poor voice. Okay. Thank you very much for who sent me that package, which I believe was Dapper. So if everybody can go over and say thank you to Dapper for me. Maybe I'll wear it next Tisdall Tuesday. What were we on? Bills. Okay, consequential amendment to the Foreign Publishers Advertising Services Act. And I lost track of the numbers. I think we're at like... I'm just gonna say we're at 69, just because that's a funny number. 28. Subsection 5(1) of the Foreign Publishers Advertising Services Act is amended by replacing subsection 487 with subsection 487(1). Mutual Legal Assistance in Criminal Matters Act. 29. The Mutual Legal Assistance in Criminal Matters Act is amended by adding the following after subsection 22.06. Enforcement of foreign decisions for production. Request to minister 220.7 bracket 1. When a written request is presented to the minister by a state or entity for the enforcement in Canada of a decision made by an authority of that state or entity that is empowered to compel the production of transmission data or subscriber information that is in the possession or control of a person in Canada, the minister may authorize a competent authority to make arrangements for the enforcement of the decision. So if Erin, for example, fled to Canada, or if Erin gave a bunch of her information or gave her YouTube channel to somebody in Canada, then the enforcement of whatever happened in Kansas would be enforceable in Canada through this act. Do I want to do this in a 2 or 3 part stream? Because damn, this is going to take all day and all night. No, we're going to be here all day and all night. I'm going through the whole thing. No, I'm intending on this being a super mega long stream. If we get to the 12-hour mark and we are not done, then I will consider doing a secondary stream. Application for enforcement. 2. The competent authority must apply ex parte for the enforcement of the decision to a justice as defined in Section 2 of the Criminal Code, a judge of a superior court of criminal jurisdiction as defined in that section, or a judge of the Court of Quebec. So not just anybody can do this. Enforcement 3, the justice or judge to whom the application is made may make the decision enforceable if they are satisfied that A, in the case of transmission data, the conditions set out in subsection 487.016 bracket 2 of the Criminal Code with any necessary modifications are met, or B, in the case of subscriber information, the conditions set out in subsection 487.0142 bracket 2 of the Criminal Code with any necessary modifications are met. A decision that is made enforceable is deemed to be a judgment of the court to which the judge or justice belongs and may be executed anywhere in Canada. So, for example, if the person who is fleeing Russia and had asylum in the United States was trying to get away from the United States, and the United States, like ICE was trying to hold them illegally, yada 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 yada, right? That kind of situation would be an example. If they needed the transmission data of the daughter who might be in Canada at the time. Designated persons. 4. The justice or judge who makes the decision enforceable under subsection bracket 3 must designate a person to whom a record containing the transmission data or the subscriber information must be produced by the person in Canada referred to in the decision. Timing. 5. The judge or justice must order that the person in Canada referred to in the decision produce the record containing the transmission data or the subscriber information to the designated person A no later than 45 days after the day on which the decision is served in the case of transmission data, or B no later than 20 days after the day on which the decision is served in the case of subscriber information. So that's just timing. Order prohibiting disclosure. 6. Section 487.0191 of the Criminal Code applies with any necessary modifications in respect of a decision made enforceable under subsection 3 and an order made under subsection 5. Sending abroad. 7. The justice or judge must also order A, that the designated person send the record containing the transmission data or the subscriber information directly to the state or entity referred to in subsection 1 that made the request, or B, the sections 20 and 21 apply to sending of the record containing the transmission data or the subscriber information with any necessary modifications. So if you're abroad or away or whatever. Report 8, the designated person must A, make a report concerning the execution of the decision to the justice or judge who made it enforceable, or to another justice of the same territorial division or another judge in the judicial district where the decision was made enforceable. So, like, you can't do this and apply it to another province or another, like, if you're outside of the jurisdiction of the judge. Accompanied by a general description of the transmission data or the subscriber information contained in the record if the justice or judge requires it, the record containing the transmission data or the subscriber information, and B, send a copy of the report to the minister without delay. Timing of the report and sending abroad. 9. If the justice or judge makes an order under paragraph 7A, the designated person must make the report to the justice or judge and send the record containing the transmission data or subscriber information to the state or entity that made the request no later than 5 days after the day on which the record was produced under subsection 5. So that's just about how long does it take you to send stuff to somebody else. Offense 10, section... Like, I don't really think anybody's going to have an issue with the timing of how long this takes. Like, I feel like that's not an argument. Like, oh, 30 days is too short. Oh, 30 days is too long. The people who are going to have arguments or issues with that are the people actually working these departments because they might be too busy or they might be not busy enough or whatever, right? Offense 10... Section 487.0198 of the Criminal Code applies with respect to an order made under subsection 5. Definitions 11 in the section transmission data and subscriber information have the same meaning as in the section 487.011 of the Criminal Code, which was the Criminal Code that we looked at earlier. Canadian Security Intelligence Service Act 30, the heading of Part 2, or II, of the Canadian Security Intelligence Service Act, the CSIS Act, is replaced by the following: confirmation of service demand and judicial control. 31, the Act is amended by adding the following before Section 20.3, definition of telecommunication service provider. 20.21 in Sections 20.22 to 20.26 and 20.5, telecommunication service provider has the same meaning as the subsection 2(1) of the Telecommunications Act. Confirmation of service demand. 20.22 bracket 1, for the purpose of performing its duties and functions under Section 12 or 16, the service may make a demand in Form 0.1 of Schedule 2 to a telecommunications service provider, requiring them to confirm within the time and in the manner specified in the demand whether or not they provide or have provided services to any subscriber or client or any account or identifier specified in the demand. So, like, sometimes that's, like, a number, sometimes, so, like, you have an account number and stuff like that. Sometimes that's the identifying as opposed to a name. Medical and privilege information. 2, for greater certainty, a demand must not be made if the confirmation would disclose medical information or information that is subject to a solicitor-client privilege or professional secrecy of advocates and notaries. So you can't provide a subscriber list if you are a medical provider and they're like, hey, who is your clientele? They can't provide a list of that because that violates HIPAA. In the equivalent of HIPAA. It wouldn't be HIPAA in Canada. It would be like OHIP, which is Ontario, or is usually provincial based. Time. 3. The time specified in the demand is not to be less than 24 hours. Non-disclosure. The service may impose conditions in the demand prohibiting the disclosure of its existence or some or all of its contents, obligatory to comply. 5. The telecommunications service provider must comply with the demand. Section 126 of the Criminal Code does not apply in respect if a contravention of this subsection. Revocation and of demand. 6. The service may at any time revoke the demand or a condition by notice given to the telecommunications service provider. Revocation or variation of confirmation of service demand. 20.323 bracket 1. Before a telecommunication service provider is required to provide the confirmation required by a demand made under section 20.22, but not later than 5 business days after the day on which they receive the demand, they may apply in writing to a judge to revoke the very demand. Or vary the demand, sorry. This is what he was talking about when he called this a surveillance state. Does this sound like a surveillance state to you? Does this sound like it is forcing telecommunication companies or big media companies to do surveillance on behalf of the government? Because that's not what any of this sounds like to me. Notice required. 2. The telecommunication service provider may make an application only if, before the application is made, they give notice to of their intention to do so to an employee in the manner specified in the demand to a judge in Form 0.2 of Schedule 2. No obligation to provide confirmation. 3. The telecommunication service provider is not required to provide the confirmation until the final decision is made with respect to the application, which is the same thing as we talked about before. Revocation or variation of demand. 4. The judge may revoke or vary the demand if satisfied that A, it is unreasonable in the circumstances to require the applicant to provide the confirmation, or B, provision of the confirmation would disclose information that is privileged or otherwise protected from disclosure by law. Application for order 20.24.1. If the telecommunication service provider fails to comply with the confirmation of service demand made under section 20.22, the director or employee who is designated by the director for the purposes may make an application to the judge for the order under this section. Making of order 2. The judge may order the telecommunication service provider to provide within the time and in the manner specified in the order the confirmation referred to in subsection 20.221. If the judge is satisfied that the confirmation will assist the service to perform its duties and functions under Section 12 or 16. Measures 3. If the judge may include in order to measure that they consider necessary in the public interest, including to ensure the confidentiality of the order. Clarification, voluntary provisions of confirmation. 20.25 bracket 1. For greater certainty, the service may require that telecommunication service providers voluntarily provide the information required by the confirmation of service demand made under section 20.22 by an order made under section 20.24 without such a demand or such an order having been made, so long as the telecommunication service provider is not prohibited by law from providing the confirmation, and the service may collect it under section 12 or 16. You don't have to have an order to get this information if the telecommunication service provider volunteers the information. So if you're concerned about your information getting out there and not being protected by the telecommunication service provider, then that is an issue with them volunteering that information, not an issue with the law. Clarification, other collection authorities. 2. For greater certainty, the fact that confirmation of service demand may be made under section 20.22 or that an order may be made under section 20.24 does not affect the service's authority to collect any information under other provisions of this act. So more than one can be going on at a time. So they can't be like, well, we're busy giving you this information for this guy over here. We can't give you this information over here. Like, no. That's not how it works. No civil or criminal liability. 20.26. No criminal or civil proceedings lie against a telecommunications service provider that voluntarily provides a confirmation following a request from a service made in the circumstances described in subsection 20.25 bracket 1, or against a person acting on behalf of a telecommunications service provider that receives such a request. So if they get that request is confirmed and it does not violate any other rules, then providing that information is not against the law on its own. 32 bracket 1 subsection 20.5 1 to 3 like 1 through 3 I should say of the act are replaced by the following. I'm pretty sure I'm further along than 167, but it's okay. Revocation or variation, sections 20.24. Is that kind of loud? Let me turn this down a little bit. There we go. Did it just get really loud at the end? Started it, play it again, Dill. 20.5 bracket 1. Before a telecommunication service provider is required to provide confirmation under an order made under section 20.24, or a person or entity is required to produce any information, record or document under an order made under section 20.4, but no later than 10 business days after the day on which they receive the order, the telecommunication service provider or the person or entity, as the case may be, may apply in writing to a judge to revoke or vary the order. So again, like we read earlier, this is just putting a time frame in or adjusting a time frame. This is what they're changed. Revocation or variation. So they're just tweaking these to give a time frame and talk about and specify who they're fucking talking about in the criminal code. Notice required. 2. The telecommunication service provider, persons or entity may make the application only if, before the application is made, they give notice of their intention to do so to a judge and to an employee in Form 5 of Schedule 2. Hi, Ian. Good to see you. Thanks for coming by. No obligation to provide or produce. 3. The telecommunications service provider, persons, or entity is not required to provide confirmation or to produce any information, record, or document in the case as the case may be until a final decision is made with respect to the application. Again, same thing as before. Second verse, same as the first. They're literally just adding telecommunications service to provider and what the confirmation looks like. 2. Paragraphs 20.5 for A and B of the Act are replaced by the following. A. It is unreasonable in the circumstances to require the applicant to provide the confirmation or produce the information, record, or document. Or B. Provision of the confirmation or production of the information, record, or document would disclose information that is privileged or otherwise protected from disclosure by law. 33, Section 27 of the Act is replaced by the following. Making a hearing of applications, 27 bracket 1, an application for a judicial authorization under Section 11.13, an application for an order under Section 20.24, an application under Section 20.3, for preservation order, an application under Section 20.4, for a production order, an application under Section 21, 21.1, 22.21, or 23 for a warrant, an application under Section 22 or 22.1 for the renewal of a warrant or an application of an order under Section 22.3 shall be made ex parte and heard in private in accordance with regulations made under Section 28. Whew, we're getting there, we're getting there. Making and hearing applications, Section 20.23 and 20.5. Tom says, I'm finally caught up. Just so you know, you are a bit nuts for doing this, LOL dumpster. Yeah, listen, I know this, and you know this, but fucking somebody's gotta do it, because this fucking piece of shit is being a stupid piece of shit. And I'm not gonna let him get away with that. I refuse. I patently refuse. Because it's so frustrating. You don't understand. It's so fucking frustrating when people fucking fearmonger, relying on the fact that nobody knows what the fuck they're talking about. Because you're not gonna go read it, I'm not gonna go read it, and they're right. They're right that people are either too lazy, too incompetent, can't be bothered, or are too busy, which I think is an actual real problem that is intentionally, but that's a conversation for another day, to actually go through to find out if what he's saying is true or not. And whether or not they agree with him or not, because I think you could probably listen to what he say and says, that's probably not what it says. But if you don't actually have the information, 1, you don't know, and now there's seeds of doubt, and 2, you can't argue with the shit because you don't fucking know. And the thing that's frustrating about it is, they're right. He's right to rely on people being lazy. He's right. And that's what's frustrating about it. For me. Anyway, do you like my new hat? 34, bracket 1, paragraph 28b. By the way, Tom, you say I'm crazy for doing this, but you just told me you caught up, which means you listened to me doing this. Y'all are equally as crazy as me. I gotta do a little bit more work, and you can do other shit while you put me on in the background, but you get to do and have all the information without doing all the work that I'm doing the work, so you don't have to. You're welcome. Consider liking and subscribing. One single tear. Okay. 24 bracket 1 paragraph 28 bracket B of the act is replaced by the following. B, governing the practice and procedure of and security requirements applicable to hearing of application for judicial authorization under Section 11.13 for warrants that may be issued under Section 21, 22.1, 22.21, or 23 for renewal of those warrants, and for orders that may be under Section 20.24, 20.3, 20.4, or 22.3. 2. Paragraph 28, bracket B.2, and bracket of the act is replaced by the following. B.2, governing the practice and procedure of and security requirements applicable to the making of application for the revocation or variation of a confirmation of service demand under Section 20.22, an order under Section 22.24, or production of order under Section 20.5, and hearings of applications. And 35, Schedule 2 to the Act is amended by adding the following before Form 1. Okay, so now these are the forms. So this is now the practical application of what we talked about. So confirmation of service demand to the name of person or entity of ellipses. You are required under Section 22.22 of the Canadian Security Intelligence Service Act to confirm as soon as possible, but not later than bracket specify time by which the confirmation is to be provided in bracket whether or not you provide or have provided telecommunication services to specified subscriber or client or account identifier bracket. Unless this demand is revoked, the confirmation must be provided bracket specify the form and manner. The demand... Thank you so much for the follow. Enjoy your assigned brick. You get on follow on Twitch. You get assigned a brick at subscribe or at follow. Thank you very much. I greatly appreciate that. Conduit Ian, welcome to the insanity. This demand is subject to the following conditions, specified conditions if any. You have the right to apply to revoke or vary this confirmation of service demand in accordance with the Section 20.23 of the Canadian Security Intelligence Services Act. So that's what the forms look like. I'm not going to read through the rest of the forms because you get the fucking point. It is literally just how the things that we read out physically appear in the forms themselves. So this is Form 0.2, which is a notice of application for revocation or variation of a confirmation of service demand for a federal court in the notice. 36, Form 5 of Schedule 2 to the Act is replaced by the following, and this is Form 5 for notice application for revocation of variation of an order under Section 20.24 or a production order. And then that's the notice. And then Controlled Drugs and Substances Act. So now we get into another new one. Whew. Hello. Oh, okay. Conduit Ian is Ian in YouTube on Twitch. Nice. Good to know. I got you. Thanks for joining us. 37, Section 11 of the Controlled Drugs and Substance Act is amended by adding the following after subsection bracket 3, computer data 3.1, subsection 487 bracket 2.1 to 2.3 and 2.5 to 2.9 of the Criminal Code apply with any modifications that the circumstance require with respect to a warrant issued under subsection 1. Cannabis Act 38, Section 8.7 of the Cannabis Act is amended by adding the following subsection bracket 3. Computer data 3.1 subsection 487 bracket 2.1 to 2.3 and 2.5 to 2.9 of the Criminal Code apply with any modifications that the circumstances require with respect to the warrant issued under subsection 1. So these are just like tweaking to make sure computer data gets added to all these acts, right? Computer data 3.1 subsection 487 bracket... Wait, I just read that. Coordination amendments. Bill C-16. Bill C-16, for anybody who doesn't know, Bill C-16 is the big one that fucking Jordan Peterson had a big fucking problem with and spent a bunch of time lying to Americans about to make money. I.e., conning people. Bill C-1639-1, subsection 2 to 4 apply if Bill C-16 introduced in the first session of the 45th Parliament and entitled the Protecting Victims Act in this subsection referred to as Other Act receives royal assent. 2. If subsection 43 of the Other Act comes into force before section 17 of this act, then that section 17 is repealed. 3. If Section 17 of this Act comes into force before Section 43 of the other Act, then that Section 43 is repealed. 4. If Section 43 of other Act and Section 17 of this Act come into force on the same day, then that Section 17 is deemed never to have come into force and is repealed. Alright? Does that make sense? Do you understand what that means? Basically means that the harassment laws apply in the digital space. And these things can be utilized and exist in the digital space. So if somebody is, yelling the N-word at somebody over and over and over again in real life, they can get arrested for that. If somebody does it online, they can now be arrested for that. That's how it applies. Coming into force. 180th day after royal assent. 40. This part other than section 3.9 comes into force on the 180th day after the day on which this act receives royal assent. We did it. We're now on part 2. That was part 1. Part 2. We are on page 44 out of 72. 63. Don't look at this corner anymore. I'm pretty sure I fucked it up. So we'll fix it later. Supporting Authorized Access to Information Act. Enactment of Act. Enactment 41. The Supporting Authorized Access for Information Act, whose text is as follows and whose schedule is set out in the schedule to this act, is enacted. An act respecting the obligations of electronic service provider in relation to authorized access to information. Short title 1. This act may be cited as supporting authorized access in Information Act. Interpretation, definitions. 2(1). The following definitions apply in this act. Access. In relation to information, including obtaining a document containing information and, with respect to information related to a communications, intercepting the communications within the meaning of Section 183 of the Criminal Code. Authorized persons means persons having authority under the Criminal Code or the Canadian Security Intelligence Service Act to access information. Core provider means electronic service provider belonging to a class of electronic service providers set out in the schedule. Electronic protection means authentication, encryption, and any other prescribed type of data protection. Electronic service means service or a feature of service that involves the creation, recording, storage, process, transmission, reception, emission, or making available of information, electronic, digital, or any other intangible form by electronic, digital, magnetic, optical, biometric, acoustic, or other technological means, or a combination of any such means. So as technology advances, it's just getting ahead of that. Electronic service provider means person that individually or as part of a group provides an electronic service, including for the purposes of enabling communication, and that A, provides service to persons in Canada, or B, carries on all part of its business activities in Canada. All or in part, sorry. So like Facebook, or like Rogers, or what's one of that? What's like a service provider? What is it called? Capcom? No, that's the computer. Fuck, what's the name of it? Comcast. I got there. Information includes any information, intelligence, or data to which access may be authorized under the Criminal Code or the Canadian Security Intelligence Service Act. Minister means Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness. Person includes corporation, a trust, a partnership, a fund, a joint venture, a government agency, an unincorporated association, or an organization with any other legal entity. Prescribed means prescribed by the regulations. Systemic vulnerability means vulnerability in the electronic protections and electronic service that creates a substantial risk that secure information could be accessed by a person who does not have any right or authority to do so. Hey, welcome, Victoria. Hope you had a good day. Tom says, don't mind me just showing how nuts I am by watching on Twitch and YouTube. Thank you for the additional support in watching me fall into madness as I absolutely destroy my voice. I'm gonna have a bad day. Preservation of existing authority. 2. Nothing in this act derogates. Nothing in this act derogates from any authority to access information conferred under the Criminal Code or the Canadian Security Intelligence Service Act, or from any authority conferred under another act of Parliament, or from any corresponding obligation imposed on the electronic service provider to assist in a person's exercise of such authority. So nothing in this is going to take away someone's power to do something else. I'm gonna have to throw beer in the freezer soon. Preservation of agreements and arrangements. 3. Nothing in this act derogates from any agreement or arrangement between electronic service provider and a national security law enforcement agency with respect to assistance to be provided to an authorized persons in exercise of the person's authority to access the information, nor prevents any entity into such an agreement or arrangement. So it's not preventative in that way. It's not meant to be. Purpose. 3. The purpose of this act is to ensure that the electronic service providers can facilitate the exercise of authorities to access information that are conferred on authorized persons. His Majesty, binding on His Majesty. This act is binding on His Majesty and the right of Canada or of a province. Core providers classes 5, bracket 1, the Governor and Council may, by regulation, amend the schedule by adding amendments or deleting a class of electronic service providers. We've been live for 3.5 hours. Core providers' obligations. 2, the Governor and Council may make regulations respecting the obligations of core providers, including regulations respecting A, the development, implementation, assessment, testing, and maintenance of operational and technical capabilities, including capabilities related to extracting and organizing information that is authorized to be accessed, and who providing access to such information to authorized persons. B, the installation, use, operation, management, assessment, testing, and maintenance of any device, equipment, or other things that may enable an authorized person to access information. C, notices to be given to the minister or other persons, including with respect to any capability referring to paragraph A in any device, equipment, or other things referred to in paragraph B. D, the retention of categories of metadata, including transmission data as defined in section 487.011 of the Criminal Code for a reasonable period of time, not exceeding 1 year. Factors. 3. In the making a regulation under subsection 2, the Governor Council must take into account the following factors. A, the benefit of the regulation to the administration of justice, in particular to investigations under the Criminal Code, and to exercise the powers of the performance of duties and functions under the Canadian Security Intelligence Service Act. B, the feasibility of compliance with the regulation for the core providers. C, the cost to be incurred by the core providers to ensure compliance with the regulation. D, the potential impact of the regulation on the persons to whom the core providers provide services. E, the potential impact of the regulation on privacy protection and cybersecurity. F, if any other factors of the Governor Council consider relevant. Restrictions. 4. Paragraph 2D does not authorize the making of regulations that require core providers to retain information that would reveal A, the content, that is to say, the substance, meaning, or purpose of information transmitted in the course of an electronic service. Do you guys understand this? This part. Does not authorize making of regulations that require core providers to retain information that would reveal the content, that is to say, the substance, meaning, or purpose of the information transmitted in the course of electronic service device, a person's web browsing history, or a person's social media activities. I'm going to take that stretch while you guys mull that one over. So that means that the government cannot require Twitter to maintain the content of your Twitter activity. They can maintain when you access Twitter, where you accessed Twitter from, how long you were accessing the website for, and to which account or accounts you were accessing, but they cannot maintain, and the law cannot make a law that says that they have to know what your tweet contained. Like, what was the content of the tweet. They might be able to say how many characters were in the tweet, the length of the tweet, how long it took you to make the tweet, perhaps, but they cannot know what was in the tweet itself. That is not what is required by this law, and a law cannot be made that forces a company to do that. They cannot change the regulation in that way. Does that make sense? Oh no, Victoria, you just got off of work and we're like ass deep in fucking legalese. So Atlantic says, thank you, by the way, for joining us this whole time, Atlantic. I know it's been a while. So they have conditions within the law that prevents regulations from being added that would expand the scope of the law itself. Yes, but this is section 2. This is a different law. So section 1 was all of how we're adapting all this to include digital services and digital technologies and digital information. Section 2 is talking about how regulators are not allowed, and the law is not allowed to make new regulations that would expand on the metadata that we are talking about in section 1. Does that make sense? So if you wanted to amend this and change this, then you'd have to change both section 1 and section 2. You've been in and out, but I do find this interesting. It's easier to tackle this kind of thing as a group. Yeah, well, I would be able to read this in like less than an hour by myself. But reading it out loud and discussing it makes it more like absorbable to your brain. Is there anybody that has gotten confused or is lost? Please raise your hand, because this is a good point to talk about stuff if we need to go back. Yes, it makes sense. It does make sense. Okay. It seems like we're all managing to stay on the same page. Holy moly. Systematic vulnerability. 5. A core provider is not required to comply with a provision of a regulation made under subsection 2 with the respect to electronic service if compliance with that provision would require the provider to introduce a systematic vulnerability related to that service or prevent the provider from rectifying such a vulnerability. So a service provider does not have to give the police the back door to your iPhone. And the government cannot put a regulation in that requires Apple to put a backdoor for them into your iPhone. I read this as protecting encryption. Exactly. Huxkull, have a good day. We might still be live by the time you get back. Lemon water. Can't read 200 pages in 2 hours. I can read very fast. I'm a very fast reader. Temporary exemption. 6. Bracket 1. On application by core provider, the minister may, by order and on any terms that the minister considers necessary, exempt the core provider for a specified period from an application of any provision of a regulation made under subsection 5.2. So, if Signal is like, okay, yeah, but not us, and here's why, the minister can say, okay, yeah, not these guys. They can't force, say, WhatsApp to keep, say, disappearing messages. Yeah. Right, they can't force WhatsApp to keep disappearing messages or remove the feature, right? They can't force that. Exactly. Application 2. Oh, we did another one. We're doing it. We're getting through this. Application 2. The application must be submitted in form and manner specified by the minister and must contain A. The provision with respect to which the exemption is sought. B. A proposed period for the exemption. C. A rationale explaining why the core provider requires the exemption. D. A plan setting out the measures that the core provider intends to take to comply with the provision within the period referred to in paragraph B. And E. If other information specified by the minister. So that's just the circumstances under which an exemption would be considered. Pending application 3. The provision with respect to which the exemption is sought does not apply to the core provider pending the determination of the application. Decision 4. As soon as feasible after the application is submitted, the minister must make a decision in respect of it and give written notice of the decision to the core provider. So they can't just sit on it and ignore them. But you notice they didn't specify a date. It just says as soon as feasible after the application is submitted. So they've left the wiggle room for the minister to be able to drag their feet, but they can't. It's not indefinite. Denial of application. 5. In a decision to deny the application, the minister may specify the day by which the core provider must comply with the provisions with respect to which the application was denied. Statutory Instruments Act. 6. The Statutory Instruments Act does not apply to an order made under subsection 1. So this other law is not applicable to this one. Ministerial orders. Order 7, bracket 1, subject to section 8, the minister may make an order with respect to an electronic service provider, and the order may contain any provision that may be contained in the regulation made under subsection 5, bracket 2, whether or not the provider is a core provider. The order must specify the period during which it has effect. So if you're not considered a core provider and you're just you're a provider, shit can still apply to you. Approval for Intelligence Commissioner. 2. The order is valid when, if it is approved by an Intelligence Commissioner under paragraph 20, bracket 1, bracket A of the Intelligence Commission Act, the Intelligence Commissioner provides the minister with the written decision approving the order. So, like, you've noticed that this has now gone through a couple of hands of upper levels of government. So, again, this isn't just something that can just get thrown around and just approved by fucking anybody. This has to go through the ministers, this has to go through the intelligence commissioner, and then there are checks and balances as to who the commissioners are and they have to get approval from commons, and they have to be approved by da 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 da. There's lots of steps into getting this kind of stuff done. Saint said, so if I'm understanding correctly, the first section says, hey, doing some bullshit electronically is the same as doing it in meat space. Okay, first off, before I continue with what you said, I fucking love that you're calling it meat space. That is wholly appropriate, and I am now adopting that. Thank you very much. Also, here's a bunch of forms to get warrants for electronic shit. Yes. So it is, hey, we're adding transmission metadata specifically to pre-existing laws, and here's how that changes the forms and order by which these things need to be done as per the regulations. The end. That's section 1. Too long didn't read section 1. Yes. The second is just, here's what platforms are allowed to / expect to keep in Canada. Basically, yes. Havov says what? I mean, legalese. It's legalese. So far, yes. You've basically got it. That is a very shorthand version of what we're talking about. Good job. Welcome. Factors. 3. In making the order, the minister must take into account the following factors. A. The benefits of the order to the administration of justice, in particular to investigations under the criminal code and to the exercise of powers and the performance of duties and functions under the Canadian Security Intelligence Service Act. B. The feasibility of compliance with the order for the electronic service provider. C. The cost to be incurred by the electronic service provider to ensure compliance with the order. D. The potential impact of the order on persons to whom the electronic service provider provides services. E. The potential impact of other order of privacy protection and cybersecurity. And F. If other factors that the minister considers relevant. So this is what the minister has to take into account and address when they approve or disapprove the applications, right? So these are the minimums of what to be expected and what needs to be considered. So if any of these things are not considered, then the service provider or whomsoever can argue back that this thing is not addressed. That's how that works. You didn't know meat space yet? I'd never heard meat space. Yeah, no, I don't know how I missed that one. Once I get my citizenship certificate sorted, my husband and I are moving to either BC or Ontario, so I need to know this stuff. Yeah. This is useful information. Good choices. BC and Ontario are 2 good choices. They're relatively similar as well, with a couple of, geographically they're pretty different, but, biome, they're different biomes. One is far more temperate than the other. If you have any questions, let me know. Discretionary compensation. 4. For the purpose of offsetting all or part of the costs referred to in paragraph 3C, in the order, the minister may provide compensation to be paid to the electronic service provider in an amount that the minister considers appropriate and may include provisions with respect to the time and manner of payment. So if they make some kind of change that ends up costing a service provider a bunch of money, the minister can take that into consideration and be like, here's $200,000. Fuck off. Systematic vulnerability. The electronic service provider is not required to comply with a provision of the order with respect to an electronic service if compliance with that provision would require a provider to introduce a systematic vulnerability related to that service to prevent the provider from rectifying such a vulnerability. So again, they're not allowed to just tell you have to put in backdoors to your programs and to your services. And I would also like to point out really quick up here is E is the potential impact of the order on privacy protections and cybersecurity. Any new laws have to fall under and be within the realms of pre-existing privacy protection and cybersecurity laws. All right? So if they want to put in a new one, they have to ensure that it is not violating privacy protection and cybersecurity. So if they introduce something and Apple, for example, says, we don't want to do this, And here's why. They can cite cyber protection and privacy protection and cybersecurity laws. All right? Culturally similar in different climate zones? Kind of, yeah. Yeah. From what I've heard, admittedly, I've never been to BC. I've had friends that, like, go there consistently, but, like, the vibe is pretty similar, from my understanding. As opposed to, like, Ontario and Alberta are pretty different. Nova Scotia and Ontario are pretty different too, but not in like a way where Southern Ontario to me feels very like isolated comparatively, and Nova Scotia, when I lived in Nova Scotia, was very like open and very like very community, right? And Ontario, at least where I am in Ontario, doesn't feel very community based. I've heard BC is a little bit more like that as well, but I don't know. I don't know for sure. Statutory Instruments Act. The Statutory Instrument Act does not apply to an order made under subsection 1. Representations 8. Before making an order under subsection 7, bracket 1, the minister must provide the electronic service provider with an opportunity to make representations. So if they're going to do this, then like the companies involved get to make arguments as to why or why not they should or should not, or make changes or adjustments. So they can't just blanket make this change. They have to involve the service providers. Intelligence Commissioner 9.1. The minister must provide a copy of any order made under subsection 7, bracket 1 to the Intelligence Commissioner for the purposes of Intelligence Commission review and approval under Intelligence Commissioners Act. So the minister can't just do this. They have to talk to the Intelligence Commissioner. The Intelligence Commissioner has to approve it or make changes or tell them yes or no about certain things. And it has to go through the hands of the private sector, which would be your service providers, would be your private sector generally. Yada, 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 yada. Of course, anything like this has to fall under the rules of the criminal code. So if there is a violation or there is a believed violation of the criminal code, it'll have to go through the Supreme Court. Does this make sense? I know it sounds complicated. What this is describing the necessary things that a law or a change has to go through to get anywhere. Right? Very kind person 13 said hello. Hello. Welcome. So again, these are not just changes that can just be made on a whim. So as much as you might be concerned about privacy or cybersecurity or intelligence services, all these things have to go through 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 checks and balances before they can even get close to being approved. Right? And some of those things are the private sector, and some of those things are other independent government bodies. And they have to jump over a handful of hurdles of laws that already exist. So you have to get over the laws that already exist. Then you have to get over and get approval from other independent bodies of government. And you have to consult with the private sector before you can pass anything. Does that sound like a reasonable check and balance to you? It sounds reasonable to me. Hubby is from PNW of the United States. PNW, Pacific Northwest. So BC will be very familiar to him. I'm from just outside of Chicago, so I feel like Ontario will be more familiar to me. Yeah, that's pretty, yeah, that's about where you're gonna get. Oh, thank you for the stretch. I'm gonna take that. Yeah, that's a... Yeah. I think I can turn you on to, let me see if I can find it. Hold on one second. There's I've seen a Canadian YouTuber, he's done a couple, like, jokey comparisons of what is this province, like, what kind of truck represents this province. Actually, I don't know if I can pull it up right now. I don't know if I'm actually subscribed to him or not. Maybe if I look at my history. I mean, you can check out Todd Maffin if you haven't checked out Todd Maffin. That'd be a good one to look at. He's good for that kind of stuff. And he's got a pretty good community, and he's out BC way. Like, he's in British Columbia. So check out Todd Maffin. 2 Ds, 2 Fs. That'll be a good one to give you a vibe of what it's like out in BC. And that'll turn you on to, like, from there, you'll be able to sort of figure out what you're looking for. Notice. 2. The copy of the order constitutes notice of the order for the purposes of calculating time limit referred to the paragraph 23B of the Intelligence Commissioner Act. So there's a time frame that things have to be done. Todd Maffin's YouTube is amazing. Yeah, Todd Maffin's wonderful. Definitely go check him out. Duration 10. 1. Unless revoked, an order made under subsection 7.1 has effect of the period of the specified order. Maffin. TODDMAFFIN. Todd Maffin. Non-application. Subsection 7.2. You want me to just give you a link? Hold on, I'll just give you a link. Hold on. I'll just give you a link. Todd Maffin. Ba, 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 ba. Here you go. Here you go. Enjoy. Tell him I sent you. He doesn't know who I am. It's probably better if he doesn't. Duration 10. 1. I read that already. Non-application. 2. Subsection 7.2 and section 8 and 9 do not apply in respect of an order that only revokes another order made under subsection 7.1 or only extend the period specified in another order made under subsection 7.1. Review 11.1. Before the order expires, the minister must review the order to determine whether, taking into account the factors referred to in subsection 7.3, the period specified in should be extended. So if there needs to be an extension, you can apply for an extension for how long it takes before this is applicable. Blah, 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 blah. Technical shit. So they can't just be like, oh, you have to have this done in a week. And it's like, they're like, no, you're asking all this shit. It's going to take us longer than that. New information, 2. Before the order expires, an electronic service provider must subject it... Before the order expires, an electronic service provider subject to it may submit to the minister any information that is relevant to the review. Because they have to do reviews of these things, because that's another layer of check and balance. Compliance with the order. 12. An electronic service provider that is subject to any order made under subsection 7.1 must comply with it. Order prevails. 13. An order made under subsection 7.1 prevails over any regulation made under subsection 5.2 to the extent of any inconsistency. So this law supersedes this law if there is an inconsistency. That can be fought out later. Obligation to assist. Obligation to assist. 14.1. On request made by the minister, an electronic service provider must provide all reasonable assistance to a person or class of person specified in the request to permit the assessment or testing of any device, equipment, or other thing that may enable an authorized person to access the information. So it means that the... Roman, thank you so much for joining us. Thanks for the follow. Enjoy your assigned brick. This basically just means... I don't know if you can hear the rain and the rumbling again. It's back, boys. This means that there's an obligation to be, like, under the spirit of the law and being reasonable, that they can't, like, the minister can't make unreasonable demands on you, and you're expected to be generally helpful when it comes to testing a device, to be like, hey, we want to apply this application, and let's call it a tracking device from the prior one, right? The prior one was talking about being allowed to install tracking data onto your phone. So if they get a warrant to apply a tracking application to your phone, they then apply that tracking data to your phone, testing out that tracking data and making sure it works and is doing what it's supposed to do on that software is tested, obviously, with the help of the private sector. So this is just about them being obligated to work together and not being a pain in each other's asses as best as possible. Persons to be assisted. 2. Only the following persons or classes of persons may receive assistance: the minister, an employee of the Canadian Security Intelligence Service, a person appointed or employed under Part 1 of the Royal Canadian Mounted Police Act, or a civilian employee referred to in Section 10 of that Act, a civilian employee of another police force, a peace officer as defined in Section 2 of the Criminal Code. So not just anybody can fucking go and ask for this or go and do this. You have to have, like, the proper clearance, the proper security, the proper training, yada yada yada. It's not just fucking anybody. Request. The request must be in written and set out the purpose of the assessment or testing and any limits and conditions that the minister considers appropriate. For greater certainty, the assessment or testing must not have the effect of granting access to personal information. So, this still cannot get your personal data, your private data, any other data that is legally protected. So this is still, you're still not able to get the contents of people's messages. You're still not able to fucking listen in on their device to their private conversations in their homes. You can get their location, you can get their metadata, but you cannot know the contents of messaging and the contents of calls. That is not part of this. It's not in here. Confidentiality. Prohibition on disclosure. 15. An electronic device provider and any persons acting on its behalf must not disclose any of the following information except as permitted under the Act or the Canadian Evidence Act. A. Information contained in an order made under subsection 6.1 or 7.1. B. Information on which the minister relied in making the order. C. The fact that the electronic service provider is subject to the order. D. Information provided in the course of representation made under Section 8 or in any response given by minister, and the fact that the minister has invited the representations. E. Information contained in the application referred to in Section 6.1 or a decision made under Section 6.4. F. Information submitted under subsection 11.2 and any information received from the minister in response, and G. Any prescribed information. Confidential information. 16. The following information is confidential and must, subject to the regulations, be treated accordingly by a person designated under subsection 19.1. A. Information obtained by the designated person in the course of exercising their power or performing their duties and functions under Section 20 and 21, and B. Information contained in an audit report referring to Section 23. So your information is still fucking confidential and is limited to the people that are fucking doing the job. Judicial review. Notice to the minister. 17.1. An electronic service provider is not to make an application for judicial review in respect of an order or decision made under this act unless at least 15 days before making the application, it provides written notice to the minister, including a copy of the notice of application. For greater certainty, the federal court has exclusive jurisdiction to hear applications for judicial review in respect of any order or decision made under the act. All right? Okay? So the federal government gets to fucking review this shit. Regulations, confidentiality, and security. 18. The governor in general. So now we've got another person, right? We have the intelligence officers, we have the ministers, now we have the governor and council, and the private sector, all right? These are the 4 so far that have been named at minimum. There's also been mention of the RCMP and the CSIS, notwithstanding. The governor in general may make regulations respecting confidentiality and security requirements with which electronic service providers and persons acting on their behalf must comply, including regulations respecting the disclosure of information referred to in 16 or 17. B. Establishing rules for procedure for protection of information referred to in Section 15 or 16 in administrative or judicial proceedings. C. Respecting requirements related to employees of electronic service providers and other persons whose services may be engaged by electronic service providers who participate in activities in relation to requesting for access to information that is authorized under the Criminal Code for the Canadian Security Intelligence Service Act or in relation to compliance with this act, including with respect to their security clearance and location. D. Respecting security requirements with respect to the facilities and premises of electronic minister providers that are used for storing, processing, or transmitting information that is related to or may be the subject of requests for access to information that is authorized under the Criminal Code or the Canadian Security Intelligence Service Act. Which means... What? What do you think that means? It means that if they're going to make any regulations or changes to the things that were mentioned up here, it needs to go through the governor and council. And it's still subject to the Criminal Code and the Canadian Security Intelligence Service Act. So everything that we've talked about in this bill cannot and does not circumsede the Criminal Code or the Canadian Security Intelligence Service Act. So if you think there's an issue in this law that goes against these things, you need to have a solid understanding of the Criminal Code and the Canadian Security Intelligence Service Act, and both of these are under the umbrella of the Charter of Rights. Lance says, with regret, I must inform you all that you've been C9'd. You'll receive instructions on how to report your assigned work camps within 3 business days. Thank you for your attention in this matter. Listen, we already read Bill C9. Blech. This is Bill C22. Al says, protecting people's information is censorship, lol. I know, right? How is this a surveillance state? It's not. Which is really fucking amusing for Pierre Poilievre talking about this shit while he doesn't have his fucking security clearance, by the way. Very funny. Administration and enforcement. I gotta pee. I'll be back in a second. Oh my god, I'm gonna have to go to a bar after this just so I can have some fucking bar food. I swear to god, I'm gonna need the treat after all this shit. Alright, Lance says, my bad, it's hard to keep up. Listen, I'm reading it and it's hard to keep up. I assure you. Legalese, my friend. Legalese. Alright. Whew. Administration and enforcement. Designation. Designation 19. The minister may, subject to any restrictions or conditions that the minister may specify, designate persons or classes of persons for the purposes of the administration and the enforcement of this act. So you can specify, like, a company, for example. Certificate. The minister must provide every designated person with a certificate attesting to their designation. So you've got to be, like, informed, you got to be knowledgeable about it, they got to give you the information, blah, 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 blah. Inspections. Authority to enter place. 21. Subject to subsection 21(1), a designated person may, for the purpose of verifying compliance or preventing non-compliance with this act at any reasonable time, enter any place if they have reasonable grounds to believe that anything relevant to the purpose, including any document or electronic data, is located in that place, or that an activity regulated by this act is conducted in that place. So they can go to fucking Google's headquarters and go in. Production of certificate. 2. On entering a place referred to in subsection 1, the designated person must, on request, produce the certificate attesting to their designation to the person in charge of the place. So you have to identify yourself when you go in. Power on entry. The designated person may, for the purpose referred to in subsection 1, A, examine anything found in the place, including any document or electronic data. B, make copies of any document or electronic data that is found in the place or take extracts from the document or electronic data. C, remove any document found in the place for examination or copying. D, use or cause to be used any computer or data processing system at the place to examine a copy or electronic data, and use or cause to be used any copying equipment at the place of making copies of any document. So they can use your photocopier. They're allowed to log in to your fucking computer system and look around at your shit when they have a warrant to do so. Return of items. If the designated person removes a document under paragraph 3C, they must return it to its owner or the person in charge of it on completion of the examination or copying. So they can't just steal your shit. They have to give it back. Duty to assist. Every owner or person in charge of a place that is entered by the designated person and every person found in the place must give all assistance that is reasonably required to enable the designated person to exercise their powers or perform their duties and functions under this section and provide the designated person with any document or electronic data that they may reasonably require. So if they need you to log into the computer, you're expected to log into the computer. Again, all of this is happening under the rules of engagement in the first place. So this is like when you get a warrant and they show up, this is what you're expected to do, and this is what they're allowed and not allowed to do. Persons accompanying. 6. The designated person may be accompanied by any other person that the designated person believes is necessary to help them exercise their powers or perform their duties and functions under this section. So if it's an auditor showing up and they want to have some police force enforcement with them, they can. Entering private property. 7. The designated person and any person accompanying them may enter and pass through private property other than dwelling house on that property to gain entry to a place referred to in subsection 1. For greater certainty, they are not liable for doing so. So they have to walk through a privately owned pathway. They're allowed to do that to get to the building. Dwelling house. 21.1. In the case of a dwelling house, a designated person is not authorized to enter it without the occupant's consent, except under authority of a warrant issued under subsection 2. So if your business is in your house, then they can't, and they have to go through your house to get to your business area, and that's the only way to get in there. They need your express permission, or they need a secondary warrant. Authority to issue warrant. A justice of the peace may a justice of the peace on ex parte application issue a warrant authorizing the designated person named in it to enter a dwelling house subject to any condition specified in the warrant if the justice of the peace is satisfied by the information on oath that A, the dwelling house is a place referred to in subsection 20 bracket 1, B, entry to the dwelling house is necessary for a purpose of referring to in subsection 21, and C, entry was refused by the occupant, or there are reasonable grounds to believe that entry will be refused by, or that consent to entry cannot be obtained from the occupant. So, like, they're on vacation, or they're away, or they're dead, whatever. Like, they have to have tried to obtain, right? Use of force. 3. In executing the warrant, the designated person is not entitled to use force unless the use of force is specifically authorized in the warrant and they are accompanied by a peace officer. So the police can't just bust into your fucking house and they can't be violent with you even if they have a warrant to do, like, to go in. Alright? So they can't just bang, 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 FBI, just open up. Like, that's not how it works. They have to apply for that specifically. Internal audit. Audit order 22.1. Subject to the regulations, a designated person may, for a purpose related to verifying compliance or preventing non-compliance with this act, make an order in writing requiring an electronic service provider to conduct within the time and in the manner specified in the order an internal audit of its practices, documents, and electronic data to determine whether it is in compliance with any provisions of this act or regulations. So with a warrant, they can come in to your house with the correct kind of warrant, with a warrant that specifies your computer system. They can take your computer out of your house so they can go and make a copy, and then they have to give it back to you. And then the stuff that they're only allowed to get is the stuff that they specified in the warrant. They're not just allowed to copy your entire computer. They're not allowed to look at your personal information. They're not allowed to look at your browsing history. They're not allowed to look at any of that shit. All of that shit is restricted and protected under the law. So if they do, then they're violating the law, and then you've got, like, a handful of ways you can deal with that. We understand. We understand that that's what's going on. Surveillance, guys. That's what this is. Statutory Instruments Act. The Statutory Instruments Act does not apply to an order made under subsection 1. Compliance with the order. 22. The electronic service provider must comply with the order and provide to the designated person within the period specified in the order a report of the results of the audit, including if the electronic service provider determines that there is non-compliance with the provision of this act or the regulations, the nature of the non-compliance, and any measure that it has taken or will take to comply with the provision or the order. Compliance order. Saint says that's a lot better than the states. The cops can take your computer for as long as they feel like, and the whole thing is fair game. There may be other conditions in which case, like, an RCMP officer can take your computer and hold on to it indefinitely, but this is not it. So if that does exist, it's not in this law. And in fact, in this law, there are provisions in here that says you can't do that. So that does not mean that there aren't other laws that might circumsede that and enable them to do so, but they're not, as per this law, they're not supposed to, and they're restricted from doing so in this law. Victoria is home and has redeemed a break. We are on page 56 out of 72. Whew. I will do the math. You want to see something funny? Look at Man Bear Pig. I looked at Man Bear Pig earlier and it was pretty funny, but let me take another look. Let me take another look because we've redeemed a break, so I'm gonna fucking take it. YouTube's terms of service. YouTube's privacy guidelines. Oh my god. Yeah, we're gonna have to have an entire conversation about just the stuff that has happened in Man Bear Pig in the last, like, 5 hours. I think I did. I opened it on stream. Oh my god. Okay. You want to request a hat change? Yeah, sure. This is my brand new one. Yeah, you can request a hat change. I'm fine with that. I might not agree to it, but yeah. If you want me to wear my Pope hat, my Squid Pope hat, I'm probably not going to. That one's a very special hat for very rare occasions. But yeah, go for it. I got lots of hats. Let me know. What do you want? We're taking a break. I should put a timer up for how long this break should be. Hey, how long should the break be? Do you guys think? I should put a timer up. Kyle K just posted an image that got me. What? Where? 15 minutes? 15 minutes is long. In memes. You want me to just pick a fun hat that I have? I got a Timo hat. I could put the Timo hat on. Memes. I will look at memes. You don't like my cat ears? Or my horns? Whichever one you use. I'm not doing the octopus. I'm not doing the octopus hat. The octopus hat is for, like, very, very specific things. You can make a request for it, but I'm not gonna... That's gonna be rare when I'll go with the octopus. One fish, two fish, red fish, Donald Trump is a pedophile. That's funny. Well, I do have something I can show you guys that I didn't show you guys yesterday because it was way up here, and yesterday I was in the kitchen. Look! I got a plant for the Bulbasaur. Isn't it cute? It's like a fuzzy little succulent. It didn't tell me what kind of succulent it was, it just told me it was a succulent. But isn't he cute? He's all living in there now. Did I pick a good one? I found it at the grocery store. It wasn't looking so hot. So I yoinked it and grabbed this one. I feel like it's still not quite like in the Bulbasaur enough, but I don't know. I think it looks pretty good. I think I did a good job. You think he's cute? So special thanks to Dapper for sending me the little Bulbasaur. I need to get some paint because I need to give him eyes and I need to give him like some little splotches. He doesn't have a mouth. We could give him a mouth too if we wanted to. It's a level 25 Bulbasaur. It's not a. It hasn't gotten a plant yet. It doesn't have a bud. He's kind of Venusaur-y looking without the big red flower, but I think he's cute. I think I planted him pretty good too. I'm pretty happy. So hopefully he does well. We'll see. He's looking pretty good. He's got a couple of spots where he looks like he's a little bit rough, but I mean, I got him at the grocery store, so he's gonna be a little rough until he gets a little better, right? Level 99 Bulbasaur soloing Gary would be funny. Yeah, it would. I don't even think a level 99 Bulbasaur would have that hard of a time. Even on like the second one, I think it could do it. The hardest one would be dealing with Charizard, level like what, 72 or something? I don't remember. Somebody yelling at me? What hat do you want? I've got the Teemo hat, I've got the bunny hat, I've got this hat, I've got like an Oakley hat, I've got a Trans Emerge hat, which are both of those are like baseball trucker style kind of hats. I've got a horse head. I'm not gonna wear the horse head. It'd be way too hot to try to, and really difficult to read this stuff in the horse head. So I'm not gonna wear that. That's not gonna happen. I got some scarves. A bunny hat. I guess the bunny hat would be the one, right? This one? Bunny hat. Oh, hold on. It's in my earring. I have a witch hat. I could wear a witch hat. I've got some regular toques. Like that are kind of like this, but they're like, they don't have like the pointies. They're just like, I've got my Tim Pool, my gray Tim Pool hat, but I've also got another one that's like that, that's got like the Catholic cross on it. Bunny hat. Oh, who doesn't like the bunny hat? People who are wrong, that's who. Alright, that's long enough. Let's get back to this. Apparel of earrings and knitted hats. Yeah. So my earrings are not closed. They're open. So they get hooked on things sometimes. Alright. Compliance order. Power to order termination of contravention. 24.1. If a designated person believes on reasonable grounds that there is or is likely to be contravention of any provision of this act or regulations, they may make an order in writing requiring an electronic service provider to A, stop doing something that is or is likely to be in contravention of that provision or cause it to be stopped, B, take any measure that is necessary to comply with the requirement of that provision or mitigate the effects of noncompliance. So if somebody is violating a court order and YouTube can intervene or enforce compliance, then YouTube can do that. Or the court can tell YouTube to do it, if that makes sense. Time and manner for review. 2. The order must specify the time within which and the manner in which the electronic service provider may request a review of the order by the minister. Statutory Instruments Act. The Statutory Instruments Act does not apply to the order made under subsection 1. Compliance with the order. An electronic service provider that is subject to an order made under subsection 24.1 must comply with it. Notification of compliance. 2. Once the electronic service provider complies with the order, it must notify the designated persons if its compliance without delay. So if YouTube is told that it needs to delete something by a court and YouTube has to comply, they also have to inform the person who told them that they've complied. Really straightforward shit. Request for review. 26.1. An order that is made under subsection 24.1 must be reviewed by the minister at a written request of the electronic service provider that is subject to the order. Now, to be clear, this is the kind of stuff that doesn't apply to an individual. This is not something that you expect an individual to do. This is stuff that is applying to like a service provider, or like a company, not like one person. Time and manner of request. 2. The request must be made within the time and in the manner specified in the order and must state the grounds for review and set out the evidence that supports those grounds. Order in effect. 3. The order continues to apply during review unless the minister decides otherwise. So you still have to comply with the order in the meantime. Decision on completion of review. 27.1. On completion of a review, the minister must confirm, amend, revoke, or cancel the order and provide notice of the decision and the reasons for the decision to the electronic service provider. Deemed confirmation. 2. If the minister does not make a decision in the respect of the request within 90 days after the day on which the request was received, or within any further period that is agreed on by the minister and the electronic service provider, the minister is deemed to have confirmed the order. So the order is confirmed by default if the minister doesn't bother with it. Administrative monetary penalties. Violations. Purpose of penalty. 28. The purpose of an administrative monetary penalty is to promote compliance with the act and not to punish. Commission of violations. 29.1. A person who contravenes any of the following provisions commits a violation and is liable to a penalty of an amount that is not to be established by a designated person in accordance. That is to be established by a designated person in accordance with the regulations. A. Subsection 12, subsection 14.1, subsection 15, subsection 25, subsection 23, or subsection 25.1 or 2. B. A provision of the regulations designated by a regulation made under paragraph 47.1e. Maximum penalty. The maximum penalty for violations is $50,000 in the case of an individual and $250,000 in case of any other person. So, like, if it is an individual, it can't be bigger than this, but if it's a corporation, this is the maximum. Continuing violation. A violation that is committed or continued on more than one day constitutes a separate violation in respect to each day on which it is committed or continued. So if you violate it for one day, that counts as 1. If the next day goes by, now it counts as 2. If the next day goes by, now it counts as 3. Due diligence defense. 4. A person is not found to be liable for a violation if they establish that they exercise due diligence to prevent its commission. So if you're trying to comply and you're not able to for some extenuating circumstances, like, for example, if you are told that you have to delete your YouTube account and your internet is out, and so you're not in compliance because the internet is out, you can be like, I'm not violating because the internet was out and I can't do anything about that until the internet comes back. Common law principles. 5. Every rule and principle of common law that renders any circumstances a justification or excuse in relation to a charge for an offense under this act applies in respect of a violation to the extent that it is not inconsistent with this act. So, like, common law rule would be like, you were hit by a car and you are now in the hospital, and so you can't comply because you're in the hospital. So, like, that would be a reason to, like, not show up at court. So that would be, like, if being in the hospital prevents you from complying with the order, that would be applicable. Proof of violation, 30. In any proceedings under this act against a person in relation to a violation, it is sufficient proof of the violation to establish that the act or omission that constitutes the violation was committed by an employee or an agent or mandatory person, whether or not the employer or agent or mandatory is identified. So if Google is being held responsible for something and one of the people that works for Google is violating, then they don't have to specify. Because they don't need to specify to count if they can prove that it's being violated, regardless of who is actually doing it, as long as they're all put together. Proof of violation, 30. In any proceedings under this act against a person in relation to a violation, it is sufficient proof that the violation to establish that the act or omission that constitutes the violation. I just read that. Violation by corporate officers, etc. 31. If a person other than an individual commits a violation under this act, any of the person's directors, officers, or agents or mandataries who directed, authorized, assented to, acquiesced in, or participated in the commission of the violation is a party to and liable for the violation, whether or not the person is who actually committed the violation is proceeded under against this act. Under this act. There we go. So if an employee is continuing to quote-unquote do their job that is in violation of the act, then the person who's in charge of them is still in violation. Proceedings. Issuance of notice of violation, 32. If a designated person believes on reasonable grounds that a person has committed a violation, the designated person may issue and must serve the person with a notice of violation. You have to be served. Limitation of prescription period, 33.1. A notice of violation is not to be issued in respect to the violation more than 2 years after the day on which the minister becomes aware of the acts or omissions that constitutes the alleged violation. So that's just, limitations for how long, statute of limitation basically. Certification by minister to a document appearing to have been issued by the minister certifying the day on which the act or omission that constitutes the alleged violation became known to the minister is admissible in evidence without proof of the signature or official character of the person appearing to have signed the document, and in the absence of evidence to the contrary is proof that the minister became aware of the acts of omission on that day. How acts or omissions may be proceeded with, 34. If an act or omission may be proceeded with either as a violation or as an offense, proceeding in one manner precludes proceeding in the other. Payment and penalties and alternatives to payment. Effective of payment, 35.1. If a person named in a notice of violation pays in prescribed time and manner the penalty set out in the notice of violation, A, they are deemed to have committed the violation in respect of which the amount is paid. B, the minister must accept that amount as complete satisfaction of the penalty. And C, this proceeding commenced in respect to the violation are ended. Alternative to payment. 2. Instead of paying the penalty, the person may, in prescribed time and manner, A, request to enter into a compliance agreement with the minister that ensures the person's compliance with the provision to which the violation relates. B, request a review by the minister of the acts or omissions that constitutes alleged violation or the amount of the penalty. So if the penalty is too high, they can go to the minister and be like, no. Or if they can be like, no, we promise we're doing this, and here's what we're going to do instead, and not pay the penalty. Failure to act. If the person does not pay the penalty in the prescribed time and manner and does not make one of the requests referred to in subsection 2 in the prescribed time and manner, they are deemed to have committed a violation identified in the notices. Compliance agreements. Compliance agreements, 36.1. The minister may, on request, enter into a compliance agreement with a person named in the notice of violation on any conditions that are satisfactory to the minister. The compliance agreement may provide for the reduction in whole or in part of an amount of the penalty for the violation. Effect of entering into agreement. A person who enters into a compliance agreement with the minister is, on doing so, deemed to have committed the violation in respect of which the compliance agreement was entered into. So you're admitting to this if you're agreeing to this. Notice of compliance. If the minister is satisfied that the person who has entered into the compliance agreement has complied with it, the minister must cause a notice to that effect to be provided to that person, at which time the proceedings commenced in respect of the violation are ended. Notice of default. 4. If the minister is of the opinion that a person who has entered into a compliance agreement has not complied with it, the minister must cause a notice of default
to be provided to the person to the effect that instead of the penalty set out in the notice of violation in respect to which the compliance agreement was entered into, the person is liable to pay in the prescribed time and manner twice the amount of the penalty, and for greater certainty, subsection 29(2) does not apply in respect of that amount. So that means if you get the maximum amount of $250,000 and then you don't comply, then the limitation or the maximum limitation of $250,000 does not apply anymore, and you could pay $500,000 because they can double the amount from $250,000 to $500,000. Effective notice default. 5. Once provided with the notice of default, the person is not to deduct from the amount set out in the notice any amount that they spent under the compliance agreement, and that the person is liable to pay the amount set out in the notice. Bro's not tax deductible. Effective payment. 6. The person pays the amount set out in the notice of default. The minister must accept the amount as complete satisfaction of the amount owing, and the proceedings commenced in respect to the violation are ended. So the minister can't hound people after the fact. Refusal to enter into a compliance agreement. 37(1). If the minister refuses to enter into the compliance agreement with the person named in the notice of violation, the person is liable to pay in the prescribed time and manner the violation set out in the notice of violation. So you still have to comply with the original time if the minister refuses your agreement. Effective payment. If the person pays the penalty, A, they are deemed to have committed the violation in respect of which the payment is made. B, the minister must accept the amount as complete satisfaction of the penalty, and C, the proceedings commenced in respect to the violation are ended. Effective non-payment. If the person does not pay the penalty in the prescribed time and manner, they are deemed to have committed the violation identified in the notice of violation. Review by the minister. Review facts. 38(1). On compliance of review request under the paragraph 35(2)(b), with respect to the acts or omissions that constitute the alleged violation, the minister must determine on the balance of probabilities whether the person named in the notice of violation committed the violation. If the minister determines that the person committed the violation, but that the amount of the penalty was not established by the designated person in accordance with the regulations, the minister must correct the amount. Violation not committed effect. 2. If the minister determines that the person named in the notice of the violation did not commit the violation, the proceedings commenced in respect to the violation are ended. Review. With respect to the penalty. 3. On completion of a review requested under paragraph 35(2)(b), with respect to the amount of the penalty, the minister must determine whether the amount of the penalty was established in accordance with the regulations, and if not, the minister must correct the amount. Notice of decision. The minister must cause a notice of any decision made under subsection 1 or 3 to be provided to the person named in the notice of the violation. 5. Liability of penalty. The person named in the notice of violation is liable to pay in the time and manner specified in the decision made under subsection 1 or 3 the amount of the penalty that is confirmed or corrected in the decision. 6. Effective payment. If the person named in the notice of violation of payment the amount referred to in subsection 5, the minister must accept the amount as complete in satisfaction of the penalty, and proceedings commenced in the respect of violations. All of this is just how this happens by law, how this is required to go through, what you're allowed to do, what you're not allowed to do, and what the rules are, and what happens in X. If X, then Y. If Y, then Z. Right? That's all this is. Recovery of debts. Debts to His Majesty. 39(1). The following amount constitute debt due to His Majesty's right of Canada that may be recovered in the federal court. A. The amount of a penalty beginning on the day which the notice violation is set up, the amount of the penalty is served. B. The amount set out in the compliance agreement entered in order subsection 36(1) beginning on the day of which the compliance is agreed and is entered into. C. The amount set out to the notice of default referred to in subsection 36(4) beginning on the day of which the time of notice is provided. And D. The amount of a penalty set out in the decision made by the minister under subsection 38(1) or 3 beginning on the day of which the time of the notice that decision is provided. So now it is considered, once you get your violation and you've been confirmed to have violated and you need to pay the amount, that amount is considered debt. Limitations or prescription period. No proceedings to recover such debt may be commenced later than 5 years after the debt became payable. So they can't they have 5 years to file anything against you in addition to do more. If it exceeds 5 years, they're out of time. Debt final. The debt is final and not subject to review or to be restrained, prohibited, removed, set aside, or otherwise dealt with, except to the extent in the manner provided by subsection 35 to 38. Certificate for, so like declaring bankruptcy, for example, would be something like that. Certificate 41. Any debt referred to in subsection 39(1) is respect of which that there is a default of payment or the part of any such debt has not been paid but may be certified by the minister. Resignation. 2. Resignation in the federal court of the certificate has the same force and effect as a judgment of that court or a debt of the amount specified in the certificate and all related registration costs. Offenses. Offenses general. 41. 1. A person who contravenes any of the following provisions commits an offense. A. Section 12, subsection 14(1), Section 15, subsection 25, Section 23, or subsection 25(1) or 2. B. A provision of the regulations designated by a regulation made under paragraph 47(1)(f). Punishment. 2. A person who commits an offense under subsection 1 is liable to a summary conviction to a fine of not more than $100,000 in the case of an individual and not more than $500,000 in the case of any other persons. Continuing offense. 3. If an offense under subsection 1 is committed or continued on more than one day, it constitutes a separate offense for each day on which it is committed or continued. Due diligence defense. 4. A person is not found guilty of an offense under subsection 1 if they establish that they exercise due diligence to prevent its commission. Proof of offense. 42. Prosecution of a person's for the offense under subsection 41(1) is sufficient proof that the offense is to establish that an act or omission that constitutes an offense was committed by an employer, an agent, and mandatory of the person, whether or not the employer, agent, and mandatory is identified. So this is all of this is repeating because it's like this now. All this stuff also now applies to this, and this. Offense by corporate, office, etc. 43. If a person other than an individual commits the offense under subsection 41(1), any of the person's directors, officers, or agents or mandatories who directed, authorized, assented to, acquiesced in, or participated in the commission of the offense is a party to the offense and is liable on conviction to the punishment provided by in this act, whether or not as the person actually committed the offense is prosecuted. So, like, if I own a company and my company has agents within it that are continuing to violate, that counts. Obstruction. 44. A person commits an offense if they knowingly obstruct or hinder any of the following persons who are exercising powers to perform duties or functions under this act. A person whom assistance must be provided under subsection 14(1). B. A person designated under subsection 19(1). So if you are an employee of a company and that company is being searched physically and there's a warrant and you're getting in the way, you're in violation and you're obstructing. For example. False or misleading statements. 45. A person commits an offense if they knowingly make a false or misleading statement verbally or in writing to any of the following persons who are exercising powers or performing duties or functions under this act. A. A person whom assistance must be provided under subsection 14(1) or a person designated under subsection 19. Same thing. Punishment. A person who commits an offense under subsection 44 or 45 is liable to a summary conviction. A. In the case of an individual. So, like, if a security guard is obstructing justice, or assistant manager or whatever, in the case of an individual, to a fine of not more than $25,000 for the first offense and of not more than $50,000 for each subsequent offense. B, in case of any other persons, to a fine of not more than $100,000 for the first offense and not more than $250,000 for each subsequent offense. So then this is not in total, this is for each, right? So if you get a violation and you have a total of 5 violations, then the maximum you can get is $100,000 for the first violation, then $250 for the second violation, $250 for the third violation, $250 for the fourth violation, and $250 for the fifth violation. That's how it works. Regulations. Regulation 45(1). Governor in council may make regulations. A. Respecting any fees payable to electronic service providers for different types of assistance that they provide to persons exercising an authority referred to in subsection 2(2). B's, respecting record keeping and reporting by electronic service providers. So, for example, record keeping. The CBC, or sorry, not the CBC. The radio fucking and broadcasting regulations in Canada say that you have to hold on to any recording that you have made or published for X number of years. So if you own a radio station and you produce a show, then you have to keep a record of that show in your logs for X amount of time. And like that changes based on like what, like if it's radio or if it's television, like what media you're utilizing. Or like you're supposed to keep a record, like your tax records, stuff like that. Okay. C, respecting the meaning of any term or expression for the purposes of this act. Spirit of the law type thing. D, respecting orders referred to in section 22 and reports referring to in section 23. E, respecting the administration monetary penalty scheme, including regulations. I, designated provisions of the regulations for the purposes of paragraph 29 1b. 2, respecting the establishment of penalty amounts. 3, respecting the contents of notice of violation. 4, respecting the reviews by the minister. 5, respecting the service provisions of the documents. Basically, don't be a dick. F, designated provisions of the regulations for the purposes of paragraph 41 1b. G, prescribing anything that is required for or authorized under the act to be prescribed. H, prescribing the way in which anything that is required or authorized by this act to be prescribed is to be determined. And I, generally, for carrying out the purpose of provision of this act. Victoria asked if this applies to me. So the broadcasting rules, I'd have to review them to know for sure, but I am not, because of like the way YouTube functions and Twitch functions, I don't have to have a physical copy in my house. So I don't have to like record things as I'm doing them, right? YouTube does. That's why you can like get rid of a video and YouTube can remove a video, and why YouTube can put a video back. And they can restore it. So YouTube is responsible for that because they're the broadcaster, for example. I'd have to double check to see what the updated rules are around internet broadcasting, though. So maybe I am and I'm not, and I'm in violation. I'd have to go and look. Periodic review. 2, every 5 years after the day on which the first regulation is made under paragraph 1. Actually, I wouldn't be in violation because I don't delete my streams after the fact. So as long as they stayed available and in existence, they would be fine. If YouTube deletes it on their end, though, that's their fault. That's not a violation on my part. So, like, I also don't know what, like, the extent of the time is, so I'd have to double check that. Anyway. Periodic review. 2, every 5 years after the day on which the first regulation is made under paragraph 1A, the minister, that's not the prime minister, that's the minister, that's not, they're not referring to the prime minister. The minister must review all regulations made under that paragraph. Notice 3, before the first regulation under paragraph 1A is made, and during every review referred to in the subsection 2, the minister must publish a notice inviting the following persons to make representations within the time and form and manner of the specified notice: the Attorney General of Canada, the Attorney General of each province, core providers, and the electronic service providers that are subject to orders made under subsection 7.1. Again, keep in mind that this is talking about making changes to like something like WhatsApp and saying like you can't have disappearing messages or something like that. That's what they're referring to. Distinguishing. 48. For greater certainty, regulations made under this act may establish classes of electronic service providers and distinguish among them, including the basis of electronic service provided and on the basis of the number of persons in Canada whom the electronic service provider provides services. So like texting, WhatsApp, Instagram, FaceTime, you could consider like those, like social media, blah blah blah, would be like a grouping of, without having to specify each fucking service provider. Report. Annual report. 49. 1. Within 90 days after the end of each calendar year, the minister must prepare a report on the minister's activities under the act during that year. Contents. The report must include A, the number of orders made under subsection 7.1, as well as the information relating to the classes of electronic service providers in respect of which the orders were made and obligations imposed by the orders in respect to the operational and technical capabilities. B, the number of orders that were not approved by the Intelligence Commissioner, as well as the information relating to the electronic service providers in respect of which the orders were made and the obligations that were to be imposed by the orders in respect to the operational and technical capabilities. So within the first year that an order is made or changed, they need to provide a report of how that's affected things. C, information relating to the compliance orders made and enforced actions under this act. D, the number of requests for assistance made under the subsection 14.1 in the cases of persons whom the assistance was provided. And E, any other prescribed information. Publication 3, the minister must make the report available to the public with any redactions that the minister considers necessary within 60 days after the day on which it has been prepared, so the public is legally obligated to have access to this information. Unredacted report. 4, if the report contains any redactions, the minister must cause the unredacted report to be provided to the National Security and Intelligence Commission of Parliamentaries and the National Security and Intelligence Review Agency on the first 15 days on which either the House of Parliament is sitting after the day on which the report is prepared. Related and consequential amendments to the Intelligence Commissioner Act. 42, paragraph 12A and B of the Intelligence Commissioner Act are replaced by the following. A, reviewing the conclusions on the basis of which certain authorities are issued or amended, and certain determinations are made under Communication Security Establishment Act and the Canadian Security Intelligence Service Act, and on the basis of which certain orders are made under the Supporting Authorized Access to Information Act, and B, if those conclusions are reasonable, approving those authorizations, amendments, determinations, and orders. So they've added orders to this. 43, the Act is amended by adding the following after Section 19, Ministerial Orders 19.1. The Commissioner must review whether the conclusion made under subsection 7.3 of the Supporting Authorized Access to Information Act and on the basis of which an order was made under subsection 7.1 of that Act are reasonable. 44, 1, subsection 21 of the Act is replaced by the following. Commissioner's Decision 21, after conducting a review under any section 13 to 16 and 18 to 19.1. So they added point 1 and now they're adding point 1. The Commissioner, in writing a decision A, must approve the authorization, amendment, determination, or order if the Commissioner is satisfied with the conclusions at the issue that and must be set out by the Commissioner's reason for doing so, or B, must not approve the authorization, amendment, determination, or order if the Commission is not so satisfied and must set out the Commissioner's reasons for doing so. 2, paragraph 23B of the Act is replaced by the following. B, within 30 days after the act of which the Commissioner receives notice of authorization, amendment, determination, or order, or within any other any other period that may be agreed on by the Commissioner and the person in any other case. 45, subsection 22.1 and 2 of the Act are replaced by the following. Report to the Prime Minister. 22.1, the Commissioner must, each calendar year, submit to the Prime Minister a report with respect to the Commissioner's activities during the previous calendar year. The report must include statistics that the Commissioner considers appropriate relating to the authorization, amendments, determination, and orders that were approved and not approved. So this is something that already exists, was already happening, and they've simply added orders to it, to the list of shit that needs to be provided. Protection of confidential information. 2. Commissioner must consult with the Director of Canadian Security Intelligence Services. So now we've got another layer of check and balances from a different level of government. The Chief of Communications Security Establishment and the Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness. So those were already there, and this is adding another layer of security to your confidential information. In preparing the report, in order to ensure that it does not contain information, the disclosure of which would be injurious to national security, national defense, or international relations, for information that is subject to solicitor-client privilege or the professional security of advocates and notaries, or litigation privilege. So they've added another layer of government to protect your information and your private information and from being out and about. 46, subsection 23.1 of the Act is replaced by the following. Provision of information to a Commissioner. 23.1, despite any other Act of Parliament and subject to Section 26 of the persons whose conclusion are being reviewed by the Commissioner under any Section 13 to 19.1, must, for the purposes of the Commissioner, provide the Commissioner with all the information that was before the person in issuing or amending the authorization or making the determination or order at issue, including information that the subject to any privilege under the law of evidence, solicitor-client privilege, or the professional secrecy of advocates and notaries, or to litigation privilege. Second verse, same of the first. Coming into force. Order in Council 47. This part comes into force on day to be fixed by order of the governor in Council. Part 3. Preliminary review. Review after 3 years. 48. During the third year after the first day on which all the provisions of this act are in force, a comprehensive review of the provision enacted or amended by Parts 1 and 2, as well as their operation, is to be undertaken by the Standing Committee of each House of Parliament that normally considers matters relating to national security. Schedule for Section 41, Schedule Section 2151, Core Providers. The end. We did it. House of Commons of Canada, Bill C-22, Act Respecting Lawful Access. So, now that we've read through all that, should we remind ourselves what it was that Pierre Poilievre actually said about this act? Yes, we shall.
Came out with a panel that we're all blown away by how this is unprecedented and inappropriate. What is your take? You were just there. What is your take on what just took place in these online censorship bills?
Well, we're seeing the more consolidation of power and control in the hands of the Carney Liberal government. They want to control your thoughts, your religious beliefs, they want to be able to have the capacity to surveil people's online activities with laws that go far beyond what exists in any other democratic country. And what you're seeing is a large-scale surveillance and censorship apparatus that the Liberals have put together with C9, which bans certain Bible verses that the government considers to be politically incorrect, with the old C11, which is the Online Streaming Act, which allows the government to manipulate algorithms to promote content it wants you to see and demote other content it does not want you to see. With C22, which basically turns giant tech companies into surveillance enterprises for the government, to numerous other bills that they've brought forward that, for C18, for example. C18 makes it so.
Okay, so we just read Bill C-22. Did you hear anything in the reading of Bill C-22 that enforces and forces giant tech companies to become surveillance apparatuses on behalf of the government? By the way, it wouldn't just apply to Carney's Liberal government. This would apply to the government of Canada, provincial and federal. So that's not exclusively Carney's Liberal government. It is whatever government also comes after him, and also provincial governments. I like how the picture they decided to show was the Liberals to amend police data interception bill following searing criticism. So they got criticized on things, and so they amended it and changed it to fix it? How dare they? I know. Cursed. What do you guys think? Come on, don't leave me hanging, guys. Do you think that this is a massive surveillance bill? I don't think so. It doesn't seem to say that. All of this requires warrants in the first place. And it's certainly not mass surveillance, that's for sure. Mass surveillance is definitely not part of this. I mean, I can see things that are cause for concern, and I can see things that could be weaponized, and I can see things that you might be critical of, but it certainly doesn't seem like that. Not to me, at the very least. As, admittedly, not a professional. I'm certainly not a legal professional. Whew! That was 70, how many pages? 72? Good God. That is one out of 100. What did I say? 198. We have 126 left. I think I'm right. I'm pretty sure that's right. So this should be 126. Yo, brother. Hey, welcome. You caught me just in time for me to go take a break and get more water and go to the bathroom. We finished one. We finished one. Are you guys ready for the next one? Next one's Bill C-11. National Defense. Yahoo! All right, we're good. Atlantic says he jumps to the worst possible abuses of these changes to the law, ignoring the facts that they would be abused. Ignoring the fact that they would be abuses. Yes, he's basically describing the worst case scenario of someone abusing the act and ignoring the fact that that is not what the law says, and it would be somebody violating it and abusing it in the first place, while also ignoring other checks, like pretending other checks and balances don't exist to prevent those things from happening. So it is. So you do be. All right. I will be back in a couple of minutes. Wink. Oh man, I got a snack. I got another piece of pizza. Where'd my drink go? I lost it. Oh, I seem to have misplaced my drink. Ah. Okay. I'm here. I don't know how off I was from the timer, but I did my best. Nigel Farage. Yeah, I mean, Tories, right? Tory's gonna Tory, and, like, that's very much, Poilievre's MO, right? Is very much a Tory conservative. Okay. I'm back. Hello. Alright. Blobfish. New hat. Nom. Nom 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 nom. We've been live for 5 hours. Holy moly. This is what I mean with the thumbnail that I picked for this, right? Like, Poilievre says, like, half of a sentence of some bullshit. And it took 5 hours for me to fucking go and get it and read through it and talk about what the actual issues are versus what is actually in practice versus the hypothetical problems. Because this dipshit decided to flippantly say some nonsense. This is, by the way, also one of the reasons why I think it should be an actual legal issue when somebody who is in politics, and especially somebody who is the leader of the opposition, purposefully fucking bullshits to people. Like, how much of my time has this man wasted now? So much. It's one thing to use your time to educate yourself for your own purpose. It's another thing to have to dig through bullshit, like dig through a bunch of stuff you otherwise wouldn't care about. Because somebody's a lying liar who lies. Nonsense. Absolute nonsense. So annoying. And like, to be fair, you can't blame people for not doing the work to do all this, because you're seeing how much effort this takes and how much knowledge you also need to have, especially like if you're gonna go do it by yourself, you need a lot of this pre-existing knowledge. So like if you don't have that basis, I can understand why people wouldn't take the time to dig into something that Pierre Poilievre just flippantly said. You know what I mean? You can't blame people for that. Decided to learn how to do makeup, not bad for 2 weeks in. Makeup is expensive. I think I'd get into it more if it wasn't so costly. Atlantic makes a good point, and it's every issue. It's the problem of constant attacks. I might be able to disprove one, but what about the other 15 he made this week? The volume. That's intentional. They put out a lot of bullshit on purpose, so you can't deal. It's like advanced gish galloping. I'm pretty sure there's Steve Bannon has actually talked about this strategy. And how to implement it, right? Because that's what this is. It's just implementing a whole ton of horseshit, because, like, how long would it take? If it takes me 5 hours to do one, and there's just in the one little blurb that I keep playing, that one little blurb has, what, 4 or 5 in it? And that's only one instance? And so let's pretend it takes me 5 hours for each one. Or let's say it takes me 3.5. Right? Because maybe this one's a little bit long, another, like, it didn't take me this long to do Bill C9, so maybe some of them are a little shorter. So let's say on average 3.5 hours. So if it takes me 3.5 hours for 5 of them, what is that? 3.5 for... You see what I'm talking about? 3, 6, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 13, sorry, 10, 3, 6, 9, 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, and then 15, 16, 17. It would take me 17.5 hours just to do the ones he listed in that little 2-minute blurb. If it takes an average of 3.5 hours. It likely takes longer than that. Look at this. Oh. The guy with the garbage can on his head. Yeah. Alright. Ready to jump into the next one? Are you guys ready? I'm gonna pick a different playlist. I'm gonna pick some different music. Silly little songs for silly little tasks. That seems good. Silly little songs for silly little tasks. Alright, next one is Bill C11. As we dive in, as the sun begins to set. It's not actually the sun going down, it's just getting darker because the rain's coming back. Whew. Let me zoom this on in. This one is 52 pages. This one's a little shorter, presumably. Let me do one more. Boop. There we go. Alright, so here's the link for it, for anybody interested. So you can follow along at home. Again, the links are in the description, and they are labeled for you. Are you ready? First session, 45th Parliament, 3 to 4, Charles III, 2025. House of Commons House of Commons of Canada, Bill C11. Act to amend the National Defence Act and other acts. First reading September 26, 2025. Minister of National Defense. Oh, where's my counter? I'll see if I can do a better job keeping track of it this time. -1. Let me get my counter up. Recommendation. Her Excellency, the Governor-General recommends to the House of Commons the appropriation of public revenue under the circumstances, in the manner, and for the purpose set out at the measure entitled An Act to Amend the National Defence Act and Other Acts. Summary. This enactment amends provisions of the National Defence Act that relate to the military justice system in response to the report of the Third Independent Review Authority to the Minister of National Defence and the report of the Independent External Comprehensive Review of the Department of National Defence and the Canadian Armed Forces. In response to those reports, the enactment amends that Act to, among other things, A. Modify the process for appointing the Canadian Forces Provost Marshal, the Director of Military Prosecution, and the Director of Defense Counsel Services with view to enhance their independence. B. Affirm the Judge Advocate General's respect for the independence of authority in the military justice system in the exercise of the judge, advocate, generals, superintendents of the administration of military justice. C. Remove the court-martial's jurisdiction to try a person in relation to an offense under the criminal code that is alleged to have been committed in Canada and that is of the sexual nature or committed for a sexual purpose. D. Remove the Canadian Armed Forces authority to investigate an offense under the criminal code that is alleged to have been committed in Canada that is of a sexual nature or committed for a sexual purpose. E. Expand the class of persons who are eligible to be appointed as a military judge. F. Expand the class of persons who may make an inference complaint and provide that a member of a military, police, or persons performing policing duties or functions under the Canadian Forces Provost Marshal's supervision must make such a complaint in certain circumstances. And G. Change the title of the Canadian Forces Provost Marshal to the Provost Marshal General. Okay. So what do any of these things mean? Well, we're going to find out, but also some of them are just making it so that the Canadian Armed Forces don't get to investigate themselves on crimes of a sexual nature. They're not allowed to do that anymore. It has to go to the a post that they're making enhancing their independence as part of the Director Defense Council Services. All right? Does that make sense to you? Do you understand what that means? I'm sure you do. You guys are smart. In addition, the enactment amends the National Defense Act to remove military judges from the summary hearing system and to provide that, in the context of a service offense, an individual acting on behalf of a victim may request that a victim's liaison officer be appointed to assist them. Whew. It further amends that act to harmonize the sex offender information and publication ban provisions with the amendments made to the Criminal Code in an act to amend the Criminal Code, the Sex Offender Information Registration Act, and the International Transfer of Offenders Act. Finally, it amends the Criminal Code to, among other things, provide superior courts of criminal justice with the jurisdiction to hear applications for an exemption in respect of orders to comply with the Sex Offender Information Registry Act made under the National Defense Act and applications to vary the duration of such orders. Yay, 2 blank pages. First session of 45th Parliament, 3 to 4, Charles III, 2025, House of Commons of Canada, Bill C-11, an act to amend the National Defense Act and other acts. His Majesty, by and with the advice and consent of the Senate and House of Commons of Canada, enacts the following. So this had to go through the Senate and the House of Commons. Short title. This act may be cited as Military Justice System Modernization Act. National Defense Act. 2. Section 9.1 of the National Defense Act is amended by adding the following after subsection 1, clarification independence. 1.1, for greater certainty in the exercise of the Judge Advocate General's superintendence, the Judge Advocate General respects the independence of authorities in the military justice system, including the Provost Marshal General, the Director of Military Prosecution, and the Director of Defense Council Services. 3. 1. Paragraph 12.3a of the Act is replaced by the following. A. Prescribing the rates and conditions of issue of pay of military judges. 2. Portion of subsection 12.4 of the Act, B. 4. Paragraph A is replaced by the following. Retroactive effect. 4. Regulations made under paragraph 3A may, if they so provide, have a retroactive effect. However, they may not have effect. They is what they changed. 4. Subsection 18.3.1 to 4 of the Act are replaced by the following. Appointment 18.3.1. The Governor in Council may appoint an officer who has been a member of the military police for at least 10 years to be the Provost Marshal General. So that's the expansion that they talked about in the summary. Rank. 2. Provost General holds a rank that is not less than a Brigadier General. Tenure of office. The Provost Marshal General holds office during pleasure for a term not exceeding 4 years, so there is a term limit. The underline of general is just that they changed the name. 5. Paragraph 18.4a of the Act is replaced by the following. A. The supervision of the performance of policing during and functions. 6. Sections 18.5 and 18.6 of the Act are replaced by the following. Acting Provost General 18.41. If the Provost General is absent or unable to act, or the office of the Provost General is vacant, the Minister may authorize any officer who is a member of the military police force to exercise the powers and perform the duties and functions of the Provost General, but that officer may act as the Provost General for a period of more than 90 days, only with the approval of the Governor and Council. So they can get somebody in there, but they can't be there more than 90 days unless they've been approved for other purposes as they fill the vacancy. Responsible to the Minister. 18.51. The Provost Marshal General is responsible to the Minister in the performance of the responsibilities described in paragraphs 18.4a to d. So if there is an issue, this person is under this person. Victoria says, so essentially made to ensure you can go against hazing and ensure that but he, she, they are of such a high rank doesn't work as defense. Correct. Yes, it ensures that. That is part of what this was. General instructions or guidelines. 2. The Minister may issue general instructions or guidelines in written in respect to the responsibilities described in paragraph 18.4a to d. The Provost General shall ensure that they are available to the public. So if there is anything the Minister is in writing giving instructions for, it's the Marshal's job to ensure that this information is made publicly available. So if the Minister is doing something sketchy, the public will get to see it, and it's the Provost General's Marshal's job to fucking make that available. So if it's not made available, that goes to them. Annual report. 16.8, the Provost Marshal General shall, within 3 months after the end of each fiscal year, submit to the Minister a report concerning the activities of the Provost General and the military police during this year. 7, Section 70 of this Act is amended by striking out or at the end of paragraph B and by adding the following paragraph after C. D, an offense under any of the following provisions of the Criminal Code. 1, Section 151, sexual interference. 2, Section 152, invitation to sexual touching. 3, Section 153, sexual exploitation. 4, Section 153.1, sexual exploitation of person with disability. 5, Section 155, incest. 6, Subsection 1601, bestiality. 7, Subsection 1602, compelling the commission of bestiality. 8, Subsection 163, bestiality in presence of or by a child. 9, Section 162, voyeurism. They fucking added one for voyeurism. Oh my god, we live in the age of the internet. 10, Section 162.1, publication, etc. of intimate images without consent. 11, Section 163.1, child pornography. 12, Section 170, parent or guardianship procuring sexual activity. 13, Section 171, householder permitting prohibited sexual activity. 14, Section 171.1, making sexually explicit material available to children. 15, Section... 15, Section 172.1, luring a child. 16, Section 172.2, agreement or arrangement, sexual offense against a child. 17, Subsection 173.2, exposure. 18, Section 271, sexual assault. 19, Section 272, sexual assault with a weapon threatens to a third party or causing bodily harm. 20, Section 273, aggravated sexual assault. 21, Section 273.3, removal of a child from Canada. 22, Section 279.011, trafficking persons under 18 years. 23, Subsection 279.022, material benefit trafficking of persons under 18 years. 14, Subsection 279.032, withholding or destroying documents, trafficking of persons under 18 years. 25, Section 286.1, obtaining sexual services for consideration. 16, section 286.2, material benefit from sexual services. 17, section 286.3, procuring. And 27, section 286.4, advertising sexual services. E, an offense under the criminal code other than an offense referred to in paragraph D that is of the sexual nature or that is committed for sexual purposes. F, an offense under the criminal code as it's read from time to time. Lightning. Of offense under the criminal code as is read from time to time before the day on which this paragraph comes into force if the conduct alleged would be an offense referred to in paragraph D, or E, if it occurred on or day after that day. G, conspiring or attempting to commit an offense referred to in any of paragraphs D to F, or an accessory after the fact to such an offense, or H, counseling a person to commit an offense referred to in any of the paragraphs D to F if the offense is not committed. 8. The Act is amended by adding the following after Section 70, no authorities to investigate certain offenses. 70.1, despite any other provision of this Act and any other law, an officer or non-commissioned member does not have the authority to investigate for the purposes of the laying of a charge under paragraph 131A or an information under the criminal code in relation to an offense referred to in any of paragraph 70D to H that was or is alleged to have been committed in Canada. Clarification investigative measures. 70.21. Nothing in section 70.1 prevents an officer or non-commissioned member from exercising their powers or performing their duties and functions before the arrival of a civilian authority having jurisdiction in the matter, to the extent necessary to prevent the commission, continuation, or repetition of an offense referred to in any of the paragraphs 7D to H that, as in the case may be, is, was, or is alleged to have been committed in Canada, including... So before I keep going, that means that they're still allowed to take preventative measures or hold somebody in the brig or whatever, or restrict somebody's access to something to prevent crime from happening, but they are not allowed to investigate or prosecute a crime because there is a separate entity that is independent that is supposed to be doing that investigation, so they can't investigate themselves. That's what that says. And then it lists out the crimes they're talking about, because this is specifically relating to sexual abuse and sexual crime in the military. So the military is not allowed to investigate itself about crime happening in the military. A, making an arrest in relation to the offense in accordance with Division 3, Part 3 of this Act, or Section 494 or 495 of the Criminal Code, or B, if an arrest is made under Paragraph A, conducting a search incident to the arrest. Evidence relating to the offense. 2, nothing in Section 70.1 prevents an officer nor commissioned member from securing or preserving any evidence of or relating to the offense referring to in subsection 1 before the arrival of civilian authority having jurisdiction in the matter. So if you know that there's bestiality on somebody's computer and you are able to take that computer and put it away off to the side as evidence for later, you don't have to just leave it, and you're not in trouble for taking it, and now you have it on your person, you're not in trouble for having it on your person as you have taken it out of blah blah blah. You get it? You get it. Common sense. This is common sense law. Evidence otherwise secured. 3. Nothing in Section 70.1 prevents an officer or non-commissioned member from securing or preserving, to the extent that their powers, duties, and functions under this Act, other than under subsection 1 or 2 or any other law authorizes them to do so, evidence of or relating to an offense referred to in paragraph 70D to H that was or is illegal to have been committed in Canada. So if you see somebody getting kidnapped and you prevent that from happening and you are taking care of that kidnapped person, you're not in trouble. Transfer of arrested persons and evidence. 4. An officer or non-commissioned member shall, as soon as feasible, transfer a person arrested under paragraph 1A to the custody of civilian authority having jurisdiction in the matter and transfer them to them any evidence secured or preserved under any subsections 1 to 3. So you're obligated to hand that shit over. Clarification, private prosecution. 70.3. Nothing in Section 70.1 prevents an officer or non-commissioned member from initiating or conducting a private prosecution in relation to an offense referred to in any of the paragraphs 70D to H. So it's not preventative in private proceedings. We're on page 10 for anybody who's curious. 9.1 subsection 7.1.16.1 of the Act is replaced by the following. Oh, sorry, I did this wrong. I moved that early. Victims liaison officer 71.161 unless they are of the opinion that it is not possible to do so for operational reasons, and a commanding officer shall, at the request of the victim or an individual acting on their behalf, appoint an officer or non-commissioned member who satisfies the conditions established in regulations made by the governor in general to be a liaison officer to assist the victim or individual as provided in subsection 3. The commanding officer shall, to the extent possible, appoint the officer or non-commissioned member who has been requested by the victim or individual to be their liaison or officer. It just means you can request somebody if you're not if you want somebody specific. 2, and so you're not limited at who you're able to or allowed to have. 2. Paragraph 71.163A and B of the Act are replaced by the following. A. Explaining to the victim or individual acting on their behalf the manner in which the service offenses are charged, dealt with, and tried under a code of service discipline, and B. Obtaining and transmitting to the victim or individual acting on their behalf information relating to the service offense that they have requested and to which they have the right under this division. You're allowed to know what the fuck is going on. 10. Subsection 119.13 of the... This is transparency. That's what that is. Subsection 10, subsection 119.13 of the Act is replaced by the following. Proof of certain facts by certificate. 3. Proceedings under subsection 1. A certificate of a person's referred to in paragraph 16 2B.1 of the Sex Offender Information Registration Act, stating that the person named in the certificate failed to report under section 4, 4.1, 4.2, or 4.3, or provide information under section 5, or notify a person under subsection 6.1 or 1.01 of the Act as evidence of the statement contained in it without proof of the signature or official character of the person appearing to have signed. 11. The Act is amended by adding the following after section 162.5. Military judges 162.51. A military judge is not to be charged with having committed a service infraction. 12. Paragraph 162.9c of the Act is repealed. 13. Section 163 of the Act is amended by adding the following under subsection 2. Military judges 3. Despite subsections 1 and 2, military judge may not conduct a hearing. 14. Section 163. Again, the military is not allowed to fucking investigate and judge and conduct hearings on the military when it comes to sexual related things that we listed out earlier, but not limited to. 14. Section 163.4 of the French version of the Act is replaced by the following. Perception. I'm not reading that, it's in French. I'm not doing it. 15. Section 165.1 of the Act is replaced by the following. Appointment. 165.11. The governor in general may appoint an officer who is a barrister or advocate with at least 10 years standing at the bar of a province to be the director of military prosecutions. Tenure of office. 2. The director of military prosecutions holds office during good behavior for a term of not more than 7 years, but may be subject to remedial or disciplinary measures in accordance with section 165.101. Term of non-renewable. 3. The director of military prosecutions is not eligible to be reappointed. So, term limits and how long they're allowed to be in office. Suspension. 4. On receipt of a request referred to in subsection 165.1011, the governor in council may, if the governor in council is of the opinion that there are exceptional circumstances that justify it, suspend the director of military prosecutions from office until the governor in council decides whether to impose any remedial or disciplinary measures. Definitions of exceptional circumstances. 5. For the purposes of subsection 4, exceptional circumstances include circumstances in which there are alleged allegations, circumstances in which there are allegations of serious misconduct or allegations related to a risk of occupational health and... oh my god. I need a second. Hold on. Please excuse me. This gets really difficult after a handful of hours. Okay. Definition of exceptional circumstances. 5. For the purposes of subsection 4, exceptional circumstances include circumstances in which there are allegations of serious misconduct or allegations related to a risk of occupational health and safety or to a risk of injury to international relations, national defense, or national security. I did it. Inquiry 165.101. 1. The minister may request the governor and council that an inquiry be held to determine whether the director of military prosecutions should be subject to remedial or disciplinary measures for any reason set out in paragraphs 12a to e. Appointment of judge. 2. On receipt of a request, the governor in general may appoint a judge of a superior court to conduct the inquiry. Powers. 3. The judge has all the powers, rights, and privileges that are vested in a superior court, including the power to a. Issue a summons requiring any person to appear at the time and place specified in the summons in order to testify about all matters within the person's knowledge relative to the inquiry and to produce any documents or things relative to the inquiry that the person has or controls, and b. Administer oaths and examine any person on oath. Staff. 4. The judge may engage the services of counsel and other persons having technical or specialized knowledge to assist the judge in conducting the inquiry. So, like, if you need a professional about something, they're allowed to pull in a professional. Establish the terms and conditions of their engagement, and with the approval of the Treasury Board, fix and pay the remuneration and expenses. So again, if you need to bring in somebody who is a professional in a specific field to be like, hey, you're a therapist, we need a therapist, you meet our criteria, can you work for us to explain this to the judge so the judge understands what the fuck's going on here? We'll pay you. And it has to be approved by the Treasury Board. So you have to fucking get an approval from a whole nother section of the government. Inquiry in public. 5. Subject to subsection 6 and 7, inquiry shall be conducted in the public. So this is publicly available knowledge and information. So if something's squirrely, the public gets to fucking know about it. Confidentiality of inquiry. 6. The judge may, on application, take any measures and make any order that the judge considers necessary to ensure the confidentiality of inquiry if, after having considered all available alternative measures, the judge is satisfied that a. There is a real substantial risk that matters involving international relations, national defense, or national security will be disclosed, of course. B. There is a real and substantial risk to the fairness of the inquiry that is needed to prevent disclosure outweighs the societal interest that the inquiry be conducted in the public. So, like, if it's somebody, like, fucking famous or something crazy like that. C, there is a serious possibility that life, liberty, or security of a person will be endangered. So, like, somebody's gonna get killed. Or, like, there's a threat that somebody might get assassinated or something. Confidentiality of application. 7, if the judge considers it appropriate, the judge may take measures and make any order that the judge considers necessary to ensure confidentiality of the hearing held in respect to application under subsection 6. Rules of evidence. 8. The judge is not bound by any legal or technical rules of evidence that may receive and base a decision on evidence presented in the proceeding that they consider credible or trustworthy in the circumstances of this case. Extenuating circumstances, my friends. Interveners. 9. An interested party may, with leave of the judge, intervene in an inquiry on any terms and conditions that the judge considers appropriate. Notice to Director of Military Prosecutions. 10. The Director of Military Prosecutions shall be given reasonable notice of the subject matter of the inquiry and of the time and place of any hearing, shall be given an opportunity in person or by counsel to be heard at the hearing, cross-examine witnesses, and present evidence. All these things have to do with basically, like, if this is a different branch, if this is a branch of the government, that branch, or a branch of the military, that branch of the military has a vested interest and can produce evidence and things. Report to Minister. 11. After inquiry has been completed, the judge shall submit a report containing their findings and recommendations, if any, to the Minister. Recommendations. 12. The judge may, in the report, recommend that the Director of Military Prosecutions be suspended without pay or removed from office, or that any disciplinary measure or any remedial measures be taken if, in the judge's opinion, the Director A has become incapacitated from the proper execution of that office by reason of infirmity. They're sick. B, has committed misconduct. C, has failed in the proper execution of that office. D, has been placed by conduct or otherwise in the position that is incompatible with the due execution of that office. Or E, no longer satisfies the minimum standards and conditions of service applicable to officers. So this is like for high-level violations in the military. Transmission and report to the governor in council. 13. The minister shall send the report to the governor in council, who may, if the governor in council considers it appropriate, suspend the director of military prosecution without pay, remove the director from office, or impose any disciplinary measures or any remedial measure. 16. Section 165.16 of this act replaced by the following. Acting Director of Military Prosecutions. 165.16. If the Director of Military Prosecutions is absent or unable to act, or the office of the Director of Military Prosecution is vacant, the Prime Minister may authorize any officer who is a barrister or advocate withstanding at the bar of a province to exercise the powers and perform the duties and functions of the Director of Military Prosecutions, but that officer may act as the Director of Military Prosecutions for a period no more than 90 days, only with the approval of the Governor in Council. 17. This is all like bureaucracy of how to handle shit when shit happens. I don't know what Pierre Poilievre's issue with Bill C-11 is. I don't get it. I don't know what his problem is. I don't understand how any of this is applicable to anything that he said. 17.1 subsection 165.173, the act is replaced by the following. Specific instructions or guidelines. 3. The minister may issue instructions or guidelines in writing in respect of a particular prosecution. 2. Subsection 165.175 and 6 of the Act are replaced by the following. Exception 5. The Director of Military Prosecution may, if they consider it to be in the best interest of the administration of military justice, delay making an instruction or guideline issued under subsection 3 or any part of it available to the public until the completion of the prosecution or any related prosecutions. Copies to the Minister. 6. A Judge Advocate General shall provide the Minister with a copy of every instruction and guideline issued under subsection 2. 8. Subsection 165.212 of the Act is replaced by the following. Appointment. 165.211. The Governor and Council may appoint any officer or non-commissioned member who is a barrister or advocate of the last 10 years standing at the bar of a province and who has been a member of the Canadian Forces for at least 10 years to be a military judge. This is what we talked about in the summary, where it was talking about extending the number of people applicable to be able to take over the job. 19.1. The portion of the subsection 165.221 of the Act before paragraph A is replaced by the following. Panel establishment. 165.221. There is established a reserve force military judge panel to which the Governor and Council may name any officer or non-commissioned member who has been a member of the Canadian Forces for at least 10 years and who, to subsection 165.22 bracket 2 of the Act is replaced by the following. Reserve Force Military Judge 2. A member of the Canadian Forces named to the panel is referred to in this Act as a reserve force of military. The part that they're changing and they're adding is a member of Canadian Forces. So it can't be somebody outside of Canadian Forces. So somebody who served in the American military for 10 years, not applicable. Somebody who served in the Israeli military for 10 years, not applicable. You have to have been a member of the Canadian Forces. 21 subparagraph, and like this might have already usually been the case or generally being considered the case, but now it is specifically in writing. 21 subparagraph 183.5 1AI of the Act is replaced by the following. 1. An offense punishable under section 130 that is an offense under section 151, 152, 153, 153.1, 155, 160, 162, 162.1, 163, 1.1, 170, 171, 171.1, 172, 172.1, 172.2, 173, 213, 271, 272, 273, 279.01, 279.011, 279.02, 279.03, 280, 281, 286.1, 286.2, 286.3, 346, or 347 of the Criminal Code. The thing that they added was 162.1. 2. Paragraphs 138.52a and b of the French version of the Act are replaced by the following. French. I'm not reading the French part. 3. Subsection 138.52 of the Act is amended by striking out and at the end of the paragraph A, by adding and at the end of paragraph B, and by adding the following after paragraph B. C. If an order is made as soon as possible, as feasible, inform the victim and witnesses who are the subject of the order, its existence, and of their right to apply and revoke it, or vary it. 4. Subsection 183.5. 4. The Act is amended by striking out and at the end of the paragraph A, by adding and at the end of paragraph B, and by adding the following after paragraph B. C. If an order is made as soon as feasible, inform the victim of the existence of the order and of their rights to apply or revoke it or vary it. 5. Subsection 183.56 of the Act is replaced by the following. Duty to inquire. 5.1. If the prosecutor makes an application for an order under paragraph 2b or 4b, the military judge shall a. If the victim or witness is present, inquire of them if they wish to be the subject of the order. B. If the victim or witness is not present, inquire to the prosecutor if, before the application was made, they determined whether the victim or witness wishes to be the subject of the order. And C. In any event, advise the prosecutor of their duty under subsection 5.2. Duty to inform. 5.2. If the prosecutor makes the application, they shall, as soon as... Did I skip a page? I did. Sorry, 13. Duty to inform. 5.2. If the prosecutor makes an application, they shall, as soon as feasible, after the military judge makes an order, inform the military judge that they have A. Informed the victim and the witnesses and the witness who are the subject of the order of its existence, B. Determined whether they wish to be subject of the order, and C. Inform them of their right to apply or revoke or vary the order. Limitation 6. An order made under this section does not apply in either of the following circumstances. A. The disclosure of information is made in the course of the administration of military justice and is made for the purpose of other than to make the information known in the community, or B. The disclosure of information is made by a person who is subject of the order and is about that person and their particulars in any form and for any purpose, and they did not intentionally or recklessly reveal the identity of or reveal particulars like to identify any other persons whose identity is protected by the order prohibiting the publications of any documents or the broadcasting or transmission in any way of the information that could identify that other persons. Witnesses and victims' identities are protected. That's what that says. Ugh. Thank you, I appreciate that. Limitations, victims, and witnesses. 7. An order made under this section does not apply in respect to the disclosure of information by the victims or witnesses or witness when it is not the purpose of the disclosure to make the information known to the public, including when the disclosure is made to a legal professional, a healthcare professional, or a person in relation to that they trust with a victim or witness. 21. Subsection 183.64 of the Act is replaced by the following. Limitation 4. An order made under the section does not apply in either the following circumstances. A. Drink. Ugh. Whew. We're doing it, guys. We're making it. Hydrate. A. The disclosure is made in the course of the administration of military justice and is made for the purpose other than to make the information known in community. Or B. The disclosure of information is made by a person who is the subject of the order and is about that person and their particulars in any form for any purpose, and that did not intentionally or recklessly reveal the identity of or reveal particulars likely to identify any other person whose identity is protected by an order prohibiting the publication in any document or the broadcasting or transmission in any way of information that could identify that other person. Limitations, victims, witnesses, and other participants. 4.1. An order made under this section does not apply in the respect of the disclosure of information by the victim, witness, or military justice system participant when it is not the purpose of the disclosure to make the information known to the public, including when the disclosure is made to a legal professional, a healthcare professional, or a person in relationship of trust with the victim, witnesses, or military justice system participant. Section 2. Dos. Oh, I think I'm off. I think I'm off by one again. Sorry. Section 183.6 of the Act is amended by adding the following after subsection 6, duty to inquire. 6.1. If the prosecutor makes an application for an order under subsection 1 or 2, the military judge shall A, if the victim, witness, or military justice system participant is present, inquire them if they wish to be the subject of the order. B, if the victim, witness, or military justice system participant is not present, inquire of the prosecutor if, before the application was made, they determined whether the victim, witness, or military justice system participant wishes to be the subject of the order, and C, in any event, advise the prosecutor of their duty under subsection 9.2. So again, this is about the rights of victims and witnesses. 3, section 183. Oh no, I was right. No, I wasn't. Now I'm right. I don't know. Did I fuck something up here? Oh yeah, I did. Sorry, this hasn't changed yet. Supplementary duty, military judge 9.1. If an order is made, the military judge shall, as soon as feasible, inform the victim, witness, and military justice system participant who are subject to the order of its existence and their rights to apply to revoke or vary it. Duty to inform 9.2. If the prosecutor makes... Welcome back, Orange. If the prosecutor makes an application, they shall, as soon as feasible, after military judge makes the order, inform the military judge that they have A, inform the victim, witness, and military justice system participant who are the subject of the orders of his existence, B, determined whether they wish to be the subject of that order, and C, inform them of their right to apply or revoke or vary the order. 22. The Act is amended by adding the following after section 183.6. Application, vary, or revoke. This is all the bureaucracy of how to make sure, and this is like writing in checks and balances. So again, I'm back to I don't understand what Pierre Poilievre's issue is. 183.611. If a person who is the subject of an order made under section 183.5 or 183.6 requests that the prosecutor have it varied or revoked, the prosecutor shall, as soon as feasible, make an application to vary or revoke the order on their behalf. Order, vary, or revoke. 2. If an application to vary or revoke an order made under section 183.5 or 183.6 is made by the person who is the subject of the order or by any other person, including the prosecutor who is acting on behalf of the military judge assigned to provide at the court-martial or at military judge designated by the chief military judge shall, without holding a hearing, vary or revoke the order unless the military judge is of the opinion that to do so may affect the privacy interests of any person who is subject of an order prohibiting the publication in any document or the broadcasting or transmission in any way of information that could identify the persons. Hearing. If the military judge is of the opinion that varying or revoking the order that is the subject of the application referred to in subsection 2 may affect the privacy interests or any other persons who is the subject of the order prohibiting the publication or in any document or the broadcasting or transmission in any way of information that could identify the persons, the military judge shall hold a hearing to determine whether the order should be varied or revoked. So again, we are back to... This is just protecting people's fucking privacy when there's investigations and hearings going on. Factor 4. In the order to determine whether the order should be varied, the military judge shall take into account whether it is possible to do so in a manner that protects the privacy interests of any other person who is subject of any order prohibiting the publication in any document or the broadcasting or transmission in any way of information that could identify the person. Notice 5. The applicant is not required to provide notice of the application to vary, revoke, or order to the accused. Submission. This is all about protecting witnesses. This is all about protecting the victims. This is not about protecting the accused person right now. Submission. 6. The accused shall not be permitted to make submissions in relation to the application. Notice of change. 7. If the order is varied or revoked, the prosecutor shall notify the accused. 10. Tom says, checking in, how's our bill reader doing? Remember, you are qualified to get a job in the House of Commons. Yeah, I know, now I'm qualified. I'm more qualified, I think. Atlantic says, is Pierre Poilievre's issue with the bill that he believes the military should not be accountable? I don't know. If anybody knows what Pierre Poilievre's issue is with Bill C-11, please tell me, or give me a citation of where he said what his actual issue is, because he just rattled it off. Victoria says, Peter Polly Pocket wants no checks and balances. He wants North Korea-style dictatorship. He is an authoritarian, so maybe that is the case. Sable Eye says, defeated 266 out of 300 spiders in Mirkwood. This is not easy way to learn a new Taylor recipe. Oh, that's busy work, my friend, busy work. 23.1. The definition designated offense in the section 227 of the Act is replaced by the following. Designated offense means a primary offense or a secondary offense. 2. Section 227 of the Act is amended by adding the following in alphabetical order. Primary offense means A. An offense referred to any paragraph A to E of the definition of primary offense in subsection 490.011 bracket 1 of the Criminal Code that is punishable under section 130 of this Act, or B. An attempt or conspiracy to commit an offense referred to in paragraph A. Secondary offense means A. An offense referred to in paragraph A of the definition secondary offense in subsection 490.011 bracket 1 of the Criminal Code that is punishable under section 130 of this Act. B. An attempted conspiracy to commit an offense referred to in paragraph A. 24. Section 227.01 of the Act is replaced by the following order. 227.011 subject to subsection 5. When a court-martial imposes a sentence on a person in respect of a designated offense, it shall make an order in the prescribed form requiring that person to comply with the Sex Offender Information Registry Act if A. the sentence of imprisonment of 2 years or more is imposed for the designated offense, or if the sentence is in respect of more than one offense. The court-martial is of the opinion that a sentence of imprisonment of 2 years or more is justified for the designated offense, and B. if the victim of the designated offense is under the age of 18 years old. So they're just saying, yeah, you're going on the sex offender registry if you meet this criteria. Order previous offense or obligations 2, subject to subsection 5. When a court-martial imposes a sentence on a person in respect of a designated offense, shall make an order in the prescribed form requiring the person to comply with the Sex Offender Information Registry Act if the prosecutor establishes that before or after the coming into force of paragraphs A and B, the person A was previously convicted under section 130 in respect of a primary offense, or was previously convicted under Criminal Code of Primary Offense as defined in subsection 490.011 bracket 1 of that Act, or B, is or was, as a result of conviction, subject to an order or obligation under this of another act of Parliament to comply with the Sex Offender Information Registration Act. Is it possible that he was referring to 2023 Bill C-11, the Online Streaming Act? I think that was what he was referring to. I think this is the wrong one. Like, if we listen to what he said, he mentioned online streaming, right? Like,
how this is unprecedented and inappropriate. What is your take? You were just there. What is your take on what just took place in these online censorship bills?
Well, we're seeing the more consolidation of power and control in the hands of the Carney Liberal government. They want to control your thoughts, your religious beliefs, they want to be able to have the capacity to surveil people's online activities. With laws that go far beyond what exists in any other democratic country. And what you're seeing is a large-scale surveillance and censorship apparatus that the Liberals have put together with C9, which bans certain Bible verses that the government considers to be politically incorrect, with the old C11, which is the Online Streaming Act, which allows the
yeah, see, the old C-11 with Online Streaming Act. Okay, so what is it now? It doesn't even still exist now. So we've got the wrong fucking thing. Bill C-11 Online Streaming Act. Badoo. So I've got this, which is Online Streaming Act. The Online Streaming Act ensures Canadian stories and music are widely available on streaming platforms to the benefit of future generations of artists and creators in Canada. What the fuck's the problem with that? The act is about having broadcasters, including online streaming services, do a few things such as showcasing Canadian stories and music, contributing to the production of Canadian stories and music in English, French, and Indigenous languages, supporting a broadcasting system that reflects Canadian diversity, helping to make programs accessible without barriers to persons with disabilities. The Online Streaming Act received royal assent in April 2023 and is the first major reform to the Broadcasting Act since 1991. The law will give Canadians more opportunities to see themselves as blah, 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 blah. What does it do? Here are some examples. Blah, 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 stupid, shitty infographic. Digital agenda. The Online Streaming Act and the Online News Act are two pieces of the government's digital agenda. They are separate pieces of legislation with different implementations processes. Online Streaming Act Bill C-11 makes Canadian stories music widely available for Canadians in the digital age. An Online News Act Bill C-18 requires large digital platforms to bargain fairly with new businesses for their content. Directions of the CRTC. Oh, that's the word I was looking for before, the CRTC. Sustainable and Equitable Broadcasting Regulatory Framework. The Government of Canada has issued policy directions to the CRTC, which will be responsible for the implementation of the Act. The directions given to the CRTC instructions on how it will implement the Online Streaming Act, including directions designated to support Canadian creators and creative industries, advance Indigenous storytelling, increase representation of equity-seeking groups, ensure regulations are equitable, fair, and flexible, redefine Canadian programs, exclude the content of social media creators, exclude the content of social media creators, including podcasts, from regulation. It doesn't apply to me. Highlights from the policy. Before issuing the final directions, the Department of Canadian Heritage held consultations on proposed directions of the Regulatory Impact Assessment Statement from July 10th to July 25th, 2023. In comments received during the consultations are available on the Canadian Gazette website. What's the fucking problem? Good fucking God. Oh yeah, I got this one too. C-11, 44th Parliament, first session, Monday, November 22nd, 2021 to Monday, January 6th, 2025. Act to amend Broadcasting Act and make related consequential amendments to other acts. First reading, second reading, third reading, report stage, Senate pre-study, blah, 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 blah. Look, it went through the normal fucking all this shit they have to do. Ta-da! Agreed vote. My God! Well, presumably, this is the bill... Bill C-11 that I'm looking at is the 2025 one. The Act to Amend National Defense Act and other acts from 2025. He said the old Bill C-11, that is the online security. Or online streaming, sorry. Cool, great, give that to me. Look, here's a now what. There's the Department of Justice that I was already looking at. There's the Wikipedia article. Blah, 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 blah. Can I just have the fucking thing? A reintroduction with amendments in 2022. Received royal assent in 2023. Supporters of the bill, blah, blah, blah. I don't really care about the criticisms. I just want the fucking bill. The panel's urgent recommendations were incorporated into Bill C-10. Proposed amendment by blah, blah, result of an effective gag order, blah, 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 blah. Introduced in 2022, online streaming. Maybe I just search Online Streaming Act. Maybe that'll give me the fucking thing I'm looking for. He has to pretend this so-called algorithmic control, which is just imposing Canada Con rules on streaming, is somehow insidious. Yeah, it's absurd. All right. Is this it? Okay, maybe I found something. Online Streaming Act. Here we go. I think I might have found it. Give me the PDF. Hey. All right, I think I got it. I think I got the right thing. This is still 56 pages. No, my numbers are all off now. Now I gotta add another 56. Plus 56. Rip. Statute of Canada 2023, Chapter 8, an act to amend the Broadcasting Act and to make related and consequential amendments to other act, ascended to April 27, 2023, Bill C-11. Summary. This enactment amends the Broadcasting Act to, among other things, A, add online undertakings from the transmission or retransmission of programs over the internet as a distinct class of broadcasting undertakings. B, specify that the act does not apply in respect of programs uploaded to an online undertaking that provides social media services by a user of the service unless the programs are prescribed by regulation. C, update the broadcasting policy for Canada set out in Section 3 of the Act by, among other things, providing that the Canadian broadcasting system could 1. Serve the needs of interests of all Canadians, including Canadians from Black or other radicalized communities in Canadians of diverse ethnoculture background, socioeconomic status, ability and disability, sexual orientations, gender identities and expressions, and ages, and 2, provide opportunities to Indigenous persons programming that reflects Indigenous cultures and that is in Indigenous language, and programming that is accessible without barriers to persons with disabilities. D, enhance the vitality of official language minority communities in Canada and foster full recognition and use of both English and French in Canadian society, including by supporting the production and broadcasting of original programs in both languages. E, specify that the Canadian Radio, Television, and Telecommunications Commission, the Commission, must regulate and supervise Canadian broadcasting system in a manner that, 1, takes into account the different characteristics of English, French, and Indigenous language broadcasting and the different conditions under which broadcasting undertakings that provide English, French, or Indigenous language programs operate. 2, take into account, among other things, the nature and diversity of the services provided by broadcasting undertakings. 3, ensure that the broadcasting undertaking that can not make a maximum or predominant use of Canadian creative and other human resources in the creation, production, and presentation of program contributes to those Canadian resources in an equitable manner. 4, promotes innovation and readily acceptable to scientific and technological change. 5, facilitates the provision to Canadians and Canadian programs in both official languages, including those created and produced by official language minority communities in Canada, as well as Canadian programs in Indigenous language. 6, facilitate the provision of programs that are accessible without barriers to persons with disabilities. 7, facilitates the provision to Canadians of programs created by producers and members of Black or other racialized, not radicalized. Racialized. Sorry, I said radicalized before, it was racialized as well. 8, protects the privacy of individuals who are members of the audience and programs broadcast. And 9, takes into account the variety of broadcasting undertakings of which the Act applies and avoids imposing obligations on any class of broadcasting undertakings if that imposition will not contribute in a material manner to the implementation of broadcasting policy. F, amend the procedure relating to the issuance by the Governor and Council of policy directions to the Commission. Replace the Commissioner's power to impose conditions on license with a power to make orders imposing conditions on the carrying of the broadcast undertakings. H, provide the Commission with power to require that persons carrying on broadcasting undertakings make expenditures to support the Canadian broadcasting system. I, authorize the Commission to provide information to the minister responsible for that act, the Chief Statistician of Canada, and the Commissioner of Competition to set out in the Act a process by which the person who submits certain types of information to the Commission may designate the information as confidential. J, amend the procedure by which the Governor and Council may, under Section 28 of the Act, set aside a decision of the Commission to issue, amend, or renew a license, or refer such a decision back to the Commission for reconsideration and hearing. K, specify that a person shall not carry on a broadcast undertaking other than the online undertaking unless they do so in accordance with a license or they are exempt from the requirements to hold a license. L. Harmonize the punishments for offenses under Part 2 of the Act. I clarify that due diligence defense applies to the existing offenses set out in the Act. And M. Allow for the imposition of administrative monetary penalties for violations of a certain provisions of the Act or of the Accessible Canada Act. Oh, my God. So that means we just added, 12, 13. So that's 203. The other number is going up now from the number we read. So what's the problem? Guys, what's Pierre Poilievre's issue with Bill C-11? That it makes the government able to stop certain YouTube channels from doing things or change the algorithm or what? What's the problem? Where? Citation needed. You do understand why this is so problematic, right? Right? Like, let me play again what he said, because I guarantee you've forgotten what the fuck he said.
Verses that the government considers to be politically incorrect, with the old C-11, which is the Online Streaming Act, which allows the government to manipulate algorithms to promote content it wants you to see and demote other content it does not want you to see.
What in that was promoting content the government wants you to see or demoting content the government doesn't want you to see? It's promoting Canadian content, which is a law that already exists in our broadcasting laws in Canada. All they've done is bring the internet under Canadian broadcasting rules because people are streaming and broadcasting. He doesn't want French language Canadian kids beaver cartoons. Yeah, apparently. This is April from 57 minutes ago, and I can't believe you're still going. This is a marathon. Are you going for the high score? Yo, my guy. April, it is listed as a mega stream for a reason. But yeah, there's nothing in this that is what he says it is. But I will be right back. We did get a redeem 1,000 points for a break, so I will take a break and I will be right back. Oh my god. Ugh, the sun. The sun! Ugh. Okay, so sorry, let me catch up on chat. What were you guys saying? Promoting Canada content, regulated by the CRTC. Pierre Poilievre opposes it because he believes business should be unregulated. But it's not what he's... Even if that's true, like, even if that's true, and... Yeah, I'm blind. I'm blind from this. You're blind from how pale I am reflecting back. That should fix it. Is that better? There we go. How's that? Better. Not great, but better. Steps outside. Eesh. You, outside, disgusting. How dare you. So here's the thing. Even if that is what he wants or what he doesn't like or likes or whatever, he's still misrepresenting it. Because it's not about controlling your access to information at all, which is what he's implying and what he's saying it is, right? That's literally just not what it is. Lemon water. Literally not the case. So, like, he's even fear-mongering about something he doesn't even necessarily have to if that's what his position actually is. Who's yelling at me? Yeah. Okay. He frames it as censorship, and it's not. It's not censorship at all. Like, it doesn't even make sense. Do I need to read this whole thing? Do I need to? Where did it go? Now I've lost it. The fuck is this one? Oh no, this is it. This is the fucking broadcasting chapter 8. Do we need to read this whole one? I don't need to, but I made a... But I already read, like, fucking 10 pages of the wrong one. I wish he was specific. At least if he gave me, like, the part that he's upset by or the part that bothers him, I would be able to, like, fucking not. Alright, I'm going. I committed, you're right. You're right. How far into this other one did I get? Oh, I scrolled up to the beginning. Book. Oh, well. Alright. You're right, I committed to it. Let's go. 7 to 71, Elizabeth II to Charles... First, 1 Charles III, because the Queen died and Charles came in. Chapter 8, an act to amend the Broadcasting Act to make the related and consequential amendments to the other acts. I'll turn it back down. Ascended to 27th April 2023, His Majesty, by and with the advice and consent of the Senate and House of Commons of Canada, enacts as follows. Short title, this act may be cited as the Online Streaming Act. Okay, do I need to... Sorry, I'm thinking about my counter. Do I need to... I think I can start subtracting because I added the 10, right? This is the old Bill C-11, the Online Streaming Act. So we got the correct bill that he was referring to. An act to amend the Broadcasting Act. This act may be cited as the Online Streaming Act. 1991 C-11. Broadcasting Act. 2.1. The definitions broadcasting undertaking, distribution undertaking, network and programming undertaking in subsection 2.1 of the Broadcasting Act are respectively replaced by the following. Broadcasting means any transmission of programs, regardless of whether the transmission is scheduled or on demand, or whether the programs are encrypted or not, by radio waves or by other means of telecommunication for reception by the public, by means of broadcasting receiving apparatus, but does not include any such transmissions of programs that is made solely for the purpose or display in a public place. Broadcasting undertaking includes a distribution undertaking, an online undertaking, a programming undertaking, and a network. Distribution undertaking means an undertaking for the reception of broadcasting and its retransmission by radio waves or other means of telecommunication to more than one permanent or temporary residence or dwelling unit, or to another such undertaking, but does not include such an undertaking that is an online undertaking. Does not include such an undertaking that is an online undertaking. Network includes any operation where control over all or any part of the programs or program schedule of or more schedules of one or more broadcasting undertaking is delegated to another undertaking or person, but does not include such an operation that is an online undertaking. Programming undertaking means an undertaking for the transmission of programs either directly by radio waves or other means of telecommunication, or indirectly through a distribution undertaking for reception by the public by means of broadcasting receiving apparatus, but does not include such an undertaking that is an online undertaking. 2. Subsection 2.1 of the Act is amended by adding the following in alphabetical order. Affiliate, in relation to any person, means any other person who controls that first person or who is controlled by that first person or by third party who also controls the first person. Barrier has the same meaning as in Section 2 of the Act of the Accessible Canada Act. Community element includes the element of the Canadian broadcasting system as part of which members of a community participate in the production of programs that are in a language used in the community, including a not-for-profit broadcasting undertaking that is managed by a board of directors elected by a community. Control, the definition affiliate in paragraph 9.11m and subparagraph 9.1 LNI includes control in fact, whether or not through one or more persons. Decision includes determination made by the Commission in any form. Indigenous peoples has the meaning as assigned by the definition Aboriginal Peoples of Canada in subsection 35.2 of the Constitution Act 1982. Official language minority community means English-speaking communities in Quebec and French-speaking communities outside of Quebec. Online undertaking means an undertaking for the transmission or transmission of programs over an internet or reception by the public by means of broadcasting receiving apparatus. Programming control means control over the selection of programs for transmission, but does not include control over selection of program services for retransmission. Alright? Do we understand these things? Cool. 3. Subsection 2.3 of the Act is replaced by the following. Exclusion carrying on broadcasting undertaking. 2.1. A person who uses social media service to upload programs for transmission over the internet and reception by other users of the service, and who is not the provider of the service or provider's affiliate or the agent of or mandatory of either of them, does not by the fact of that use carry on a broadcasting undertaking for the purposes of this Act. So that is me. I am not... This shit doesn't apply to me. Because I am an individual streaming to a platform, I am not responsible for the shit that they're doing in this Act. Right? This doesn't apply to me. Exclusion, social media services, and programming control. 2.2. An online undertaking that provides a social media service does not, for the purposes of this Act, exercise programming control over programs uploaded by a user of the service who is not the provider of the service or not a provider's affiliate or agent of the mandatory either of them. That YouTube! That's rude. That's YouTube! It can be Twitter, it can be Facebook. Like, those are also applicable here. Exclusion, certain transmissions over the internet. 2.3. A person does not carry an online undertaking for the purposes of this Act in respect to a transmission of programs over the internet. A, that is, ancillary to a business? Ancillary? Hold on, I need to look up this word.
Ancillary.
Ancillary. Of secondary importance or subordinate. An auxiliary or an accessory. See, I was thinking it's auxiliary. That is an ancillary to a business not primarily engaged in the transmission of programs to the public, and that is intended to provide clients with information or services directly related to that business. B, that is part of the operations of primary or secondary school, a college, university, or other institution of higher learning, a public library or museum. Or C, that is part of operations of a theater, concert hall, or other venue of the presentation of live performing arts. So if you're a library, this doesn't apply to you. If you're a museum, this doesn't apply to you. If you are a theater that is doing live performing arts, this does not apply to you. Interpretation 3. This Act shall be construed and applied in a manner that is consistent with A, the freedom of expression and journalistic, creative, and performing independence enjoyed by broadcasting undertakings and creators. B, the right to privacy of individuals. And C, the commitment of the Government of Canada to enhance the vitality of official language minority communities and to support and assist their development, as well as to foster the full recognition of use of both English and French in Canadian society. Alright, so everything we're about to talk about, none of it is supposed to be consistent with and is supposed to be interpreted under these pre-existing conditions. Alright, so none of the things that we're about to talk about applies to things like freedom of expression or journalistic and creative programming independence. Alright? So it's not limiting to any of these things. It's supposed to work in consort with those things. So as soon as this motherfucker says something like it restricts your access to information, or it's preventing you from your freedom of expression and your freedom of speech or whatever, he's lying. 3.1 paragraph 3.1a of the Act is replaced by the following. A. Canadian broadcasting system shall be effectively owned and controlled by Canadians. And it is recognized that it includes foreign broadcasting undertakings that provide programming to Canadians. So this is one of my issues that I have with the National Post. Right? The National Post is not Canadian owned. It's part of a conglomerate that is majority owned by the United States. I guess I can just get rid of that and that. A1. Each broadcasting undertaking shall contribute to the implementation of the objectives of the broadcasting policy set out in the subsection in a manner that is appropriate in consideration of the nature of services provided by the undertaking. 2. Paragraph 3.1c of the Act is replaced by the following. C. While sharing common aspects, English and French language broadcasting operate under different conditions. In particular, the minority context of French in North America may have different requirements. 2.1 subparagraph 3.1d. 2. If the Act is replaced by the following. Of the Act is replaced by this following. Blah, blah, blah. 2. Encourage the development of Canadian expression by providing a wide range of programming that reflects Canadian attitudes, opinions, ideas, values, and artistic creativity by displaying Canadian talent in entertainment programming and by offering information and analysis concerning Canada and other countries from a Canadian point of view, and foster an environment that encourages the development and export of Canadian programs. Oh, I stopped counting. Oh no. I think we're here. I think this is where we're at. We added 10. Oh no, this should be here. There we go. I think I fixed it. Maybe I didn't, but you let me know. 3 subparagraph 3.1d, 3 and 4 of the Act are replaced by the following. 3. Through its programming and the employment opportunities arising out of its operations, serve the needs and interests of all Canadians, including Canadians from Black or other racialized communities, and Canadians of diverse ethnocultural backgrounds, socioeconomic statuses, abilities and disabilities, sexual orientations, gender identities, and expression and ages, and reflect their circumstances and aspirations, including equal rights and linguistic duality and multicultural and multiracial nature of Canadian society, and the special place of Indigenous people and languages within that society. 3.1 Provide opportunities to Indigenous persons to produce programming in Indigenous language, English or French, or in any combination of them to carry on broadcasting undertakings. 3.11 Provide opportunities to Black and other racialized persons in Canada by taking into account their specific needs and interests, namely by supporting the production and broadcasting of original programs by and for Black and other racialized communities. 3.2 Actually, that might be 3.1.1 or 3. I'm not sure. But this one is 3.2. Support the production and broadcasting of original French language programs. 3.3. Enhance the vitality of official language minority communities in Canada and support and assist their development by taking into account their specific needs and interests, including through supporting the production and broadcasting of original programs by and for those communities. 3.4. Support communities broadcasting that reflects both the diversity of the communities being served, including with respect to the language in use within those communities and to their ethnocultural and Indigenous composition, and the high engagement and involvement in community broadcasting by members of those communities, including with respect to matters of public concern. 3.5 Ensure that Canadian independent broadcasting undertakings continue to be able to play a vital role within that system. Support the production and broadcasting of programs in a diversity of languages that reflect Black and other racialized communities, and that diversity of ethnocultural composition of Canadian society, including through broadcasting undertakings that are carried on by Canadians from Black and other racialized communities and diverse ethnocultural backgrounds. 3.7 Provide opportunities to Canadian from Black or other racialized communities and diverse ethnocultural backgrounds to produce broadcasting programs by and for those communities. 4, promote innovation and be readily adaptable to scientific and technological changes. 5, reflect and be responsive to the preferences and interests of various audiences. And 6, ensure freedom of expression and journalistic independence. So, what does all that mean? It means you have to be able to be diverse. You're not allowed shitting on specific minority groups or excluding minority groups. You're not allowed to be fucking racist. You're not allowed to be fucking a bigot. That's it. Don't be a bigot. Orange dot for 3 said impressive commitment to the task, Chesh. Thank you. Thank you. I'm doing my best. I'm not gonna survive this. We've been live for 6.5 hours. My hands smell like Doritos. I have not touched Doritos today. It's not like this is. So what's Pierre Poilievre's problem? Diversity, doesn't like diversity? Is he having an issue with DEI? Is that his fucking says issue? 4, paragraphs 3, 1, F to H of the Act are replaced by the following. F, each Canadian broadcasting undertaking shall employ and make maximum use, and in no case less than predominant use of Canadian creativity and other human resources in the creation, production, and presentation of programming, unless the nature of service provided by the undertaking, such as specialized content or format, or the use of language other than French English, renders that use impracticable, in which case the undertaking shall make the greatest practicable use of those resources. So if you're doing a documentary about something in another country to provide for Canadians, you're gonna have to... It's not realistic that certain things aren't gonna be applicable, right? Don't be a bigot, but that's hard, he's an authoritarian. I know. You're right. You're right. F1. Each foreign online undertaking shall make the greatest practical use of Canadian creative and other human resources and shall contribute in an equitable manner to strongly support the creation, production, and presentation of Canadian programming, taking into the account the linguistic duality of the market they serve. All right, if you want a really good example of this, I hate to be that guy, but I'm gonna be that guy. Heated Rivalry. Heated Rivalry was initially going to be made in Hollywood. Hollywood rejected it, or Hollywood wanted too many changes to it, so the Canadian guy came back to Canada and did it in Canada. And so doing it in Canada came with requirements. So that includes actors, staff, locations, like every part of the production has to now meet these requirements, right? Which they did, and they didn't seem to have any problem in doing so. So, what I'm getting at is, it's not hard. This is not a big ask. G, the programming over which a person who carries on a broadcasting undertaking has programming control should be of high standard. Oh my goodness. High standards, you say? Can't have that. Oh no. H, all persons who carry on broadcasting undertaking have the responsibility for programs they broadcast and over which they have programming control. Conservative, Red Cedar in the chat said, conservatism has seemed to embrace the tough guy image and wants to suppress other ways of being. Yeah, as if the tough guy image isn't, like, shaky and fragile as fuck, right? 5, subparagraph 3, L, I, and 2, or I, and I. Nope, 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 nope. 3L, 1, 1, and 2 of the Act are replaced by the following. 1. Be varied and comprehensive, providing a balance of information, enlightenment, and entertainment for people of all ages, interests, and tastes. 1.1. Reflect and support Canadian linguistic duality by placing significant importance on the creation, production, broadcasting of original French language programs, including those from French linguistic minority communities. 2. Be drawn from local, regional, national, and international sources, including at the local level from community broadcasters who, through collaboration with local organizations and community members, are in a unique position to be able to provide varied programming to meet the needs of specific audiences. 2.1. Include programs produced by Canadians that cover news and current events from the local and regional to the national and international, and that reflect the viewpoints of Canadians, including the viewpoints of Indigenous persons and of Canadians from Black or other racialized communities and diverse ethno-cultural backgrounds. 2.2 reflect the importance of Indigenous language revitalization by supporting the production and broadcasting of Indigenous language programming in accordance with the United Nations Declarations of Rights of Indigenous People and in response to the Truth and Reconciliation Commission of Canadians' calls to action. 5.1 subparagraph 3LI14 of the Act is replaced with the following: 4. Provide a reasonable opportunity for the public to be exposed to the expression of different views on matters of public concern and to directly participate in public dialogue on those matters, including through the community element. And my guy, this is like, you're not allowed to be Fox News, is what this says. That's what that says. You're not allowed to be Fox News, fuck you. 6. Paragraph 3L, K and L of the Act are replaced by the following: K. A range of broadcasting services in English and in French shall be extended to all Canadians. L. The Canadian Broadcasting Corporation, as the national public broadcaster, should provide broadcasting services incorporating a wide range of programming that informs, enlightens, and entertains. PP will consult and then make the decision he was going to make anyway. Literal paraphrase of what he said. 6.1 subparagraph 3LM4 of the Act is replaced by the following: 4. Be in English and in French, reflecting the different needs and circumstances of each official language community, including the specific needs and interests of official language minority communities. 7. Paragraph 3LO to S of the Act are replaced by the following: O. Programming that reflects Indigenous cultures of Canada and programming that is in Indigenous language should be provided, including through broadcasting undertakings that are carried on by Indigenous persons within community elements which are positioned to serve smaller and remote communities, and other elements of the Canadian broadcasting system in order to serve Indigenous peoples where they live. P. Programming that is accessible without barriers to persons with disabilities should be provided within the Canadian broadcasting system, included through community broadcasting, as well as the opportunity for them to develop their own content and voices. P.1. Programming that is accessible without barriers to persons with disabilities should provide within the Canadian broadcasting system, including without limitation, closed captioning services and described video services available to assist persons living with a visual or auditory impairment. Wow, how dare we make things accessible for people? This is so stupid. Who has a problem with any of this? What the fuck? Q. Online undertakings that provide the programming services of other broadcasting undertakings should 1. Ensure the discoverability of Canadian programming services and original Canadian programs, including the original French language programs, in an equitable proportion. 2. When programming services are supplied to them by other broadcasting undertakings under contractual arrangements, provide reasonable terms for their carriage, packaging, and retailing of those programs and services. 3. Ensure the delivery of programming is at affordable rates. So they can't make the French more expensive than the English, basically. Our online undertaking shall clearly promote and recommend Canadian programming in both official languages as well as in Indigenous language, and ensure that any means of control of the programming generates results allowing its discovery. So, like, if it's on Netflix, it needs to be, like, labeled as such and easily searchable, so it can't get, like, buried in bullshit. S. The program provided by the community element the programming provided by the community element should 1. Be innovative and complementary to the programming provided for mass audiences. 2. Cater to the taste and interests not adequately provided for by the programming provided for mass audiences, and include programs devoted to culture, politics, history, health, and public safety, local news, and current events in local economy and arts. So you can't, like, be stepping on each other's toes, is what that says. 3. Reflect Canadian communities, regions, Indigenous, and multicultural nature, including through third language programming. 4. Support new and emerging Canadian creative talent as a cost-effective venue for learning new skills, taking risks, and exchanging ideas. So, for anybody curious, things like the Great White North, those kinds of shows. 5. Through community participation, strengthen the democratic process and support local journalism. And 6. Be available throughout Canada so that all Canadians can engage in dialogue on matters of public concern. And then it's part 4. My goodness. The Act is amended by adding the following after Section 4, non-application programs on social media services. 4.11, this Act does not apply in respect of a program that is uploaded to an online undertaking that provides a social media service by a user of the service for transmission over the internet and reception by other users of this service. It doesn't apply to me. Application of certain programs. 2. Despite subsection 1, this Act applies in respect of a program that is uploaded and as described in that subsection of the program. A is uploaded to social media service by the provider of the service or the provider's affiliate or by the agent or mandatory of either of them. B is prescribed by regulations made under the section 4.2. So, fun fact, by the way, as I've been scrolling, doom scrolling, because sometimes I'm doom scrolling, if I find a Canadian artist, I have added them to my watch list, and I'm going to start featuring them. Non-application social media service. 3. This Act does not apply in respect of online undertakings whose broadcasting consists only of programs in respect of which this Act does not apply under this section. For greater certainty. 4. For greater certainty, this section does not include the application of this Act in respect of a program that, except for the fact that it is not uploaded as described in subsection 1, is the same as a program in respect to which the Act does not apply in this section. So if CBC is broadcasting on TV, on the radio, and also online, that's what they're talking about. Regulation programs which this Act applies. 4.21. For the purposes of the paragraph 4.12b, the Commission may make regulations prescribing programs in respect of which this Act applies in a manner that is consistent with freedom of expression. So you're not allowed to fucking circumvent the freedom of expression when the Commission is making regulations for this. And to be fair, I'm not sure the Francophones are interested in Moose on the Loose. Francophone Quebec would shred Moose on the Loose. Like, absolutely just demolish that man. There'd be nothing left of him when they were done. Oh my god. Ripped apart. Obliterated. Matters. 2. In making regulations under subsection 1, the Commission shall consider the following matters. A. The extent to which a program uploaded to an online undertaking that provides a social media service directly or indirectly generates revenue. B. The fact that such a program has been broadcast in whole or in part by a broadcasting undertaking that... Sorry, 1 second. Nope. There we go. 1 is required to be carried on under a license, or 2 is required to be registered with the Commission but does not provide a social media service, and C, the fact that such a program has been assigned a unique identifier under international standard system. Exclusion. 3. Regulations shall not prescribe a program, A, in respect of which either the user of the social media service who uploads the program nor the owner of the license and copyright of the program receives revenue, or B, consistent with visual images. 5.1, paragraph 5.2a of the Act is replaced by the following. A, takes into account the different characteristics of English, French, and Indigenous language broadcasting and the different conditions under which the broadcasting undertaking that provide English, French, or Indigenous language programming operate, including the minority context of French in North America and the specific needs of interests of official language minority communities in Canada of Indigenous peoples. A1 takes into account the nature and diversity of the service provided by the broadcasting undertakings, as well as their size, their impact on the Canadian creation and production industry, particularly with the respect of the employment in Canada and Canadian programming, their contribution to implementation of the broadcasting policy set out in subsection 3.1, and any other characteristics that may be relevant in these circumstances. Like Chorus Entertainment, for example, YTV, and like the numerous radio stations that Chorus Entertainment owns, for example. A2 ensures any broadcasting undertaking that cannot make maximum or predominant use of Canadian creative and other human resources in the creation, production, and presentation of a program contributes to those Canadians' resources in an equitable manner. So if you can't, you still have to be equitable about it. And I wonder how this affects AI-generated bullshit. 1.1 paragraph 5(2)(c) of the Act is replaced by the following. C. Promotes innovation and is readily adaptable to scientific and technological change. 2. Paragraph 5(2)(e) of the Act is replaced by the following. E. Facilitates the provisions to Canadians of Canadian programming created and produced in both official languages, including those created and produced by official language minority communities in Canada, as well as Indigenous languages. E1 facilitates the provision of programs that are accessible without barriers to persons with disabilities. E2 facilitates the provisions of Canadians of programs created and produced by members of Black or other racialized communities. You're not allowed to be a bigot. Red Cedar has said, to be fair, oh no, I read that already. I'm crazy. Never mind. I thought I saw something else come out in the corner of my eye. I'm losing my mind. Guys, I've been here too long. Guys, send help. 3, subsection 5(2) of the Act amended by striking out "and" at the end of the paragraph. F, by adding the following after paragraph G. G1 protects the privacy of individuals who are members of the audience for programs broadcast by broadcasting undertakings. H, takes into account the variety. Yo, can you spell the word help out in, like, emotes? Like, does that, is all of the alphabet available in emotes, meaning that you could type out the word help and it would fly across the screen? Does that work? Try it. Try it and let me know. H, takes into account the variety of broadcasting undertakings to which this Act applies and avoids imposing obligations on any class of broadcasting undertakings that imposition will not contribute in a material manner to the implementation of the broadcasting policy set out in subsection 3.1. 6, the Act is amended by adding the following after Section 5, official language minorities communities. 5.1, in regulating and supervising the Canadian SOS. Valid. In regulating and supervising the Canadian broadcasting system and exercising its power under this Act, the Commission shall enhance the vitality of official language minority communities in Canada and support and assist in their development. Did that fly across the screen? I don't know if that worked. Weird. Hold on. H. Oh, no, I'm curious now. Hold on. I'm getting distracted. Give me a second. I need to know. I feel like that's like the alphabet is not available because I feel like if the alphabet were available, people would use it to get around the censors, right? Yeah. I don't think so. I don't think so. Mooth on the looth. All right, consultation. 5.21, the Commission shall consult with official language minority communities in Canada when making decisions that could adversely affect them. Well, we know which part Pierre Poilievre doesn't like. Objectives of consultations. 2. When engaging in consultations required by subsection 1, the Commission shall A. Gather information to test the policy decisions and initiatives. B. Propose policies, decisions, and initiatives that have not been finalized. C. Seek the Commission's opinions with regard to the policies, decisions, or initiatives that are the subject of the consultations. D. Provide them with all relevant information on which those policies, decisions, or initiatives are based. E. Openly and meaningfully consider those options. You openly and meaningfully consider those opinions. Those opinions. You have to actually take them seriously. It can't just be fucking... Can you request the witch hat? Yeah, I'll get the witch hat out. Hold on. I got the witch hat. I also have this glittery mask. My fancy glitter mask. Look at that. Isn't that neato? Get my witch hat. My sister crocheted this for me. Witch hat! FB, yeah, I did turn it. Be prepared to alter these policies, decisions, or initiatives. And G, provide the communities with feedback both during the consultation process and after the decision has been made. 7.1, subsection 8, 2, and 3 of the Act are replaced by the following. Representations. 2. The minister shall A, specify in the notice the period of at least 30 days from day to day on which the notices were published under paragraph 1A, during which interested persons may make representations. B, publish the representations that are made during that period. Implementation of proposal. 3. The Governor in General may, after the period referred to in paragraph 2A has ended and the proposed order has been laid before each House of Parliament, implement the proposal by making an order under Section 7, either in the form of proposed or revised in the manner that the Governor Council considers appropriate. 2. Subsection 8.5 of the Act is repealed. 8.1, paragraph 9.1a to h of the Act are replaced by the following. A, establish classes of licenses other than for online undertakings. B, issue a license, the term of which may be indefinite or fixed by the Commission. C, amend a license as to its term on the application of licenses. D, amend a license other than as to its term on the application of the license or on the Commission's own motion. If for anybody who doesn't know, if you want to broadcast in Canada, you need a broadcasting license. There are rules and laws that you need to follow. Not anybody can just broadcast whatever the fuck they want if you want to be a broadcaster. That doesn't mean streaming, by the way. It doesn't work that way. Where was I? E, renew a license, the term of which may be indefinite or fixed by the Commission. And F, suspend or revoke a license. 2, subsection 9.2 to 4 of the Act are replaced by the following. Exemptions for the Commission shall, by order, on the terms and conditions that is considered appropriate, exempt persons who carry on broadcasting undertakings of any class specified in the order from any or all of the requirements of this part of an order made under section 9.1 or if of a regulation made under this part if the Commission is satisfied that compliance with those requirements will not contribute in a material manner to the implementation of the broadcasting policy set out in subsection 3.1. So you don't have to worry about it if it doesn't you're just going to get an exception if the Commission decides so. That is not going to affect anything you're doing. Repeal or amendment. 5. The Commission shall repeal or amend an exemption order made under subsection 4 if the Commission considers that doing so will contribute in a material manner to the implementation of the broadcasting policy set out in subsection 3.1. 9. The Act is amended by adding the following after section 9. Conditions. 9.11. The Commission may, in furtherance of its objects, make orders imposing conditions on the carrying on of broadcasting undertakings that the Commission considers appropriate for implementation of the broadcasting policy set out in subsection 3.1, including conditions respecting A, the proportion of programs to be broadcast that shall be Canadian programs and the proportion of time that shall be devoted to broadcasting of Canadian programs. B, the proportion of Canadian programs to be broadcast that shall be original French language programs, including first-run programs. C, the proportion of programs to be broadcast that shall be original French language programs. D, the proportion of programs to be broadcast that shall be devoted to specific genres in order to ensure the diversity of programming. E, the presentation of programs and programming services for selection by the public, including the showcasing of discoverability of Canadian programs and programming services, such as original French language programs. F, a requirement for a person carrying on a broadcasting undertaking other than an online undertaking to obtain approval from the Commission before entering into any contract with a telecommunications common carrier as defined in the Telecommunications Act for distribution of programming directly to the public. G, a requirement for the person carrying on distribution undertaking to give priority to the carriage of broadcasting. So like Amazon Prime, for example. H, a requirement for a person, you know what probably doesn't get caught by YouTube censors? Leet speak. I bet Leet speak does not get, I bet you the YouTube doesn't recognize Leet speak. H, a requirement for a person carrying on distribution undertaking to carry on the terms and conditions that Commission considers appropriate programming services specified by the Commission that are provided by a broadcasting undertaking. I, a requirement without terms and conditions for a person carrying on an online that provides the programming services of other broadcasting undertakings in a manner that is similar to a distribution undertaking to carry programming services specified by the Commission that are provided by a broadcasting undertaking. J, terms and conditions of services in contracts between distribution undertakings and their subscribers. K, access by persons with disabilities to programming, including identification, preservation, and removal of barriers to such access. So, like, you have to have closed captioning on fucking Netflix. L, the carriage of emergency messages. M, any change in the ownership or control of a broadcasting undertaking that is required to be carried on under a license. And the provision to the Commission by licensing or persons exempt from the requirement to hold a license under an order made under subsection 9. 4 of information related to 1, the ownership, governance, and control of those licenses for exempt persons, and 2, the affiliation of those licenses or exempt persons with any affiliates carrying on broadcasting undertakings. Oh, the provision to the Commission by the persons carrying on broadcasting undertakings of any other information that the Commission considers necessary for the administration of the Act include 1, financial and commercial information, 2, information related to programming, 3, information related to expenditures made under Section 11.1, and 4, information related to audience measurements other than information that could identify any individual audience member. So they can't give out your name and your credit card, but they can be like, oh, this is subscriber number 7,462. And P, continued ownership and control by Canadians of Canadian broadcasting undertakings. Application. Oh, I'm down by 1. Sorry, we're on 90. I missed one somewhere. Application 2. An order made under this section may be made applicable to all persons carrying on broadcasting undertakings, to all persons carrying on broadcasters undertakings of any class established by the Commission in the order to or to a particular person carrying on broadcasting undertaking. Non-application. 3. The Statutory Instruments Act does not apply to orders made under this section. Publication representations. I really hope you send a picture of your hat when you're done. You don't have to be wearing it, but just a picture of your hat would be really cool. Publications and representations. 4. A copy of each order that the Commission proposes to make under this section shall be published on the Commission's website. Published. Jesus Christ. A copy of each order that the Commission proposes to make under this section shall be published on the Commission's website, and a reasonable opportunity shall be given to persons carrying on broadcasting undertakings and other interested persons to make representations to the Commission with respect to the proposed order. Programming control. Orders under any of the paragraphs 1A to D apply only in respect to programs over which a person who carries on a broadcasting undertaking has programming control. Canadian Original French Language Program. 7. In making an order under paragraph 1C, the Commission shall ensure that Canadian Original French Language programs represent a significant portion of the original French language programs to be broadcast. Restriction. Computer algorithms and source code. Ooh, scary. 8. The Commission shall not make an order under paragraph 1E that would require the use of a specific computer algorithm or source code. Are you serious? What did this man say again?
The old C11, which is the Online Streaming Act, which allows the government to manipulate algorithms to promote content it wants you to see and demote other content it does not want you to see.
The Commission shall not make an order under paragraph 1E that would require the use of a specific computer algorithm or source code. Page 16 in the paper version and page 20 in the PDF. Hey, Polyev, did you fucking read this? Because I would call that a fucking lie. Because guess what? if you didn't read it and then you're making such a blatantly wrong statement, I would call that dishonest to the point of being a lie. Because how are you stating what is in it when you haven't read it? Fucking asshole. Throw the baby out with the bathwater. I didn't like this baby in the first place. Good faith negotiation. 9. A person carrying on an online undertaking to whom an order made under paragraph LI or L1 applies, and the person carrying on the broadcasting undertaking whose programming services are specified in the order shall negotiate the terms for the carriage of the programming services in good faith. Facilitation. 10. The Commission may facilitate those negotiations at the request of either party to the negotiations. 10.1. The portion of subsection 10.1 of, 10.1 L, 1 L, I don't know, it might be L, of the French version of the Act before paragraph A is replaced by the following. It's in French. I'm not reading it. Paragraph 10.1a of the Act is repealed. Paragraph 10.1b of the French version of the Act is replaced by the following. It's in French. I'm not reading it. Paragraph 10.1c of the Act is replaced by the following. C. Respecting standards for programs over which a person carrying on a broadcasting undertaking has programming control and the allocation of broadcasting time for the purposes of giving effect the broadcasting policy set out in subsection 3.1. So, if you're the fucking owner and you have the license and you've been granted your license, you have control over how it's distributed and how you decide to implement it as long as you work under the umbrella provided in your license. They could require the algorithm to show at least 30% original French content. Then the service has to recreate the algorithm to do then. No, they can't. They can't require an algorithm to do that. They can require a programming service to do that, but they can't require an algorithm to do it. Now, it might be in the service's best interest to rework their algorithms to ensure that that happens, but they don't get to do the other half of that. Let me go back up. Shall not make an order under paragraph 1e that would require the use of a specific computer algorithm or source code. So they cannot require any changes to any algorithm whatsoever. They could require that you're supposed to show 30% original French, but they don't get to tell you how to implement that. And they can't require you make an algorithm do it. Where was I? Here. 5, paragraph 10.1d of the French version of the Act is replaced by the following. French. Paragraph 10.1e of the Act is replaced by the following. E, respecting in relation to a broadcasting undertaking other than an online undertaking, the proportion of the time that may be devoted to the broadcasting of programs, including advertisements or announcements of a partisan political character, and the assignment of the time on an equitable basis to political parties and candidates. Again, this does not apply to online. This only applies to other forms of media. Other mediums. Mediums. Paragraph 10.1f to h of the French version of the Act are replaced by the following. French. More French. I'm sorry, I'm not reading the French because I can't read the French. Yeah, they're providing metrics to meet. They're not giving anyone specific algorithms to do so. Or requiring that any algorithms change. And they're not allowed to. Paragraph 10.1i and j of the Act are replaced with the following. H.1 respecting unjust discrimination by a person carrying on a broadcasting undertaking an undue or unreasonable preference given or undue or unreasonable disadvantage imposed by such a person. I, respecting the registration of broadcasting undertakings within the Commission. J, respecting the audit or examination of records and books of accounts of persons carrying on broadcasting undertakings by the Commission or persons acting on behalf of the Commission. And paragraph 10.1k of the French version of the Act is replaced by the following. 10 subsection 10 2 and 3 of the Act are replaced by the following Regulations Canada Programs. 1.1. In making regulations under paragraph 1b, the Commission shall consider the following matters. A. Whether Canadians, including independent producers, have a right or interest in relation to a program, including copyright, that allows them to control and benefit in a significant and equitable manner from the exploitation of the program. B. Whether key creative positions in the production of the program are primarily held by Canadians. See whether a program furthers Canadian artistic and cultural expression. D. The extent to which a person carrying on online undertakings or programming undertakings collaborating with independent Canadian producers, with persons carrying on Canadian broadcasting undertakings or producing their own programs, the producers associated with Canadian broadcasting undertakings, or with any other persons involved in the Canadian program production industry, including Canadian ownership of copyright in musical works or in sound recordings, and E, in any other matter that may be prescribed by regulation. Regulations 1.2, the Governor and Council may make regulations prescribing matters that the Commission is required to consider under paragraph 1.1e. Application 2. A regulation made under subsection 1 may be applicable to all persons carrying on broadcasting undertakings or to all persons carrying on broadcasting undertakings of any class established by the Commission in the regulation. Publication and representation. 3. A copy of each regulation that the Commission proposes to make under subsection 1 shall be published in the Canada Gazette, and a reasonable opportunity shall be given to persons carrying on broadcasting undertakings and other interested persons to make representations to the Commission with respect to the regulations. 11. The Act is amended by adding the following after Section 10. For greater certainty, 10.1. For greater certainty, the Commission shall make orders under subsection 9.11 and regulations under subsection 10.1 in a manner that is consistent with the freedom of expression enjoyed by users of social media services that are provided by online undertakings. None of this fucks with your freedom of expression, and none of this fucks with journalism. 12.1. The portion of subsection 11.1 of the French version of the Act before paragraph A is replaced by the following. French. Paragraphs 11.1a to d of the Act are replaced by the following. A. With approval of the Treasury Board, establishing schedules of fees to be paid by persons carrying on broadcasting undertakings of any class. B. Providing for the establishment of classes of broadcasting undertakings for the purpose of paragraph A. C. Providing the payment of any fees payable by a persons carrying on the broadcasting undertaking, including the time and manner of payment. D. Respecting the interest payable by such a person in respect to any overdue fee. And 3. Paragraph 11.1e or le, I can't tell, of the French version of the Act is replaced by the following. French. For the portion of subsection 11.2 of the English version of the Act before paragraph A is replaced by the following criteria. 2. Regulations made under paragraph 1a may provide for fees to be calculated by reference to any criteria that the Commission considers appropriate, including reference to. So regulations and fees and charging for stuff has to go through the Commission. Paragraph 11.2a of the Act is replaced by the following. A. Revenues of the persons carrying on broadcasting undertakings. Paragraph 11.2b of the English version of the Act is replaced by the following. B. The performance of the persons carrying on broadcasting undertakings in relation to objectives established by the Commission, including objectives for the broadcasting Canadian programs. Paragraph 11.2c of the Act is replaced by the following. C. The market served by the persons carrying on the broadcasting undertaking. Subsection 11.3 of the Act is replaced by the following. Exceptions. 3. No regulations made under Section 1 shall apply to the corporation or the persons carrying... Sorry, not cooperations. Corporations. Shall apply to the corporations or persons carrying on the program undertaking on behalf of Her Majesty in the right of the province. Restrictions of non-licenses. 3.1. The only fees that may be established with respect to a broadcasting undertaking shall be fees that relate to the recovery of costs of Commission's activities under this Act. Subsection 11.4 of the English version of the Act is replaced with the following. Debt due to Her Majesty. Fees payable under the subsection of any interest in the respect of them constitute a debt due to Her Majesty in the right of Canada and may be recovered in such any court of competent jurisdiction. So, if Netflix gets fined or Amazon Prime gets fined, then it becomes debt under Her Majesty. Bill and the French Bill. The French version of this act is replaced by the following: Chesh omelette du fromage. Rude and correct. Subsection 11.5 of the Act is replaced by the following: publication and representation. 5. A copy of each regulation that the Commission proposes to make under this section shall be published in the Canadian Gazette, and a reasonable opportunity shall be given to persons carrying on broadcasting undertakings and other interested persons in making representations to the Commission with respect to regulation. 13. The Act is amended by adding the following section after Section 11. Regulations expenditures. 11.11. The Commission may make regulations respecting expenditures to be made by persons carrying on the broadcasting undertaking for the purposes of A. Developing, financing, producing, or promoting Canadian audio or audiovisual programs, including independent production for broadcasting by broadcasting undertakings. B. Supporting, promoting, or training Canadian creators of audio or audiovisual programs for broadcasting by broadcasting undertakings. B1. Supporting broadcasting undertakings offering program services that in the Commission opinions are of exceptional importance to the achievement of objectives of the broadcasting policy set out in subsection 3.1. C. Supporting participation by person groups of the persons or organizations representing the public interest in proceeding before the Commission under the Act. Supporting the development of initiatives, including tools that, in the Commission's opinion, are efficient and necessary for the achievement of the objectives of the broadcasting policy set out in subsection 3.1. One second. Those guys are yelling about something. I don't know what they're on about. Okay. Order particular broadcasting undertakings. 2. The Commission may make an order respecting expenditures to be made by a particular person carrying on a broadcasting undertaking for any of the purposes set out in paragraph 1A to D. Maximum expenditures, French language, original programming. Regulations and orders made under this section for the purposes set out in paragraph 1A shall prescribe the minimum share of expenditures that are to be allocated to Canadian original French language programs in the case of broadcasting undertakings that offer programs in both official languages. Application of regulations. 4. A regulation made under this section may be made applicable to all persons carrying on the broadcasting undertakings or to all persons carrying on broadcasting undertakings of any class established by the Commission in the regulation. Recipients. 5. Regulations and orders made under this section may provide that an expenditure is to be paid to any person or organization other than the Commission or into any fund other than a fund administered by the Commission. So you can get subsidies from the government for doing this. Criteria. Regulations and orders made under this section may provide for expenditures to be calculated by reference to any criteria that the Commission considers appropriate, including by reference to A. The revenues of the person carrying on broadcasting undertaking, B. The performance of the persons carrying on broadcasting undertakings in relation to objectives established by the Canadian Commission, including objectives for the broadcasting of Canadian programs, and C. The market served by the persons carrying on the broadcasting undertaking. Publication and representations. A copy of each regulation that the Commission proposes to make under the section shall be published in the Canadian Gazette, and a copy of each proposed order shall be published in the Commission's website. A reasonable opportunity shall be given to persons carrying on broadcasting undertakings, and other interested persons may make representations to the Commission with respect to the regulation or order. Non-application. The Statutory Instruments Act does not apply to orders made under subsection 2. 14. Subsection 12.1 of the Act is replaced by the following. Inquiries. 12.1. The Commission may inquire into, hear, and determine a matter if it appears to the Commission that any person is contravening or has contravened this part or any regulation, license, decision, or order made or issued by the Commission under this part. B. Any person is contravening or has contravened section 34.1. C. Any person is contravening or has contravened section 42 to 44 of the Accessible Canada Act. D. The circumstances may require the Commission to make any decision or order to give any approval that it is authorized to make or give under part or under any regulation or order made under this part. 15.1 paragraph 18 1C of the Act is replaced by the following. C. Establishing of any performance objectives for the purpose of this paragraph. 11.2b and 11.16b and. Subsection 18.2 of the Act is replaced by the following. public hearing specific matters. 2. The Commission shall also hold a public hearing in connection with the following matters unless it is satisfied that such a hearing is not required in the public interests. A. The amendment or renewal of a license. B. The making of an order under subsection 9.11 or 11.12. And C. The making of any regulation under this Act. 16.1. Section 20 of the Act is amended by adding the following after subsection 1. Appointments by a chairperson. 1.1. A chairperson of the Commission may appoint members of the Commission to a panel if it is determined that the panel would otherwise have fewer than 3 members. Exception, conflict of interest. 2.2. Members of the Commission may participate in any panel unless the participation would place them in a conflict of interest. Subsection 24 of the Act is replaced by the following. Consultation. 4. The members of the panel established under subsection 1 shall consult with the Commission and make consultation with any officer of the Commission for the purpose of ensuring a consistency of interpretation of the broadcasting policy set out in subsection 3.1, the regulatory policy set out in subsection 5.2, the order made under section 9.1 of the regulation made under section 10 and 11, and regulations and orders made under section 11.1. Section 21 of the French version of the Act is replaced by the following. French. Omelette du fromage. Alouette, jonte alouette. Subsection 23.1 to 3 of the Act are replaced by the following. Consultation between Commission and cooperation. 23.1. The Commission shall, at the request of the Corporation, consult with the Corporation with regard to any conditions that the Commission proposes to impose under subsection 9.11 or with regard to any regulation or order that the Commission proposes to make under section 11.1 that would apply with respect to corporation. Reference to the Minister. 2. If despite the consultation provided in subsection 1, the Commission imposes any condition or makes any regulation or order referred to in section 1 that the corporation is satisfied would unreasonably impede the corporation in providing the programming contemplated by paragraph 3.1L and M. You see how similar the 1 and the L is? Fuck you. In particular document. The corporation may, within 30 days after condition is imposed or the regulation or order is made, refer to the condition, regulation, or order the minister for consideration. Ministerial directive. 3. Subject to subsection 4, the minister may, within 90 days after a condition. Subject to subsection 4, the minister may, within 90 days after a condition, regulation, or order is referred to the minister under subsection 2, issue to the Commission a written directive with respect to the condition, regulation, or order, and Commission shall comply with any such directive issued by the minister. Paragraph 24.1a of the Act is replaced by the following. A. The license has contravened any order made under subsection 9.11, 11.12, or 12.2, or any regulation made under this part, or subsection 25.1 of the Act is replaced by the following. Report the contravention by corporation. 25.1. The Commission is satisfied after a public hearing on the matter that the corporation has contravened section 31.1, any order made under subsection 9.11, 11.12, or 12.2, or any regulation made under this part. The Commission shall forward to the Minister a report setting out the circumstances of the contravention, the findings of the Commission, and any observation or recommendations of the Commission in connection with the contravention. The Act is amended by adding the following after subsection 25. Are you okay? Are you still with us? I'm not convinced I'm okay, but we're doing it, all right? We're on page 30 out of 56. We're doing good. Cursed fonts. I, L, 1 all look similar. Periods blend in the previous letter. I know, it's so cursed. Provisions of information by commission. I gotta go pee. I gotta go to the bathroom. And I'm gonna make more tea. I'll be right back. We've been live for 7.5 hours.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back.
Sorry, I'm just grabbing some music for you guys. I pressed the wrong button. Video game music to make your night walk eerie and mystical. I have returned. Wow. Wait, shut up. Or just be more quiet, I guess. That's good. Okay. Where were we? Yeah, oh, there we go. Alright, alright. I got a beer and I got some tea. We're gonna drink the beer first because we're probably gonna drink it really fast. Okay. That should be good. Okay. Provision of information by commission. Minister or chief statistician 25.1 of the commission shall, on request, provide the minister or the chief statistician of Canada with any information submitted to the commission in respect of the broadcasting undertaking. Transparency. Access to information. 25.2. Subject to section 25.3. The commission shall proactively make available publication inspection any information submitted to the commission in the course of the proceedings before it. Confidential information. 25.31. A person who submits any of the following information to the commission may designate it as confidential. A. Information that is a trade secret. B. Financial, commercial, scientific, or technical information that is confidential and that is treated consistently in a confidential manner by the person who submitted it. Or C. Information the disclosure of which could reasonably be expected to result in material financial loss or gain to any person. 2. To prejudice the competitive position of any person. Or 3. To affect contractual or other negotiations of any person. Information not to be disclosed. 2. Subject to subsections 4, 5, and 7 if a person designates information as confidential and the designation is not withdrawn by that person. No person described in subsection 3 shall knowingly disclose the information or knowingly allow it to be disclosed to any other person in any manner that is intended or likely to make it available for use of any person who may benefit from the information or use it to determine any of the person whose business or affairs the information relates. So like trade secrets and business practices, etc., etc. Contracts, things like that. Persons who shall not disclose information. 3. Subsection 2 applies to any person referred to in any of the following paragraphs who comes into possession of designated information while holding the office or employment described in the paragraph, whether or not the person has ceased to hold that office or be so employed. A member or a person employed by the commission. B, in respect to information disclosed under paragraph 4B or 5B, the commissioner of the competition appointed under the Competition Act or a person whose duty involves a carrying out of that act and who is referred to in section 25 of that act. C, in respect to information provided under section 25(1), the minister, the chief statistician of Canada, or an agent of or a person employed in the federal public administration. Disclosure of information submitted in proceedings. 4. If designated information is submitted in the course of proceedings before a commission, the commission may, while protecting the privacy of Canadians, A, disclose information or require its disclosure if the commission determines, after considering any representation from the interested persons, that the disclosure is in the public interest, and B, disclose the information or require its disclosure to the commissioner of competition on the commissioner's request if the commission determines that the information is relevant to the competition issue being considered in the proceedings. Disclosure of other information. 5. If designated information is submitted to the commission otherwise than in the course of proceedings before it, the commission may, while protecting the privacy of Canadians, A, disclose information or require its disclosure if, after considering any representations from interested persons, the commission considers that the information is relevant to a matter arising in the exercise of its powers or the performance of its duties and functions, and determines that the disclosure is in the public interest, and B, disclose the information or requires disclosure to the commissioner of the competition the Commissioner of Competition, on the Commissioner's request, if the Commission considers that the information is relevant to competition issues that are related to such a matter. Holy moly. So what's his problem again? Information disclosed to Commissioner of Competition. 6. Neither Commissioner of Competition nor any person whose duties involve the administration and enforcement of the Competition Act and who is referred to in Section 25 of that Act shall use information that is disclosed, A, under paragraph 4b, other than to facilitate the Commissioner's participation in proceedings referred to in the subsection 4, or B, under paragraph 5b, other than to facilitate the Commissioner's participation in the matter referred to in subsection 5. So that's like insider trading. Information inadmissible. 7. Designated information that is not disclosed or required to be disclosed under this section is not admissible in evidence in any judicial proceedings except proceedings for failure to submit information required to be submitted under this act for forgery, perjury, or false declaration in relation to the submission of the information. 22.1 subsection 28.1 of the Act is replaced by the following, setting aside for referring decisions back to the Commission. 28.1. If the Commission makes a decision under Section 9 to issue, amend, or renew a license, the Governor and Council may, within 180 days after the date of the decision on a petition in writing of any person received within 45 days after that date, or on the Governor and Council's own motion by order, set aside the decision or refer the decision back to the Commission for reconsideration and hearing on this matter by the Commission if the Governor and Council is satisfied that the decision derogates from the attainment of the objectives of the broadcasting policy set out in subsection 3.1. So it can be appealed, basically, by a higher up and send it back. And be like, nah, do this again. Paragraph 28.3b of the Act is replaced by the following. B. Rescind the issue of the license and issue a license to another person. Or subsection 28.4 and 5 of the Act are repealed. 23.1 subsection 29.1 of the Act replaced by the following. Filing petitions. 29.1. Every person who petitions the Governor and Council under subsection 28.1 shall, at the same time, send a copy of the petition to the Commission. 2. Subsection 29.3 of the English version of the Act is replaced by the following. Register. 3. Commission shall establish and maintain a public register in which shall be kept a copy of each petition received by the Commission. 24. The Act is amended by adding the following after Section 31, Prohibition. Carrying on broadcasting undertaking. 31.1.1. A person shall not carry on broadcasting undertakings unless A. They do so in accordance with the license issued to them, or B. They are exempt under an order made under subsection 9.4 from the requirement to hold a license. Exception on online undertaking. 2. Despite subsection 1, a person may carry on an online undertaking without a license and without being so exempt. 25 sections 32 to 34 of the Act are replaced by the following. Broadcasting contrary to the Act. 32. Every person who contravenes section 31.1 is guilty of the offense punishable on summary conviction and is liable, A, if the case is an individual, to a fine of not more than $25,000 for each day that the offense continues, and B, in the case of a corporation, a fine of not more than $250,000 each day that the offense continues. Wow, limitations, imagine that. You can't just gut a whole-ass corporation. Contravention of regulation or order. 33. Every person who contravenes any regulation or order made under this part is guilty of an offense punishable on summary conviction and is liable, A, in the case of an individual, for a fine not more than $25,000 on the first offense and not more than $50,000 for each subsequent offense, or B, the case of corporation, to fine not more than $250,000 on a first offense and not more than $500,000 for each subsequent offense. Defense. 33.1. A person is not to be found guilty of an offense under section 32 or 33 if they establish that they exercise due diligence to prevent the commission from the offense. So if they tried not to do it but it happened anyway and they can prove that, they can't be found guilty. So if a radio broadcast station is attempting to put out Canadian content but the power goes out during their Canadian portion of their broadcasting, and they're like, well, we tried to do it and work out our scheduling and we plan our scheduling a year in advance. we couldn't do anything about the power going out, so we didn't make the total number that we were supposed to that actually got broadcast, but that was because our power went out. Then they wouldn't be held liable. Limitation. That's a really rough example. Limitation 34. Proceeding in respect of an offense under Section 33 may be instituted within but not after 2 years after the day on which the subject matter of the proceedings arose. Consultation or review. Regulations and Order 34.011. Every 7 years, the Commission shall consult all interested persons with respect to orders made under Section 9.1 and regulations and orders made under Section 11.1, and shall publish on the internet or otherwise a report on the consultations that also lists the orders and regulations that the Commission proposes to review as a result of the consultations and set out its plan for conducting the review. Oh, look, transparency laws. Publication of report. 2. Commission shall publish the first report within 7 years after the day of which the subsequent subsection comes into force, and subsequently within 7 years after the day on which the most recent report was published. Tabling of reports. 3. The Minister shall cause a copy of all reports published under subsections 1 and 2 to be tabled before the House, before each House of Parliament. 26. The Act is amended by adding the following after Section 34.2. We're getting there, guys. Defense 34.21. A person is not to be found guilty of an offense under subsection 34.2 if they establish that they exercise due diligence to prevent the commission of the offense. The Act is amended by adding the following after subsection 43.3. Part 2, Part 11.2, Part 2.2, whatever. Administration monetary penalties. Violations. 34.41, subject to a regulation made under paragraph 34.995A. A person commits a violation if they A. contravene a regulation or order made under Part 2, B. contravene the requirement to negotiate in good faith under subsection 9.19, C. carry on a broadcasting undertaking in contravention of section 31.1, D. charge a subscriber for providing the subscriber with a paper bill in contravention of section 34.1, E. contravene an undertaking that they entered into under section 34.9, F. fail to submit information in accordance with the notice issued under section 34.996 to a person designated under paragraph 34.7a that the designated person requires by the notice. G. knowingly make a material misrepresentation of the fact of in contravention of section 34.997, or H. contravene any of the subsections 42.1 to 4 and 7, 43 1 to 3 and 44 1 to 3 and 6 of the Accessible Canada Act. Continued violations. 2. A violation that is continued on more than one day constitutes a separate violation in each respect of each day on which it is continued. Maximum administration monetary penalty 34.51, subject to regulations made under paragraph 34.995b. A person who commits a violation is liable to an administration monetary penalty. We're doing it. In case of a violation of not more than $25,000 for first violation and not more than $50,000 for each subsequent violation, or B, if in any other case not more than $10 million for the first violation and not more than $15 million for each subsequent violation. Criteria for penalty. 2. The amount of the penalty is to be determined by taking into account the following actions. A. The nature of scope of violation. B. The history of compliance by the person who committed the violation with this act and the regulations and decisions and orders made by the Commission under this act. C. The person's history with respect to any previous undertaking entered into under section 34.9. D. Any benefit that the person obtained from the commission of the violation. E. The person's ability to pay the penalty. F. Any factors established by regulation. G. The purpose of the penalty, which is to promote compliance with the act, or in the case of penalty imposed for violation referred to in paragraph 34.41H, compliance with the Accessible Canada Act and not to punish, and H. Any other relevant factor. Purpose of penalty. The purpose of the penalty is to promote compliance with the act, or in the case of penalty imposed for such a violation in paragraph of 34.41H, compliance with the Accessible Canada Act, and not to punish. Procedures. 34.61, despite subsection 34.81, the Commission may impose a penalty in decision made in the course of a proceeding before it is under this Act, in which it finds that a violation referred to in section 34.4 has been committed by a person other than the person who entered into an undertaking under section 34.9 in connection with the same act or omission given rise to the violation. For greater certainty, oh my god, please. For greater certainty, the Commission is not to impose a penalty under subsection 1 on the person who has not been given the opportunity to be heard. Designation 34.7, the Commission may A. designate persons or classes of persons who are authorized to issue notices of violations or accept an undertaking under section 34.9, and B. establish in respect for each violation a short form description to be used in notices of violation. Notice of violation 34.81. A person who is authorized to issue notices of violation may, if violations may, if they believe on reasonable grounds that another person has committed a violation, issue a notice of violation and cause it to be served on that other person. Content 2. The notice of violation shall set out A. the name of the person who is believed to have committed a violation, B. the act or omission given rise to the violation, as well as a reference to the provision that is at issue, C. the administrative monetary penalty that person is liable to pay, as well as the time and manner in which the person may pay the penalty, D. a statement informing the person that they may pay the penalty or make representations to the Commission with respect to the violation and the penalty, and informing them of the time and manner for making such representations, and E. the statement informing the person that if they do not pay the penalty or make representations in accordance with the notice, they will be deemed to have committed the violation and penalty may be imposed. Undertaking 34.91. A person may enter into an undertaking at any time. The undertaking is valid upon its acceptance by the Commission, or if it is entered into by a person other than a corporation upon its acceptance by the Commission or the person designated to accept an undertaking. Requirements. 2. An undertaking referred to in this subsection A shall set out every act or omission that is covered by the undertaking. B shall set out every provision that is at issue. C may contain any conditions that the Commission or the person designated to accept the undertaking considers appropriate. And D may include a requirement to pay a specified amount. 4. Before notice of violation. 3. If a person enters into an undertaking, a notice of violation shall not be served on them in connection with any act or omission referred to in the undertaking. After a notice of violation. 4. If a person enters into an undertaking after a notice of violation is served on them, the proceeding that is commenced by the notice of violation is ended in respect of that person in connection with any act or omission referred to in the undertaking. So if you get a cease and desist, and you cease and desist, the issue will no longer be pursued. Powers respecting hearings. 34.91. For greater certainty, the Commission has all the powers, rights, and privileges referred to in Section 16 if in proceedings in respect to violations, it holds a public hearing under subsection 18.3. A payment of penalty. 34.921. If a person who is served with a notice of violation pays the penalty set out in the notice, they are deemed to have committed the violation and proceedings in respect of it are ended. Decision of Commission. 1.1. The Commission shall, in a timely manner, issue a decision with respect to the subsection 1, confirming that the person is deemed to have committed a violation. Representations to the Commission and decision. 2. If a person who is served with a notice of violation makes representations in accordance with the notice, the Commission shall decide on a balance of probabilities that, considering any other representation that it considers appropriate, whether the person committed the violation. If the Commission decides that the person committed the violation, it may A. impose administrative monetary penalties set out in the notice, a lesser penalty or no penalty, and B. suspend payment of administration monetary penalties subject to any conditions that the Commission considers necessary to ensure compliance with the Act. Oh, I missed one. We should be here. Penalty 3. If a person who is served with a notice of violation neither pays the penalty nor makes representations in accordance with the notice, the person is deemed to have committed the violation and the Commission may impose the penalty. So they lose by default. That's, you didn't show up, you didn't argue, we assume the notice stands and you violated. Copy of decision to notice of rights. 4. The Commission shall cause a copy of any decision made under subsection 1.1, 2, or 3 to be issued and served on the person, together with a notice of the person's right to apply for leave and appeal under section 31. Evidence 34.93. In proceeding of respect of a violation, a notice purporting to be served under subsection 34.81 or a copy of a decision purporting to be served under subsection 34.924 is admissible in evidence without proof of the signature or official character of the persons appearing to have signed it. Defense 34.941. A person is not to be found liable for a violation other than a violation under paragraph 34.4, 1b, or g if they establish that they exercise due diligence and to prevent its commission. Common law principles 2. Every rule and principle of the common law that makes any circumstance a justification or excuse in relation to a charge for an offense applies in respect to a violation to the extent that it is not inconsistent with the act. Common law applies. Directors, officers, etc. of corporations. 34.95. An officer, director, or agent or mandatory of a corporation other than the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation that commits a violation is liable for the violation if they direct, authorize, assent to, acquiesced in, or participated in the commission of the violation, whether or not the corporation is proceeded against. Vicarious liability. My guys, vicarious liability. We've made it so deep that we are in vicarious liability. 34.96. A person other than the Commission is liable for a violation that is committed by their employee acting within the scope of their employment or their agent or mandatory acting within the scope of their authority, whether or not the employee or agent mandatory is identified or proceeded against. Limitations or prescription period. So, if you don't understand what this means, it basically means that if a manager is doing what the corporation told them to do and they're continuing to do that thing and that thing is in violation, it still counts as a violation for the corporation even if the Commission doesn't go after that particular manager. All right? So if Chorus Entertainment is in trouble and a radio general manager of a radio station is following the terms set out by Chorus and Chorus is in violation, then the acts taken by the general manager of the radio show is in violation and it counts against Chorus whether or not they identify this general manager or prosecute this general manager specifically. That is not the same as if the general manager on their own exclusively was violating it, in which case Chorus is responsible and that manager might be responsible depending on what they're doing. That's to be argued in the court. Alright? Okay. Vicarious liability. Again. Sorry, limitations. I'm on... Where am I? Limitations or prescription period. 34.971. Proceedings in respect of a violation may be instituted within, but not after 3 years after the day on which the subject matter of the proceedings became known to the Commission. Certificate 2. A document that appears to have been issued by the Secretary to the Commission certifying the day on which the subject matter of any proceedings became known to the Commission is admissible in evidence without proof of the signature or official character of the person who appears to have signed the document and is, in the absence of evidence to the contrary, proof of the matter as asserted in it. So, like, you guys know what that means, right? It means that if there's, like, a document detailing how to do something, like a training document, it doesn't have to have, like, the owner of the company's signature on the end of it to count. Information may be made public. 34. 98. The commission may make public A, the name of the person who enters into an undertaking under section 34.9, the nature of the undertaking, including the acts or omissions and provisions at issue, the conditions included in the undertaking and the amount payable under it, if any, or B, the name of the person who is deemed or is found by the commission or on appeal to have committed a violation in the acts or omission from the provisions at issue and the amount of the penalty imposed, if any. Special case concerning corporations public hearing 34.991. Despite subsections 34.61 and 34.922 and 3, the Commission shall not impose penalty under any of those subsections on the corporation for a violation other than the one referred to in paragraph 34.4 1H without holding a public hearing on the matter. So basically, all this shit has to be public unless there's like a specific reason why it's like except for extenuating circumstances, basically. Special place of hearing. A public hearing under subsection 1 may be held at any place in Canada designated by the chairperson of the commission. We're at 69. Let's fucking go. Notice of hearing. The commission shall cause notice of any public hearing to be held by it under the subsection 1 to be published in the Canada Gazette and in one or more newspapers of general circulation within any area affected and likely to be affected by the matter to which the public hearing relates. So you gotta let people know it exists. Powers respecting hearings. 4. The Commission has, in respect to any hearing under subsection 1, with regard to attendance, swearing, and examination of witnesses at the hearing, the production and inspection of documents and other matters necessary or proper in relation to the hearing, all of the power, rights, and privileges that are vested in a superior court of record. For greater certainty, section 17, 20, and 21 apply in respect to public hearings under subsection 1. Report of violations 34.991. 1. If the Commission is satisfied after holding the public hearing on the matter that the corporation has committed a violation referred to in any of paragraphs 34.41a to g, the Commission shall forward to the Minister a report setting out the circumstances of the violation and findings of the Commission, the amount of any penalty imposed, and any observations or recommendations of the Commission in connection with the violation. Report to be tabled. The Minister shall cause a copy of the report referred to in subsection 1 to be laid before each House of Parliament on any of the first 15 days on which that House is sitting after the report is received by the Minister. Violation or offense 34.992. 1. If an act or omission can be proceeded with, either as a violation or as an offense under the Act, proceeding in one manner precludes proceeding in the other. Greater certainty. For greater certainty, a violation is not an offense, and accordingly, Section 126 of the Criminal Code does not apply. Receiver General 34.993. Administrative monetary penalty paid or recovered in relation to violation is payable to the Receiver General. Debt due to Her Majesty 34.994. 1. The following amounts are debts due to Her Majesty in right of Canada that may be recovered in the federal court. A. An amount of penalty imposed by the Commission in a decision made in the course of the proceeding before it under this Act in which it finds that the violation referred to in section 34.4 has been committed. B. The amount payable under an undertaking entered into the court under the subsection 34.9 beginning on the day specified in the undertaking or if no day is specified beginning on the day of which the undertaking is accepted. C. The amount penalty set out in a notice of violation beginning on the day on which it is required to be paid in accordance with the notice unless representations are made in accordance with the notice. D. Representations are made either the amount of the administrative monetary penalty that is imposed by Commission or on appeal, as the case may be, beginning on the day specified by the Commission or the Court, or if no day is specified, beginning on the day on which the decision is made, and E. The amount of any reasonable expenses incurred in attempting to recover an amount referred to in any of paragraphs A to D. Limitation period or prescription. Limitation period or prescription. 2. Proceedings to recover a debt may be instituted within, but not after, 3 years after the day on which the debt becomes payable. Certificate of default. The Commission may issue a certificate for the unpaid amount of any debt referred to in subsection 1. Effect of registration. Registration of a certificate in federal court has the same effect as a judgment of that court for a debt of the amount set out in certificate and all related registration costs. Regulations 3499.5. The governor in general may make regulations, A, providing for exceptions to any paragraphs 34.41A to H. B, increasing the maximum administrative monetary penalty amount set out in subsection 34.51. C, for the purpose of paragraph 34.52F, establishing other factors to be considered in determining the amount of the penalty. D, respecting undertakings referred to in section 34.9. E, respecting the service of documents required or authorized to be served under this part, including the manner and proof of service and the circumstances under which documents are to be considered to be served. And F, generally for carrying out purposes of purpose and provisions of this part. Part 3, Part 2.1, 2.3, submission information, information requirement 34.99. No. I'm almost done. This. We're at 43 out of 56. We're almost done this one. Information requirement 34.996. A person designated under paragraph 34.7a who believes that a person is in possession of information that is reasonably considered to be relevant for the purpose of verifying whether a violation referred to in section 34.4 has been committed may, by notice, require that person to submit the information to designated persons in the form and manner within the reasonable time that is stipulated in the notice. A person to whom any such notice is addressed shall comply with the notice. Part 2.4, offense material representation of fact, prohibited 34.997. It is prohibited for any person to knowingly make material misrepresentation of fact to a person designated under paragraph 34.7. A, offense 34.9981. Every person who contravenes section 34.997 is guilty of an offense punishable on summary conviction and is liable. A, in the case of an individual, to a fine of not more than $10,000 for a first offense and not more than $25,000 for each subsequent offense, or B, in any other case, to a fine that is not more than $100,000 for a first offense and not more than $250,000 for each subsequent offense. I just spilled tea on myself. I might need to put this in the microwave. Limitations. 2. Proceedings in respect of an offense under subsection 1 may be instituted within but not after 2 years of the day on which the subject matter of the proceeding arose. 28.1 paragraphs 38.1a to c of the Act are replaced with the following. A, is engaged in the operation of business... is engaged in the operation of broadcasting undertaking described in subsection 3. B, has any pecuniary or propriety interest in such a broadcasting undertaking. Or C, is principally engaged in the production or distribution of program material that is primarily intended for use by such broadcasting undertakings. Section 2, Section 38 of the Act is amended by adding the following after subsection 2. Application 3, subsection 1 applies with respect to a broadcasting undertaking that A, must be carried out under a license, B, is carried by a person who is exempt from the requirement to hold a license under the order made under subsection 9.4, or C, must be registered with a commission under regulations made under paragraph 10.1i. 29.1. The proportion of subsection 46.1 of the Act before paragraph A is replaced by the following. Objects and power. 46.1. Corporation is established for the purpose of providing the programming contemplated by paragraphs 3.1l and m, subject to any applicable order and regulations of the Commission, and for that purpose the corporation may. Paragraph 46.1b B of the Act is replaced by the following. B, make agreements with person carrying on broadcasting undertakings for the broadcasting of programs. Subsection 46(2) and 3 of the Act are replaced by the following. International service. 2, corporations shall, subject to any applicable orders and regulations of the Commission, provide an international service that includes the creation, production, and presentation of programming intended for audiences outside of Canada and provided in English, French, and other language deemed appropriate in accordance with any directions of the Governor in Council may ensue. Power to act as agent. 3, the corporation may, subject to any applicable orders and regulations of the Commission, act as an agent of Her Majesty in rights of Canada or as an agent or mandatory of Her Majesty in right of province in respect of any broadcasting operations that it may be directed of the Governor Council to carry out. So 30, subsection 51(1) of the French version of the Act is replaced with the following. Omelette du fromage. Related amendments. Status of the Artist Act. 31, subparagraph 62A II or 2. The following status of the Artist Act is replaced with the following. 2, broadcasting undertakings related under the Broadcasting Act that are federal works under undertaking or business is defined in Section 2 of the Canadian Labour Code, or that corporations established to perform any function or duty on behalf of the Government of Canada. And then there's just Chapter 8, Online Streaming Act relating amendments, act to promote efficiency and adaptability of the Canadian economy by regulating certain activities that discourage reliance on electronic means of carrying out commercial activities, and amend the Canadian Radio, Television, Communications Commissions Act, the Competition Act, the Personnel Information Protection and Electronic Documents Act, and the Telecommunications Act, Section 32 to 33. We're doing it. We're doing it. We're doing it. We're doing it. I'm so close. I'm so close. I'm so close. An act to promote the efficiency and adaptability of the Canadian economy by regulating, it's the thing I just read. Section 5 of an act to promote the efficiency and adaptability of the Canadian economy by regulating certain activities that discourage blah, 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 literally just is replaced by the following. Broadcasting excluded. This act does not apply in respect of broadcasting by a broadcasting undertaking or other than an online undertaking, as those terms are defined in subsection 2(1) of the Broadcasting Act. Section 6 of the Act is amended by adding the following after subsection 7. Exception 7.1. This section does not apply to a commercial electronic message that is sent or caused or permitted to be sent by an online undertaking as defined in subsection 2(1) of the Broadcasting Act if a. the person to whom the message is sent has expressly or implicitly consented to the transmission of a program as defined in the subsection from that online undertaking to an electronic address, and b. the message is or forms part of that program or is sent in the course of the transmission of that program to the electronic address to which that program is transmitted. 34. The portion of subsection 10(9) of the Act before paragraph A is replaced by the following. Implied consent in section 6(9) for the purpose of section 6, except subsection 7.1. Consent is implied only if blah, 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 whatever, and the rest of it says. Cannabis Act. 35. Paragraph 23(2)(b) of the Cannabis Act is replaced by the following. B. In respect to broadcasting, as defined by subsection 2(1) of the Broadcasting Act by one distribution undertaking as defined in that subsection 2(1) that is lawful under the Act other than broadcasting of the promotion that is inserted by the undertaking, or 2. An online undertaking as defined in that subsection 2(1) that is lawful under the Act in respect of the retransmission of programs over internet other than the broadcasting of a promotion that is inserted by the undertaking, and consequential amendments. Access to Information Act. Schedule 2 to the Access to Information Act is amended by adding in alphabetical order a reference to Broadcasting Act and correspondence reference to subsection 25.32. Canadian Radio, Television, and Telecommunications Act. We're almost there. We're almost there. Stick with me. I believe. Subsection 13(2) of the Canadian Radio, Television, and Telecommunications Commission Act is amended by striking out "and" at the end of the paragraph C and by adding the following after paragraph D. E. Notices and violations issued under section 34(8) of the Broadcasting Act in relation to contraventions of a regulation or order made under Part 2 of that Act in relation to identification, prevention, and removal of barriers And F, notices violations issued under Section 34.8 of the Broadcasting Act in relation to contraventions of any of the subsection 42.1 to 4 and 7, 43.1 to 3, and 44.1 to 3 and 6 of the Accessible Canada Act. Copyright Act. Subsection 30.811 of the Copyright Act is replaced with the following definition of program undertaking 11. In this section, programming undertaking means a programming undertaking that is defined in subsection 2.1 of the Broadcasting Act that is carried out unlawfully under that act. B, a programming undertaking described in paragraph A that originates programs within a network as defined in subsection 2.1 of the Broadcasting Act. C, distribution undertaking as defined in subsection 2.1 of the Broadcasting Act that is carried on lawfully under that act in respect of the programs that it originates. For greater certainty, it does not include an online undertaking as defined in subsection 2.1 of the Broadcasting Act. We're doing so good. Subsection, the last time I ate was the last time you saw me eat a piece of pizza. Subsection 30.97 of the Act is replaced by the following definition of broadcasting undertaking 7 in this section. Broadcasting undertaking means a broadcasting undertaking as defined in subsection 2.1 of the Broadcasting Act that holds that's a lie. I ate a donut when I went down to make this. That's a tiny powdered donut. That holds a broadcasting license. Shut up. That holds a broadcasting license issued by Canadian Radio, Television, and Telecommunications under that Act. For greater certainty, it does not include an online undertaking as defined in subsection 2.1. 41. The definition new media retransmitter in subsection 31.1 as an act is replaced by the following. New media retransmitter means a person whose retransmission would be lawful under the Broadcasting Act, as that act read immediately before the day on which Section 31.1 of that Act comes into force, only by reason of the exemption order for digital media broadcasting undertakings issued by the Canadian Radio, Television, and Telecommunications Commission as the appendix to Broadcasting Order CRTC, Canadian Radio, Television Commission, by the way, like Telecommunication Commission, that's what it stands for, 2012-409, as it read immediately before that day. The definition new media retransmitter in subsection 31.1 of the Act is repealed. The definition retransmitter in subsection 31.1 of the Act is replaced by the following. Retransmitter has the meaning assigned by the regulation. Paragraph 31.3a of the Act is replaced by the following. A, defining retransmitter for the purposes of this section. 1a, defining local signal and distant signal for the purposes of subsection 2. And Referendum Act. The portion of subsection 21.1 of the Referendum Act after paragraph C is replaced by the following. Shall subject to the regulation made pursuant to that Act and to the commission imposed on it under section 9.1 of that Act make available at no cost to registered referendum committees for the commission of the referendum announcement and other programming produced by or on behalf of those committees an aggregate of 3 hours of broadcasting time during prime time. 42 subsection 24.2 of the Act is replaced by the following. Free time, not commercial time. Despite subsection 21.1, the Broadcasting Act, any regulation made under that Act and any condition imposed on the network operator under section 9.1 of that Act, free broadcasting time shall not be considered to be commercial time. Canadian Elections Act. Subsection 3351 of the Canadian Election Act is replaced with the following. Broadcasting time provided to registered parties 335.1 in the period beginning in the issue of the right for a general election and ending at midnight on the day before polling day. Every broadcaster shall, subject to the regulations made under Broadcasting Act and the conditions imposed under section 9.1 of that Act, make available for purchase by all registered parties for the transmission of political announcements and other programming produced by or on behalf of the registered parties 6.5 hours of broadcasting time during prime time on its facilities. Subsection 3393 of the Act is replaced by the following. Broadcasting time provided to new eligible parties, in addition to broadcasting time to be made available under Section 335 and within the period referred to in that section, every broadcaster shall, subject to the regulations made under Broadcasting Act and to the conditions imposed on it under Section 9.1 of that Act, make available for purchase by every eligible party entitled to broadcast time under this section, broadcasting time in the amount determined under this section for the eligible party for transmission of political announcements and other programming produced by or on behalf of the eligible party during prime time on that broadcaster's facilities. Look at my witch hat. Oh, you sent it? Did you finish it already? Jesus Christ. The portion of subsection 34.1 of the Act of... where did you post it? Of the Act before paragraph A is replaced by the following. Free broadcasting time, 345.1 in the period beginning on the issue of rights for the general election and ending at midnight on the day before polling day at that election. Every network operator shall, subject to the regulations made under the Broadcasting Act and to the conditions imposed on it under Section 9.1 of the Act, make available at no cost to the registered parties and eligible parties referred to in subsection 2 for the transmission of political announcements and other programming produced by or on behalf of those parties broadcasting time as determined under the subsection if the network formed and operated by the network operator. Accessible Canada Act. Paragraph 42.1b of the Accessible Canada Act is replaced by the following. B. Conditions imposed by the regulated entity under Section 9.1 of the Broadcasting Act that relate to the identification and removal of barriers and the prevention of new barriers. It's in ArtShare. Okay. Oh, it's tiny. Oh my god, I can't wait to see it. Okay, I'll look at it as soon as I'm done this. Paragraph 1183A of the Act is replaced by the following. A. Condition imposed under Section 9.1 of the Broadcasting Act. Transitional provisions, definition 48.1, following definition apply to this section and sections 49 to 42. New Act means Broadcasting Act as reads as the Royal Assent Day. Old Act means Broadcasting Act as is read immediately before the Royal Assent Day. Royal Assent Day means the day on which this act receives royal assent. Words and expressions, unless otherwise provided, words and expressions used in section 49 to 52 have the same meaning as the Broadcasting Act. Conditions and requirements deemed order 49.1. Each of the following is deemed to be condition imposed under an order made under section 9.1 of the new act that applies only with respect to particular license. A condition of their license imposed under section 9 of the old act as of the royal assent day could not be made the subject of an order under subsection 11.12 of the act. B. A requirement imposed on the license under any paragraphs 9.1 F to H of the old act. Regulations deemed order 2. Any regulation made under paragraph 10.1A or 10.1I of the old act deemed to be an order made under section 9.1 of the new act. Expenditures deemed regulations 51 of the following are deemed to be regulations made under subsection 11.11 of the new act. A. Any terms and conditions imposed under an order made under subsection 9.4 of the old act that as of royal assent day could be subject to such regulations. And B. Any regulation made under subsection 10.1 of the old act as of the royal assent day could be made under section 11.11 of the new act. Expenditures deemed order any condition of a license license that as of royal assent day could be made the subject of order under subsection 11.12 of the new act is deemed to be a provision of such order that applies only with respect to the license. Section 28, 51.1, Section 28 of the old act continues to apply with respect to any decision of the commission to issue, amend, or renew a license that is made before royal assent day. Interim licenses to a person is not permitted to make a petition, and the governor in council is not permitted to make an order under subsection 28.1 if the new act with respect to a decision to renew a license made by the commission during the transition period of the commission specifies in renewing that license that I feel like none of this matters. That it is interim license, and if it is in term no more than 1 year, because we're in 2026 and this was like 2023. So like all of this is over. Definition of transition period. 3. In subsection 2 Transition period means the period beginning on the royal assent day and the ending of the second anniversary of that day. Violation of expenditures. 52.1. The expenditure described in subsection 2 are deemed to have been validly required by the Commission under the old Act. B. Term conditions of any order made under subsection 9.4 of the Act, or C. Regulations made under section 10 of that Act. Review of an Act. 53.1. During the 5th year after the day on which the Act receives royal assent, and during the 5th year after the report is submitted under subsection 2, a comprehensive review of the amendments to the Broadcasting Act that are made by this Act and of their operation must be undertaken by the Committee of the Senate of the House of Commons, or both the House of Parliament that is designated or established for that purpose. That. There we go. Report. The committee must, within 1 year after the review is undertaken, or within any further period that the Senate, the House of Commons, or both Houses of Parliament, as the case may be, authorizes, submit a report on the review to the appropriate House, or, in the case of a committee, both Houses, to each House. That includes a statement of any changes that the committee recommends. Coming into force. Order in Council, subsection 42.024, come into force on the day to be fixed by order of the Governor in Council. Oh my god. We're done. We did it. Congratulations. That was Chapter 8, then Act to amend the Broadcasting Act and to make related and consequential amendments to other acts, Bill C-11. Shall we remind ourselves what the fuck Polyev said about Bill C-11? Let me remind you.
The old C-11, which is the Online Streaming Act, which allows the government to manipulate algorithms to promote content it wants you to see and demote other content it does not want you to see. With C-22, which...
Cool. Did you hear any of that in that thing? I'm pretty sure that thing actually explicitly told us it was not allowed to implement any regulations onto algorithms. Like, it specifically said it wasn't allowed to do algorithms. Explicitly. So it sounds like he fucking lied. Fucking lying liar who lies. Do you see how long it took me to read that? Do you see how much work we had to do to figure out what the fuck this man was talking about? Alright, let me see your witch hat. I want to see this. I want to look at it. I want to see that. I want to see the witch hat before I go for a little bit of a break. I grunty witch hat. It's appropriate. Oh, why did I turn my... What? Alright, let me see. Yeah, notifications. Get out of here! Alright, art share. Oh my god, it's Oh! It's adorable. And I love it. Hopefully the stream gets 40 million views. No, I don't hope the stream gets 40 million views. What I hope is the video that I edit into like a 5-minute video, I hope that gets 40 million views. I'm not unreasonable, alright? I'm not unreasonable. Oh my god. Okay. I'm gonna need to get more tea before we start the next one. Actually, what was the next one? We did Bill C-22, we did Bill C-11, so the next one is Bill 18, which is 74 pages. Now, this says we only have 54 pages left. I did some math wrong at some point. I need to get rid of this. This is all wrong. This is all fucking wrong. I don't know. We did 10 extra ones. I don't know how I fucked that up. Whatever, it doesn't matter. I messed up something. Maybe it also included Bill C9. I don't recall. Ugh. Is this also going to be your record stream? No, I don't think so. My record for streaming on YouTube on this account is I think 16 hours. I think the longest I've done 24-hour streams before. So there's that. Okay, I'm gonna take a quick break, and I will be back probably in roughly like 10 minutes. Okay, I'm back. Alright. Whew. How long have we been at this for? 8 hours and 30 minutes. Because this guy said dumb shit for 30 seconds. Fuck me, dude. Alright, House of Commons Canada, Bill C-18. So let's remind ourselves what the fuck this man said about Bill C-18, because the fuck if I remember. Because we've been at this for so fucking long. What did he say?
Korea basically turns giant tech companies into surveillance enterprises for the government, to numerous other bills that they've brought forward that, for C-18, for example, C-18 makes it so that a lot of independent media outlets can't even get on Instagram and Facebook anymore. And we're the only place in the world where that's the case, or the only democracy in the world where that's the case.
Alright, so let's see what this actually says. Bill C-18. Put the fucking pause music back on. There we go. Okay. I'll be okay. I'll be okay. I'm not that fragile, guys. It's fine. Bill C-18, an act to implement the Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement between Canada and Indonesia. Fucking what? Bill C-18, an act to implement the Comprehensive Economic Partnership between Canada and Indonesia. First reading December 11th, 2025. Is this the correct one? Is this the bill he's talking about? You see part of the problem here, right? You guys understand. Recommendation. Her Excellency the Governor General recommends to the House of Commons the appropriation of public revenue under the circumstance in the matter and for the purpose set out in the measure entitled An Act to Implement the Comprehensive Economic Partnership between Canada and Indonesia. You fucking what? Summary. This enactment implements the Comprehensive Economic Partnership between Canada and Indonesia done in Ottawa September 24th, 2025. Among other things, it approves the agreement and provides no recourse may be taken on the basis of certain provisions of the enactment or others or order made under those provisions or on the basis of the provisions of the agreement without consent of the Attorney General of Canada. Provides for payment by Canada of its share of the expenditure associated with the operation of the institutional and administrative aspects of the agreement, gives the Governor General the power to make orders in accordance with the agreement. It also makes related amendments to certain acts to bring them into conformity with Canada's obligations under the agreement. I don't think this is the act that they're talking about again. Hold on. Bill C-18. What did he say it was about? Facebook and Instagram? Okay, let's just put in Bill C-18 Facebook. Okay. I'm pretty sure it's Bill C-18 44-1. An act respecting online communications platforms that makes news content available to persons in Canada. So let's see. I'm pretty sure I've talked about this before. I'm pretty confident it's this. And I'm pretty confident this is the one that I said that basically killed a lot of Facebook because you can't get like CBC News. You can't, because Facebook has to pay for the content they're providing, right? And Facebook chose not to. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is it. Can we get a PDF of the bill? When will Canadian news disappear from Google? Like, yeah, some of the Meta's new ban in Canada remains an online news act goes into effect. Meta says it's blocking news on Facebook. Yada yada yada. I'm trying to find the bill itself. Online News Act. Okay, let's try Online News Act. There we go. The Online News Act. News outlets play a vital role in maintaining a healthy democracy. News and journalism serve to inform communities, drive civic engagement, and counter the rise of disinformation. Our news industries foster an informed citizenry by providing them with critical information that helps them fully benefit and participate in a democratic society. Most Canadians now get their news online. In 2022, online advertising revenues in Canada were $14 billion, with 2 platforms receiving roughly 80% of these revenues. While digital platforms earn billions in online advertising, more news outlets shutter each year due in large part to a loss of advertising revenue. The Online News Act aims to ensure that dominant platforms compensate news businesses when their content is made available on their services. The Act creates a bargaining framework to ensure that platforms compensate news businesses fairly. It encourages platforms to reach voluntary commercial agreements with a range of news businesses. If parties are not able to come to a fair agreement independently, they would have to proceed to mediate mandatory bargaining processes. If after mediation the parties are still unable to reach an agreement, each party would submit a final offer, and an arbitral panel would choose one of the 2 offers. The Act received royal assent in June 22nd, 2023. The Canadian Radio Television Telecommunications Commission, CRTC, is responsible for overseeing the bargaining framework of the Act. Google has posted an open call on its websites. Interesting news business can submit an application through Google's site before April 30th, 2024. Online news applications, exemplary regulations. Online news applications, exemplary regulations, definitions, act and balance, blah, blah, blah. CRTC. Is that part 2? Final regulations for News Online Act. Okay, I know what this one is about. I'm happy with the way it's been implemented and the way it's worked. Here we go. This is it right here. Sorry, it took me a hot fucking minute to go and get it. It's only 50 pages long, which is, you know, better. Woo! And I will provide you guys with a link, and I'll make sure to update these links in the description down below, by the way. Okay. I've been happy with the way this one functions and has functioned in Canada so far. Because ultimately what it means is that Facebook can't just share articles from news sources without compensating those people or those businesses. So the businesses were losing a shit ton of money because people were just reading the articles on Twitter or on Google or whatever. So they've been like, all right, if you want to post this, you have to compensate them. And Facebook made the decision, a free market decision, to just not post them. And that was their decision. So that's why he specifies like Instagram and Facebook, because Facebook, surprise, surprise, owns Instagram. So he's just complaining that Mark Zuckerberg has to give money to people who make content for his website. Which to me is silly. But let's read the act, because we committed. Let's read it. First session, 44th Parliament, 70 to 71, Elizabeth II, First Charles III, 2021, 2022, 2023. Status of Canada 2023. Statutes of Canada 2023, Chapter 23. An act respecting online communication platforms that make news content available to persons in Canada. Assented to June 22nd, 2023, Bill C-18. Recommendation. Her Excellency Governor General recommends to the House of Commons the appropriation of public revenue under the circumstances in the manner and for the purposes set out in measures entitled An Act Respecting Online Communication Platforms that Make News Content Available to Persons in Canada. Imagine going to bat for the Zuck vomit. I know, right? Summary. This enactment regulates digital news intermediaries to enhance fairness in the Canadian digital news marketplace and contribute to its sustainability. It establishes a framework through which digital news intermediaries, operators, and news businesses may enter into agreements respecting news content that is made available by digital news intermediaries. The framework takes into account principles of freedom of expression and journalistic independence. The enactment, among other things, A, applies in respect to digital news intermediaries if, having regard to specific factors, there is a significant bargaining power imbalance between its operators and news businesses. B, authorizes the governor and council to make regulations respecting those factors. C, specifies that enactment does not apply in respect of broadcasting by digital news intermediaries that are broadcasting undertakings, as those terms are defined in Broadcasting Act, or in respect to telecommunication service providers as defined in Telecommunications Act. D, requires Canadian Radio, Television, and Telecommunications Commission, the CRTC, the Commission, to maintain a list of digital news intermediaries in respect of which the enactment applies. E, requires the Commission to exempt a digital news intermediary from the application of enactment of its operator if its operator has entered into agreements with a news business and the Commission is of the opinion that the agreements satisfy certain criteria. F, authorizes the Governor and Council to make regulations respecting how the Commission is to interpret those criteria and setting out digital conditions with respect to eligibility in digital news and intermediary for exemption. G, establishes a bargaining process in respect of matters related to the making available of certain news content by digital news intermediaries. H, establishes eligibility criteria and the designation process for news businesses that wish to participate in the bargaining process. Requires the Commission to establish a code of conduct respecting bargaining in relation to news content. J, prohibits digital news intermediary operators from acting in the course of making available certain news content in ways that discriminate unjustly, that give undue, unreasonable preference, or that subject certain news businesses to an undue or unreasonable disadvantage. K, allows certain news businesses to make complaints to the Commission in relation to that prohibition. L, authorizes the Commission to require I feel like I'm too quiet compared to this. There we go. Allows certain news businesses to make complaints to the Commission in relation to that prohibition. L, authorizes the Commission to require the provisions of information for the purpose of exercising its power and performing its duties and functions under the enactment. M, requires the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation the CBC, to provide the Commission with an annual report if the cooperation is a party to an agreement with the operator. N, establishes framework respecting the provision of information to the responsible minister, the Chief Statistician of Canada, and the Commissioner of Competition, while permitting an individual or entity to designate certain information that they submit to the Commission as confidential. O, authorizes the Commission to impose, for contraventions of the enactment, administrative monetary penalties on certain individuals and entities and conditions on the participation of news businesses and bargaining process. P, establishes a mechanism for the recovery from digital news intermediary operators of certain costs relating to the administration of the enactment. And Q, requires the Commission to have an independent auditor prepare a report annually in respect to the impact of the enactment on Canadian digital news marketplace. Finally, the enactment makes related amendments to other acts. Table of provisions. Okay, so I'm going to skip the table of contents. Skipping. Cool. 70 to 71, Elizabeth II, 1 Charles III. 1 Charles III, sorry. Chapter 23, an act respecting online communication platforms that make news content available in persons in Canada, assented to 22nd June 2023. His Majesty, by and with the advice and consent of the Senate and the House of Commons of Canada, enacts as follows. Short title. This act may be cited as the Online News Act. Interpretation. Definitions. 2. 1. The following definitions apply in this act. Commission means the Canadian Radio, Television, and Telecommunications Commission, the CRTC. Covered agreement means as applicable. A. An agreement that is entered into as a result of bargaining sessions referred to in paragraph 19(1)(a) or mediation sessions referred to in paragraph 19(1)(a) or mediation sessions referred to in paragraph 19(1)(b) or an arbitration panel's decision that is deemed to be an agreement under section 42. Digital news intermediary means an online communication platform, including a search engine or social media service that is subject to the legislative authority of Parliament and that makes news content produced by news outlets available to persons in Canada. So that would be Facebook, Twitter, Google, Explorer, Bing, Firefox, Brave, all of the search platforms, all that shit. It does not include an online communications platform that is a messaging service, the primary purpose of which is to allow persons to communicate with each other privately. So this would not apply to Discord, for example. Eligible. In relation to a news business means that the business is designated under subsection 27(1). Entity includes a corporation or a trust, partnership, fund, joint venture, or any other unincorporated association or organization. Indigenous news outlets means an undertaking or any distinct part of an undertaking whose primary purpose is to produce news content that A. is operated by an individual who belongs to an indigenous group, community, or people, and B. produces news content primarily for Indigenous peoples. Indigenous peoples has the meaning as assigned by the definition Aboriginal Peoples of Canada in subsection 35(2) in the Constitution Act of 1982. Minister means the Minister of Canadian Heritage, or if another federal minister is designated under Section 5, that minister. News business means an individual or entity that operates a news outlet in Canada. News content means content in any format, including an audio or audiovisual format that reports on, investigates or explains current issues or events of public interest, and includes such content that an Indigenous news outlet makes available by means of Indigenous storytelling. News outlet means any undertaking or any distinct part of an undertaking whose primary purpose is to produce news content and includes Indigenous news outlets or any official language minority community news outlets. Official language minority community means English-speaking communities in Quebec and French-speaking communities outside of Quebec. Official language minority community news outlet means an undertaking or any distinct part of an undertaking whose primary purpose is to produce news content and that produces news content primarily for an official language minority community. Out of curiosity, is there another country that has a whole section of its country that speaks a whole other language? Like, I know you can, like, in Europe, there's a lot of smaller countries that all have their own dialect. But, like, is there, like, does that exist anywhere else, or is that, like, a Canadian unique thing? And I don't mean, like, a small community, I mean, like, a province. Switzerland? Does Switzerland do that? Fascinating. Operator means an individual or entity that through any means operates a digital news intermediary. Making available of news content for the purpose of this act, news content is made available if A, the news content or any portion of it is reproduced, or B, access to the news content or any portion of it is facilitated by any means, including an index, aggregation, or ranking of news content. Freedom of expression. 3.1. For greater certainty, this act is to be interpreted and applied in a manner that is consistent with the freedom of expression. Journalistic independence. This act is to be interpreted and applied in a manner that supports the journalistic independence enjoyed by news outlets in relation to news content produced primarily for Canadian news marketplace, including local, regional, and national news content. Switzerland has like 5 official languages. 5? Damn, that's a lot. Treatment of news content. This act is to be interpreted and applied in a manner that is aimed at ensuring news content is made available by digital news intermediary without undue manipulation or interference. Purpose. The purpose of this act is to regulate digital news intermediaries with a view to enhance fairness in Canadian digital news marketplace and contributions to its sustainability, including the sustainability of news business in Canada in both the non-profit and for-profit sectors, including independent local ones. Designation of minister. Designation. The governor in council may, by order, designate any federal minister to be the minister referred to in this act. Application. This act applies in respect of the digital news intermediary if having regard to the following factors, there is a significant bargaining power imbalance between its operator and news businesses. So I guess they're going to explain it. A, the size of the intermediary or the operator. B, whether the market or intermediary gives the operator a strategic advantage over news business, and whether the intermediary occupies a prominent market position. So, for example, Google can control what's at the top of your fucking search bar. And Google can manipulate their algorithms. This is to prevent Google from doing that and unfairly targeting or crippling Canadian news outlets in Canada. Not in other places, only in Canada. They have 4: German, French, Italian, and Romanish. Romanish? China, there's also different variants. Oh, that's true. That's a good point. Yeah. Valid. Duty to notify. If this act applies in respect to a digital news intermediary, its operator must so notify the commission. Information required. An individual or entity that operates an online communications platform must, at the request of the commission and within the time and in the manner that specifies, provide the commission with any information that requires for the purpose for verifying compliance with subsection 1 or preventing non-compliance with it. List of digital news intermediaries. 8.1. The Commission must maintain a list of digital news intermediaries in respect to which this act applies. The list must set out each intermediary's operator and contact information for the operator and specify whether an order made under subsection 11.1 or 12.1 applies in relation to the intermediary. I wonder if this is publicly available. Excuse me while I go and look. CRTC. List of digital news intermediaries. Oh, look. There's a list. Google. The only one on the list is Google? Is that right? Is this literally just targeting Google? What? That can't be right. Intended to help Canadians list of operators. This is on Google. Bro, it cannot just be Google. There's no way. Hold on. There's no way, because that's really funny if it is. CRTC! CRTC. Department of Heritage publishes news exemption regulations. Yeah, that's fine. Plan. List of digital news intermediaries. See list of digital news intermediaries who have notified the CRTC that the act applies to them. Did I... Wait, where did this open? Yo, bro, it's literally just Google. What the fuck? Google holds an open call news organizations who wish to receive compensation on the news list made to the information bulletin and procedures of Google. So what the fuck is this guy complaining about Facebook? I feel like Facebook just I feel like it would apply to Facebook, but Facebook just decided to not publish anything at all. But Google complied, and it's like, all right, well, we'll wheel and deal, but Facebook was like, nah, you're not going to, which is their choice. They're allowed. That's fucking funny. It would be the kind of petty I would expect from Canada. It is. It is very much the type of petty that you would expect from Canada. Statutory Instruments Act. The Statutory Instruments Act does not apply in respect to the list maintained under subsection 1. Publication. The Commission must publish the list on its website. Broadcasting. The This act does not apply in respect to digital news intermediary that is broadcasting undertaking in respect of broadcasting in those terms defined under subsection 2.1 of the Broadcasting Act. Telecommunication services provided. 10. For greater certainty, this act does not apply to the telecommunication service provider as defined in subsection 2.1 of the Telecommunications Act when it is acting solely in that capacity. Can you imagine being Pierre Poilievre fucking years after the fact, saying this out loud, going to bat for Instagram and Facebook because Instagram and Facebook don't want to pay Canadian news outlets and news providers in Canada to be able to utilize their content because Mark Zuckerberg's a fucking cheapskate. Hold on, Mark Zuckerberg, the Zuckerberg net worth. How much is this guy fucking worth right now? According to Forbes billionaire list, this fucking guy, where is he? I want Zuck. I want the Zuck. Or Zuckerberg. Where is he? Mark Zuckerberg is number 6 on the Forbes list at $220.8 billion. Can you imagine going to bat for a guy that looks like fucking this, who has $220.8 billion, saying that, oh well, this is a bill that controls the news you're allowed to see, even though it doesn't do that. God, this is embarrassing. And people buy this shit. People buy this shit. What the fuck? Absolute nonsense. Absolute nonsense. Wow, it's really crazy how pasty this list of rich people is. Damn. That's pretty pasty. Alright, anyway. I'm not surprised. It is what it is. Still waiting for Elon to fight Zuck? Yeah, he ain't gonna do that. That's not gonna happen. Where was I? I'm lost. Oh, here it is. Exemptions. Exemption from order. 11.1. Now, I guess it's possible that Facebook is exempt from the order. You know what I mean? So we're making some assumptions here based on what Pierre Poilievre said. Exemptions. Exemption from order. 11.1. The Commission must make an exemption order in relation to a digital news intermediary if its operator requests the exemption and the following conditions are met. A. The operator has entered into agreements with a news business that operate news outlets that produce news content primarily for Canadian news marketplace, and the Commission is of the opinion that, taken as a whole, the agreement satisfies the following criteria. 1. They provide fair compensation to the news businesses for news content that is made available by the intermediary. 2. They ensure that the appropriate portion of the compensation will be used by the news businesses to support the production of local, regional, and national news content. 3. They do not allow corporate influence to undermine the freedom of expression and journalistic independence enjoyed by news outlets. 4. They contribute to sustainability of Canadian news marketplace. 5. They ensure a significant portion of independent local news business benefit from them. They contribute to the sustainability of those businesses and encourage innovation business models in the Canadian news marketplace. 6. They involve a range of news outlets in both the nonprofit and for-profit sectors, and they were entered into with businesses that reflect a diversity of business models that provide services to all markets and diverse populations, including local and regional markets in every province and territories, Anglophone and Francophone communities, and Black and other racialized communities. 7. They ensure a significant portion of Indigenous news outlets benefit from them, and they contribute to the sustainability of those outlets in a way that supports the provision of news content by and for Indigenous peoples. And 8. They ensure a significant portion of official language minority communities news outlets benefit from them, and they contribute to the sustainability of those outlets in a way that supports the provision of news content by and for official language minorities and communities. A1. The Commission has held a public consultation in accordance with the conditions that its chairperson may specify, and B. Any conditions set out by the regulations made by the Governing Council. So it is possible that Facebook was exempt. So it wouldn't be on the list. Right? It'd be exempt. Effective order. The order exempts the operator in relation to the intermediary from application of A. Section 21 and provisions of any regulations made under Section 85, that in relation to Section 21, and B. any other provisions of this Act and any provisions of a regulation made under Section 81(1) or Section 85 that is specified by the Commission in its direction or in its discretion in that order. Conditions 3. The order may contain any conditions that Commission considers appropriate. Approval of the Treasury Board. 4. Order is subject to the approval of the Treasury Board if the order exempt of the operator from application of Section 82 or provision of any regulations made under subsection 81(1). Duration of the order. The order remains in effect for a period of not more than 5 years and subject to this section may be renewed. Interim order. 12(1). The Commission may, in relation to a digital news intermediary, make an interim order that has the same effect as an exemption order if the following conditions are met. A. The operator has requested an exemption order in relation to the intermediary. B. The operator has entered into agreements with the news business that operates news outlets that produce news content primarily for the Canadian news marketplace. C. The Commission is unable to make the exemption order because it is of the opinion that, taken as a whole, the agreement do not satisfy the criteria set out in subparagraphs 11(1)(a) 1 to 8, and D. The Commission is of the opinion that it will be able to change its opinion because the operator is, in good faith, taking measures that will permit the criteria to be satisfied within a reasonable period, which period must not be longer than 1 year. Conditions. The interim order must contain conditions respecting the measures being taken by the operator and may contain any other conditions the Commission considers appropriate, including a condition requiring that public consultations be held at a time and place in Canada be fixed by the Commission. Approval of Treasury Board. 3. The interim order is subject to the approval from the Treasury Board if the order exempt the operator from the application of the provision referred to in subsection 11(4). Cessation of effect. The interim order must specify the period referred to in paragraph 1D and cease to have any effect at the end of that period. For greater certainty, agreements referred to in paragraph 11(1)(a) or 12(1)(b) include agreements were entered into before the day of which the section comes into force. Review. For greater certainty, the Commission may review an exemption order or an interim order. Repeal. For exemption order, the Commission may repeal an exemption order if A. the Commission is of the opinion that the operator of the digital news intermediary in question is acting in a manner that is inconsistent with this Act. B. The condition referred to in subsection 11(1) is no longer met. C. A condition contained in the exemption order is not met. Repeal the interim order. The Commission may repeal an interim order if A. the Commission is of the opinion that the operator of the digital news intermediary in question is acting in a manner that is inconsistent with the Act. The condition is referred to in paragraph 12(1)(c) or D is no longer met. C. A condition contained in the interim order is not met. Reasons. The Commission may publish on its websites reason for A. making or not making request exemptions order, B. deciding to make or not make an interim order, and C. deciding to repeal an exemption order or interim order. Statutory Instruments Act. The Statutory Instruments Act does not apply in respect to an exemption order or an interim order. Publications of order. The Commission must publish on its website each exemption order and interim order that makes. So you could go looking on there to see if Facebook was exempt. That is possible that it's there. I don't know. And I'm not going to go look for it right now because I want to fucking get through this shit. I'm fucking tired, boss. Bargaining process. Overview. Definition of party. 18. In section 19 to 44, party means, as applicable, and operator is eligible news business or group of eligible news businesses. Step in bargaining process. 19.1. The bargaining process consists of A. Negotiation or bargaining sessions over a period of 90 days. If the parties are unavailable within the negotiation or bargaining period to reach an agreement, mediation sessions over a period of 120 days beginning on the day after the end of the negotiation or bargaining period. And C. If the parties are unable to, within the mediation period, to reach an agreement and at least one of the parties wishes to initiate arbitration, final offer arbitration for a period of 45 days beginning on the day after the end of the mediation period. Extension. On request of both parties, the Commission may extend a period provided for in any of paragraphs 1A to C. Scope of bargaining process. The bargaining process is limited to matters related to the making available by the digital news intermediary in question of news content produced by news outlet that is identified under Section 30 as a subject of the bargaining process, and if an application is made under subsection 31(1), determined by the Commission to be a subject of the bargaining process. Scope of final arbitration. Any final offer arbitration under the bargaining process is limited to monetary disputes. Initiation of bargaining process. Only an eligible news business that is listed under subsection 29(1) or group eligible news businesses are listed under section may initiate the bargaining process with an operator. Duty to bargain. An operator must participate in bargaining process with eligible news businesses or group of eligible news businesses that initiate it. Good faith parties that are participating in the bargaining process must do so in good faith. Copyright. Initiating a bargaining process for greater certainty. Eligible news businesses or groups of eligible news businesses may initiate the bargaining process in relation to news content in which copyright subsists only if A, the business or the member of the group owns the copyright or is otherwise authorized to bargain in relation to the content. B, a group is authorized to bargain in relation to the content. Limitations and exceptions. For greater certainty, limitations and exceptions to copyright under the Copyright Act do not limit the scope of the bargaining process. Mediation and final offer arbitration. For greater certainty, the use of news content is not to be the subject of mediation sessions or final offer arbitration during the bargaining process if the operator in question A has made payments to the eligible news business in question for the use of that content in accordance with licenses or agreement between the operator and the businesses, or B has the payments or has offered to make payments to the business in question for the use of that content in accordance with the relative tariff approved by the Copyright Board for the use of that content. Liability operators. If the news content is made available by the digital news intermediary and its operator is a party to a covered agreement in relation to making available the news content by the intermediary, the operator is not liable under Copyright Act for infringement of copyright in relation to activities that are subject to the agreement. For greater certainty, nothing in this act limits the ability of the eligible news business under the Copyright Act for an infringement of copyright. Eligibility. Eligible news businesses designation. 27(1). At the request of news business, the Commission must by order designate the business as eligible if A, it qualifies Canadian journalism organization as defended in subsection 2481 of the Income Tax Act, or is licensed by the Commission under paragraph 91B of the Broadcasting Act as a campus station, community station, or native station, as those terms are defined in regulations made under that act, or other categories of licenses established by the Commission with similar community mandate. B, produces news content of public interest that is primary focus on matters of general interest and report of current events, including coverage of democratic institutions and processes, and 1, regularly employs 2 or more journalists in Canada, which journalists may include journalists who own or are a partner of the news business and journalists who do not deal at arm's length with the business. 2, operates in Canada, including having content edited and designed in Canada. 3, produces news content that is not primarily focused on particular topics such as industry-specific news, sports, recreation, arts, lifestyle, or entertainment. And 4, is either a member of a recognized journalistic association and follows the code of ethics of a recognized journalistic association, or has its own code of ethics whose standards or professional conduct require adherence to recognized processes and principles of the journalism profession, including fairness, independence, and rigor in reporting news and handling sources. Or C, operates Indigenous news outlet in Canada and produces news content that includes matters of general interest, including coverage of matters relating to the rights of Indigenous people, including the right of self-government and treaty rights. Revoked... Are you talking to me at myself when I say boss? No, I'm talking to you guys. Revoked designation. 3. Disputes subsection 1. A news business must not be designated as eligible if it was previously designated and has designation revoked under paragraph 59(1)(c). Eligible news businesses 3.1. Despite subsection 1, a news business must not be designated as eligible if A, the news business is a subject of sanctions under the United Nations Act, the Special Economic Measures Act, or the Justice for Victims of Corrupt Foreign Officials Act, Sergei Magnitsky Law, or is owned or controlled by an individual or entity that is subject to such sanctions. Sorry, I took the hat off because I got too warm. Gotta leave the hat off for a little bit. B, the news businesses has its headquarters in a foreign state as defined in Section 2 of the Special Economic Measures Act that is the subject of measures under an act referred to in paragraph A. Revoked designations. 3.2. If a news business described in paragraph 3.1 A or B was previously designated as eligible, the Commission must by order revoke the order designating the business as eligible. Statutory Instruments Act. The Statutory Instrument Act does not apply in respect of the order made under subsection 1. Provincial public broadcasters. The designation of a provincial public broadcaster as an eligible news business is subject to any other conditions specified in regulations made by the Governor and Council. Public list 29.1. The Commission must maintain a list of eligible news businesses and publish that list on its website. An eligible news business is only included on the list if it gives its consent. Statutory Instruments Act does not apply in respect to the list maintained under subsection 1. Identification of news outlets. 30. When initiating the bargaining process, an eligible news business or group of eligible news businesses must notify the operator of digital news intermediary in question of the news outlet that are to be the subject of bargaining process. Application to Commission. 31.1. If the operator is of the opinion that the news outlet identified under section 30 by any eligible news business or group of eligible news businesses should not be a subject of the bargaining process, it may apply to the Commission for a determination of the issue. Determination. A news outlet is to be subject to the bargaining process if the Commission is of the opinion that that the outlet is operated exclusively for the purpose of producing news content, including local, regional, and national news content, consistent primarily of original news content that is A, produced primarily for the Canadian news marketplace, B, focuses on matter of general interest and reports of current events, including coverage of democratic institutions and processes, C, not focused on particular topics such as industry-specific news, sports, recreation, arts, lifestyle, or entertainment, and D, not intended to promote interests or report on the activities of an organization, association, or its members. Special case Indigenous news outlets 2.1. Despite subsection 2, an Indigenous news outlet is to be subject of the bargaining process if it A, operates in Canada, and B, produces news content that includes matters of general interest, including coverage of matters relating to rights of Indigenous peoples, including the rights of self-government. Summary dismissal. 3. If the Commission is of the opinion that an application under subsection 1 is frivolous, vexatious, or not made in good faith, it may dismiss the application summarily, and the news outlet that is otherwise the subject of the application is subject of the bargaining process. Snacks. Hydrate. Drink. Tea. More snacks. Breathing. Breathing is optional. Yo, we're almost halfway through this one already, though. Look at us go. We zoom in. I'm working so hard to get this under the 12-hour mark, guys. You don't understand. This is so difficult. Agreement with groups. 32.1. If a group of eligible news businesses entered into an agreement with an operator as a result of bargaining or mediation session under the bargaining process, the group must file a copy of the agreement with the Commission within 15 days after the day on which it is entered into. For greater certainty, nothing in this act prevents the agreement from applying to eligible news businesses that join the group after the agreement is entered into if the agreement provides for it. Final for arbitration. Roster of qualified arbitrators. 33.1. The Commission must publish qualifications for arbitrators on its website and must maintain a roster of arbitrators who meet those qualifications. Indigenous persons on the roster. The Commission must ensure that the roster includes Indigenous persons. Proposals. Parties that are engaging in bargaining or mediation sessions may propose candidates for the roster. Arbitration panel. 34.1. A final offer arbitration must be conducted by a panel that is composed of 3 arbiters who A, are selected by the parties from the roster, or B, are appointed by the Commission from the roster if the parties do not select the arbitrators within a period that the Commission considers reasonable. Appointed by Commission. 2. The Commission must take the preferences of the parties into account if it appoints the arbitrators to the panel. Status. 3. An arbitration panel is not a federal board, commission, or other tribunal for the purposes of the Federal Courts Act. Conflicts of interest. 351. If the Commission is of the opinion that an arbitrator selected by the parties has a conflict of interest, that arbitrator is ineligible to be a panel member, and replacement must be A, selected by the parties from the roster, or B, appointed by the Commission from the roster if the parties do not select a replacement within the period that the Commission commission considers reasonable. Appointment by commission. The commission must not appoint an arbitrator who has a conflict of interest. Commission assistance 36(1). The commission may, at the request of an arbitration panel, provide administrative and technical assistance to the panel and may, on any terms that the commission considers necessary, disclose to the panel any information, including confidential information, in the commission's possession that, in the commission's opinion, is necessary for the balanced and informed decision-making process, on the condition that the commission ensures that the arbitration panel or each individual arbitrator that presides over the final offer arbitration does not further disclose any confidential information other than during the arbitration, including by imposing any further terms that the commission considers necessary. Confidentiality. Welcome back, Hoskell. Confidentiality. 2 individual arbitrators must take all reasonable necessary measures to ensure that confidentiality information disclosed to them under subsection 1 is not disclosed other than during the arbitration. Offense confidentiality. Every individual who contravenes subsection 2 is guilty of an offense and is liable to summary conviction. For a first offense of a fine of $5,000, B, for a second or subsequent offense, the fine not to be more than $10,000. Decision of arbitration panel. The arbitration panel makes a decision by selecting the final offer made by one of the parties. Factors. An arbitration panel must take the following factors into account when making a decision. A, the value added, monetary or otherwise, to the news content in question by each party, as assessed in terms of their investment, expenditures, and other actions in relation to that content. B, the benefits, monetary and otherwise, that each party receives from the content being made available by the digital news intermediary in question. And C, the bargaining power imbalance between the news business and the operator of the digital news intermediary in question. Dismissal of offers. I'm on page 24 of 50. I'm almost halfway through. Dismissal of offers 39(1). The arbitration panel must dismiss any offer that, in its opinion, A, allows the party to exercise undue influence over the amount of compensation to be paid or received, B, is not in the public interest because the offer would be highly likely to result in serious detriment to the provision of news content to persons in Canada, or C, is inconsistent with the purpose of enhancing fairness in Canadian digital news marketplace and contributing to its sustainability. Effective dismissal. If the arbitration panel dismisses in accordance with the subsection 1, the final offer made by one of the parties, it must accept the final offer made by the other party. Reasons and new offers. If the arbitration panel dismisses in accordance with subsection 1 the final offer made by each of the parties, it must provide written reasons to the parties and give them an opportunity to make a new offer. Other submissions. An arbitration panel may, in making its decision, seek oral or written submissions from the Commission and from the Commissioners of Competition appointed under subsection 7(1) of the Competition Act. Decision final. An arbitration panel's decision is final. Decision deemed to be agreement. An arbitration panel's decision is deemed, for the purposes of its enforceability, to be an agreement entered into by the parties. Reasons. An arbitration panel must provide written reasons for its decision to the parties and the Commission. Cost. The arbitration panel I'm done. My brain stopped. A portion. The arbitration panel may apportion the costs related to final offer arbitration between the parties if the parties cannot agree within the period that the panel considers reasonable on how to share the costs. In doing so, the panel must take into account each party's ability to pay, their conduct during the arbitration, and any other factors that it considers appropriate. Civil remedies. Right of commission. Don't tell me what to do! Right of recovery. For greater certainty, an eligible news business or group of eligible news businesses may, during the period specified in a covered agreement, collect payments due under it, and if they are not made, recover the payments in a court of competent jurisdiction. Compliance order. For greater certainty, if a provision of a covered agreement is not complied with, a party to the agreement may, in addition to any other remedy available, apply to a court of contempt jurisdiction for an order directing compliance with the provision. Competition Act. Covered agreements. Section 45 and 90.1 of the Competition Act do not apply in the respect of A, any activity including the making of payments or the exchange of information that is carried out in accordance with the covered agreement between the operator and the group of eligible news businesses. B, any provision of that covered agreement that is related to that activity, or C, any bargaining or mediation session or any final offer arbitration under the bargaining process set out in sections 18 to 44 to which the operator and the group of eligible news businesses are parties. Other agreements, 48.1, Section 45, and 90.1 of the Competition Act also do not apply in respect of A, any bargaining activity between the operator and the group of eligible news businesses that is conducted with a view to entering into an agreement, B, any activity including the making of payments or exchange of information that is carried out in accordance with the agreement, or C, any provision of agreement that is related to activity referred to in paragraph B. Definition of agreement. In this section, agreement means an agreement that A, is not a covered agreement, B, is entered into by an operator and a group of eligible news businesses, the members of which operate news outlets that produce news content primarily for Canadian news marketplace, and C, is in relation to the making available of the content by digital news intermediaries operated by the operator. Code of Conduct. Establishment of Code. 49.1. The Commission must, by regulation, establish a code of conduct respecting bargaining in relation to news content, including any bargaining and mediation sessions during the bargaining process set out in sections 18 to 44 between A, operators of digital news intermediaries that make available news content that is produced primarily for Canadian news marketplace by news outlets, and B, eligible news businesses or groups of eligible news businesses. Purpose of code. The purpose of the code is to support fairness and transparency in bargaining in relation to news content. Mandatory contents. The Code of Conduct must contain provisions, A, respecting the requirements to bargain in good faith that is set out in Section 22, B, requiring parties to bargain in good faith even if they are bargaining outside of the bargaining process set out in Sections 18 to 44, C, respecting the requirement to bargain in good faith that is referred to in paragraph B, and D, respecting the information that parties require to make informed business decisions. Discretionary contents. 4. Code of Conduct may, among other things, A, prohibit the use of specified provisions in agreements to include agreements including agreements that are entitled. I'm okay. A. Prohibit the use of specified provisions in agreements, including agreements that are entered into as a result of bargaining or mediation sessions under the bargaining process set out in sections 18 to 44, and B. Set out examples of unfair behavior that could arise during bargaining. Compliance Order 51. If an operator, eligible news business, or group of eligible news businesses fail to comply with the Code of Conduct, the Commission may, by order, require the operator, business, or group to take any measure the Commission considers necessary to remedy the non-compliance. Statutory Instruments Act does not apply in respect of the order made under subsection 1. Discrimination, preferences, and disadvantage. Prohibition. 51. In the course of making available news content that is produced primarily for Canadian news marketplace by news outlets operated by eligible news businesses, the operator of the digital news intermediary must not act in any way that A, unjustly discriminates against the eligible news business, B, gives undue, unreasonable preference to any individual or entity, including itself, or C, subjects an eligible news business to an undue or unreasonable disadvantage. Complaint 52. An eligible news business or group of eligible news businesses may make a complaint to the Commission if the business or group has reasonable grounds to believe that the operator has, in relation to business or a member of the group, contravened Section 51. Factors to take into account. In determining whether an operator has contravened Section 51, the Commission may take into account any factor it considers appropriate, but it must take into account whether the conduct in question is A, in the normal course of business for the operator, B, retaliatory in nature, or C, consistent with the purposes of the Act. Dismissal of complaint. If a commission is of the opinion that the complaint under subsection 1 is frivolous, vexatious, or not made in good faith, it may dismiss the complaint summarily. Provisions of information. Duty to provide information. An operator or news business must, at the request of the Commission and within the time and manner that it specifies, provide the Commission with any information that it requires for the purpose of exercising its powers on performing its duties and functions under this Act. Could you imagine if I was trying to also read the French side of this? Fuck me. Canadian Broadcasting Corporations 53.1. If the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation is party to an agreement with an operator in relation to the making available of news content by digital news intermediary, the corporation must provide the Commission with within the time and in the manner that it specifies, with an annual report that includes the following information. A, the amount of compensation received by the cooperation under agreements it has entered into with operators in relation to the making available of news content by digital news intermediaries. B, information relating to the corporation's use of that compensation. And C, information relating to the contribution of those agreements to the sustainability of Canadian digital news marketplace, including such information that Commission specifies must be included in the report. Minister and Chief Statistician 54. 1. The Commission must, on request, provide the Minister of the Chief or the Chief Statistician of Canada with any information submitted to the Commission under this Act. Restriction: information that is provided to the Minister in accordance with this with subsection 1 is only to be used by the Minister for the purposes of permitting the Minister and the Governor and Council to exercise their powers and perform their duties and functions under this Act. Confidential information 55. 1. For the purposes of this section, any individual or entity that submits any of the following information to the Commission may designate it as confidential. A. Information that is a trade secret. B. Financial, commercial, scientific, or technological information that is confidential and that is treated consistently in a confidential manner by the individual or entity that submitted it. Or C. Information the disclosure of which could reasonably be expected to, 1, result in material financial loss or gain to any individual or entity, 2, prejudice the competitive position of any individual or entity, 3, affect contractual or other negotiation of any individual or entity, prohibition disclosure to subject to subsections 4, 5, 7, and 8. If the individual or entity designates information as confidential and the designation is not withdrawn by them, it is prohibited for an individual described in subsection 3 to knowingly disclose the information or knowingly allow it to be disclosed to any individual or entity in any manner that is calculated or likely to make it available for the use of any individual or entity that may benefit from the information or use it to the detriment of any other individual or entity whose business or affairs the information relates. Application to individual. 3. Subsection 2 applies to any individual referred to in any of the following paragraphs who come into possession of designated information while holding the office or employment described in that paragraph, whether or not the individual has ceased to hold that office or be so employed. A. A member of or individual employed by the Commission. B. In respect to information disclosed under paragraph 4B or 5B, the Commissioner of Competition appointed under subsection 7.1 of the Competition Act, or any individual whose duties involve the carrying out of that act and who is referred to in section 25 of the act. And C. In respect to information provided under subsection 54.1, the Minister, the Chief Statistician of Canada, or an agent or an individual employed by the Federal Public Administration. Disclosure of information submitted in proceedings is if designated information is submitted in the course of proceedings before the Commission may A. disclose it or require its disclosure if it determines, after considering any representation from interested individuals and entities, that the disclosure is in the public interest, and B. disclose it or require its disclosure to the Commission of Competition or on the Commissioner's request if the Commission determines that the information is relevant to competition issues being considered in the proceedings. This is so fucking Canadian. Oh my god, the CRTC is the most fucking Canadian thing ever. Disclosure for other information. 5. If designated information is submitted to the Commission otherwise than in the course of proceedings before it, the Commission may disclose it or require its disclosure if, after considering any representations from interested individuals and entities, it determines that the information is relevant to the determination of a matter before it, and determines that the disclosure is in the public interest, and B. disclose it or require its disclosure to the Commissioner of the Competition or on the Commissioner's request if it determines that the information is relevant to the competition issue being raised in the matter before it. Use of information disclosed in Commissioner of Competition. C6 is it is prohibited for the Commissioner of the Competition and any individual whose duties involve the Commission the administration and enforcement of the Competition Act, and who is referred to in Section 25 of the Act to use the information that is disclosed, A, under paragraph 4B, other than to facilitate the Commissioner's participation in proceedings referred to in subsection 4, or B, under paragraph 5B, other than facilitate the Commissioner's participation in a matter referred to in subsection 5. So again, we're back to this is like just disclosure of trade secrets and information that is not supposed to be either publicly shared or shared with competition. Disclosure 7. The Commission may disclose designated information obtained by it if requested to do so under subsection 54.1. Information inadmissible. 8. Designated information that is not disclosed or required to be disclosed under this section is not admissible in evidence in any judicial proceedings except proceedings for failure to submit information required to be submitted under this act for forgery, perjury, or false declaration in relation to the submission of the information. How many hours is this bill? 2, maybe, I think? So I've been live for 9.5 hours, and we've read through... We're on our 3rd bill, and we did part of another one that we weren't supposed to do, so... Offense disclosure 56. Every individual who contravenes subsection 55.2 is guilty of an offense and is liable to a summary conviction. A, if first offense, to a fine of not more than $5,000, and B, for a second subsequent offense, to a fine of no more than $10,000. The dollar amounts in this, by the way, is Canadian dollars, obviously. Offense use. Every individual who contravenes subsection 55.6 is guilty of an offense and is liable to summary conviction. A, for first offense, to a fine of not more than $5,000, and B, second subsequent offense, to a fine of not more than $10,000. Defense: an individual is not to be found guilty of an offense under subsection 2 if they establish that they exercise due diligence to prevent the commission of the offense. Okay? Cool. We are now administration and enforcement for production orders. So I am going to go to the bathroom. I'm going to get a new drink, and I will be right back. The real question is, will I get this done before the sun goes down? I don't know. We're getting there, though. Okay. We are on page... Oh, shit. Where'd it go? This one. We're on page 32 of 50. Orange, for 2 said, to the Goblin Queen. I appreciate it. We're getting there. We're almost there. We're almost there. I believe in us. I feel like we're gonna have to have the conversation about Pierre Polyev and this horseshit tomorrow. Okay. We're almost there. We're in the home stretch, guys. We're in the home stretch. My voice is gonna be so toasted tomorrow. It's gonna be really funny. Okay. Administration and enforcement. Production orders. Designated persons 57. The commission may designate persons or classes of persons for the purpose of section 58. Power to order production. 58.1. A person designated under section 57 may, for a purpose related to verifying compliance or preventing noncompliance within this act by order, require an operator or an eligible news business to produce within the time and in the manner specified in the order for examination or copy any record, report, electronic data, or other document that the designated person has reasonable grounds to believe contains information that is relevant to that purpose. Copies of data. The designated person may A. make copies of or take extracts from the recorded report, electronic data, or other document produced under subsection 1. B. reproduce any document from the data or cause it to be reproduced in the form of a printout or other output. And C. prepare a document or cause one to be prepared based on the data. Assistance, the operator or eligible news business and every director, officer, employee, and agent or mandatory of the operator of business must A. give all assistance that is reasonably required to enable the designated person to exercise their powers and perform their duties and functions under the section, including by providing explanations respecting its organization, information technology systems, data handling, and business activities, and B. provide any documents or information and access to any data that are reasonably required for that purpose. So don't be a dick. Don't be difficult. Confidential information. Rules in section 55 respecting the designation and disclosure of information apply in respect of any information contained in the report, in a record, report, electronic data, or other document that is provided to the designated person as if that person were a member of the commission exercising the powers of the commission. Statutory Instruments Act. The Statutory Instruments Act does not apply in respect of an order made under subsection 1. New businesses. Contravention eligible news businesses. 59.1. If an eligible news business contravenes a provision of this act, a provision of the regulations, or an order made under this act, the commission may, by order, A. impose any condition that the business that are designated to further its compliance with this act, including the conditions respecting and participating in the bargaining process set out in sections 18 to 44. Suspend for the period of commission specifies the order designated the business as eligible, or C. revoke the order designating the business as eligible. Contravention group of eligible news businesses. 2. If a group of eligible news businesses contravenes a provision of this act, a provision of the regulations, or an order made under this act, the commission may, by order, impose any conditions designated to further the compliance of the group and its members with this act, including restrictions on its participation in the bargaining process set out in section 18 to 44. Contravention, directors, officers, etc. 3. For the purpose of subsection 1 and 2, the contravention of a provision of this act, a provision of the regulations, or an order made under this act by an eligible news business or group of eligible news businesses, including such a contravention by its director, officer, employee, or agent, or mandatory. The Statutory Instruments Act does not apply in an order made under subsection 1 or 2. Administrative monetary penalties, violation, operators, directors, etc. 61. Subject to any regulations made under paragraph 76A, an operator or A director, officer, employee, or agent or mandatory of an operator commits a violation if they A. contravene a provision of the Act, and a provision of the regulations, an order made under this Act, or an undertaking that they entered into under Section 65, or B. make a misrepresentation of a material fact or an intentional omission to state a material fact to a person designated under Section 57 or paragraph 63A. Violation. Other individuals and entities. 2. A violation or an individual or entity commits... I'm just going to start that part again. Violation or other individuals and entities. 2. An individual or entity commits a violation if they contravene subsection 7.2. Be dead if we drank water for the word yeah, we'd drown, my guy. We'd drown. We'd be dead. We'd be dead. You'd probably be dead if you took a drink every time I flub the word. Although, admittedly, I feel like I've done pretty well. Continued violation. 3. A violation that is continued on more than one day constitutes a separate violation in respect of each day on which it is continued. Maximum amount of penalty. 61.1. Subject to any regulation made under paragraph 76B, an individual or entity that commits violation in its is liable to an administrative monetary penalty. A. In the case of an individual, not more than $25,000 for the first violation. Sorry, $25,000 for the first violation, and of not more than $50,000 for each subsequent violation. Or B. In a case of entity, not more than $10 million for the first violation and not more than $50 million for each subsequent violation. Interesting numbers, but we can talk about that another day. Criteria for penalty. 2. The amount of the penalty is to be determined by taking into account A. the nature and scope of the violation, B. the history of compliance of the Act and regulations and order made under this Act by an individual or entity that committed the violation, C. the history of the individual or entity with respect to any previous undertakings entered into under Section 65, D. any benefit that the individual or entity obtained from the commission of the violation, E. the ability of the individual or entity to pay the penalty, F. any factors established by regulations made under paragraph 76C, G. the purpose of the penalty, and H. any other relevant factor. Thank you, Orange. I'm trying really hard, alright? This is not easy. You go read out loud for 10 hours straight legal jargon, and you tell me how well you're able to do it, because it's fucking not easy. Okay, purpose of penalty. The purpose of the penalty is to promote compliance with this Act, not to punish. Procedures. 62.1. Despite subsection 64.1, the Commission may impose a penalty in a decision made in the course of proceeding before it under this Act, including a proceeding in respect of a complaint made under Section 52, in which finds the violation referred to in Section 60 has been committed by an individual or entity other than the individual or entity that entered into the undertaking under Section 65 in connection with the same act, or omission given rise to the violation. For greater certainty, the Commission is not to impose a penalty under subsection 1 on an individual or entity that has not been given the opportunity to be heard. Designation 63. Commission may A. designate persons or classes of persons who are authorized to issue notices of violations or to accept an undertaking under section 65, and B. establish in respect of violation a short form description to be used in notices of violation. Notice of violation 64.1. A person who is authorized to issue notices of violation may, if they believe on reasonable grounds that an individual or entity has committed a violation other than the violation in respect of the contravention of section 51, issue a notice of violation and cause it to be served on that individual or entity. Contents. 2. The notice of violation must set out A. the name of the individual or entity that is believed to have committed the violation, B. the act or omission given rise to the violation, as well as a reference to the provisions of that is at issue, C. the penalty that the individual or entity is liable to pay, as well as the time and manner in which the individual or entity may pay the penalty. D. The statement informing the individual or entity that they may pay the penalty or make representations to the Commission with respect to the violation and the penalties, and informing them of the time and manner for making representations. And E. A statement informing the individual or entity that if they do not pay the penalty or make the reparations representations in accordance with the notice, they will be deemed to have committed a violation and the penalty may be imposed. Undertaking 65. An individual or entity may enter into an undertaking at any time. The undertaking is valid on its acceptance by the Commission or the person designated to accept an undertaking. Requirement 2. Undertaking A. must set out every act or omission that is covered by the undertaking. B. must set out every provision that is at issue. C. may contain any conditions that the Commission or the person designated to accept the undertaking considers appropriate. And D. may include a requirement to pay a specified amount. No service of notice of violation. 3. If an individual or entity enters into an undertaking, a notice of violation must not be served on them in connection with any act or omission referred to in the undertaking. Undertaking after service of notice of violation. 4. If an individual or entity enters into an undertaking after a notice of violation is served on them, the proceeding that is commenced by the notice is ended in respect of that individual or entity in connection with any act or omission referred to in the undertaking. Payment of penalty. 66.1. If an individual or entity that is served with a notice of violation pays the penalty set out in notice, they are deemed to have committed the violation and the proceedings in respect of it are ended. Representations to Commission and Decision 2. If an individual or entity that is served with a notice of violation makes representations in accordance with the notice, the Commission must decide on a balance of probabilities after considering any other representations that it considers appropriate whether an individual or entity committed the violation. If the Commission decides that an individual or entity committed the violation, it may A. impose penalty set out in notice, a lesser penalty or no penalty, and B. suspend payment of the penalty subject to conditions that the Commission considers necessary to ensure compliance with the Act. Penalty 3. If an individual or entity that is served with a notice of violation neither pays the penalty nor makes representation in accordance with the notice, the individual or entity is deemed to have committed the violation and the Commission may impose the penalty. Copy of decision. 4. The Commission must cause a copy of any decision made under subsection 2 or 3 to be issued and served on the individual or entity. Evidence. 67. In proceeding in respect of the violation, a notice purporting to be served under subsection 64.1 or a copy of the decision purporting to be served under subsection 664 is 66.4 is admissible in evidence without proof of the signature or official character of the person appearing to have signed it. Burden of proof. 68. In the proceeding in respect to the violation, in respect of the contravention in section 51, the burden of establishing that any discrimination is not unjust or that any preference or disadvantage is not undue or unreasonable is on the individual or entity that is believed to have contravened that section. Defense. 69.1. An individual or entity is not to be found liable for violation other than a violation in respect to contravention of section 22 if they establish that they exercise due diligence to prevent its commission. Common law principles. Every rule and principle of the common law that makes any circumstance a justification or excuse in relation to a charge or offense applies in respect to a violation to that extent is not inconsistent with this act. Directors, officers, etc. 70. A director, officer, or agent or mandatory of an entity that commits a violation is liable for the violation if they directed, authorized, assented to, acquiesced in, or participated in the commission of the violation, whether or not the entity is proceeded against. Vicarious liability, vicarious, Jesus Christ, I'm at the end of my rope, guys. Vicarious liability. 71. An individual or entity is liable for a violation that is committed by their employee acting within the scope of their employment, or their agent or mandatory acting within the scope of their authority, whether or not the employee or agent or mandatory is identified or proceeded against. Limitations or prescription period. 72.1. Proceedings in the respect of a violation may be instituted within but not after 3 years after the day on which the subject matter of the proceeding became known to the Commission. Certificate. A document that appears to have been issued by the Secretary to the Commission certifying the day on which the subject matter of any proceeding became known to the Commission is admissible in evidence without proof of signature or official character of the person who appears to have signed the document, and is, in the absence of evidence to the contrary, proof of the matter asserted in it. Information made public. 73. Commission must make public a. the name of an individual or entity that enters into an undertaking under Section 65, the nature of the undertaking, including the act or omissions and provisions at issue, the conditions included in the undertaking, and the amount payable under it, if any, and b. the name of the individual or entity that is deemed or found by the Commission to have committed a violation, the acts or omissions and provisions at issue, and the amount of penalty imposed, if any. Receiver General. 74. A penalty paid or recovered in relation to a violation is payable to the Receiver General. Debt due to Her Majesty. 75.1. The following amounts are debts due to Her Majesty in right of Canada that may be recovered in any court of competent jurisdiction. A. The amount of the penalty imposed by the Commission in the decision made in the course of the proceeding before it under this Act, in which it finds that a violation referred to in Section 60 has been committed. B. The amount payable under the undertaking entered into in under Section 65 beginning on the day specified in the undertaking, or if no day is specified, beginning on the day in which the undertaking is accepted. C. The amount of the penalty set out in the notice of violation beginning on the day in which it is required to be paid in accordance with the notice, unless representation is made in accordance with the notice. D. If representations are made, either the amount of the penalty that is imposed by the Commission beginning on the day specified by the Commission, or if no day is specified, beginning on the day on which the decision is made, and E. the amount of any reasonable expenses incurred in attempting to recover an amount referred to in any of paragraph A to D. So that's the same as before. That didn't change. Limitations and prescription period. 2. Proceeding recovery debt may be instituted within but not after 3 years after the day on which the debt becomes payable. Certificate of default. The Commission may issue a certificate for the unpaid amount of any debt referred to in subsection 1. Effective registration. Registration of a certificate in any court of competent jurisdiction has the same effect as a judgment of the court for a debt of the amount set out in the certificate and all related registration costs. Regulation. 76. Hi, Ninjester. Good to see you. 76. The Governor and Council may make regulations A. providing the exceptions of paragraph 61A or B. B. increasing the penalty amount set out in subsection 61.1. C. For the purposes of paragraph 61.2. F. Establishing other factors to be considered in determining the amount of the penalty. D. Respecting undertakings referred to in section 65. E. Respecting the services of document required or authorized to be served under section 60 to 75, including the manner and and proof of service and circumstances under which documents are to be considered to be served, and F. Generally for carrying out purposes and provisions of section 60 to 75. We are on page 41 of 50. Other provisions. Judicial powers. 77. In proceeding under this act, the Commission has the powers of a superior court with respect to the attendance and examination of witnesses and the production of examinations of documents or other things. Section 126 and 127 of the Criminal Code. 78. Section 126 and 127 of the Criminal Code do not apply in respect of the contravention of a provision of this act, a provision of the regulations, or an order made under this act. Financial provisions. Fees and services. 79.1. The Commission may make regulations respecting fees to be paid for the provision of services, including dealing with a complaint or providing regulatory processes under this act, including regulations. A. Fixing those fees or setting out the manner of calculating them. B. Establishing classes of operators and of news businesses and groups of news businesses for the purposes of paragraph A. C. Respecting the payments of those fees, including the time and manner of payments. D. Respecting the interest payable and respect of overdue fees. Ninjester, you need a better job. What are you talking about? Elaborate, please. Commission assistance. 2. For greater certainty, subsection 1 permits the making of regulations respecting the recovery of the commission's costs for providing assistance to an arbitration panel under section 36. Amount not to exceed cost. 3. Fees that are payable under regulations made under subsection 1 must not, in the aggregate, exceed the cost that the commission determines to be attributable to providing the service. Criteria. 4. Regulations made under subsection 1 may provide for fees to be calculated by reference to any criteria that the commission considers appropriate, including A, the revenues of the operator, the news business or group of news businesses, or B, the market served by the operator's digital news intermediary, or by the news outlets operated by the news business, or by the members of the group of news businesses. We're getting there. We're getting there. Cost appropriation, apportioned. Costs apportioned by commission. 81. The commission may, by order, appropriate, I'm done. I'm out. I'm taking a stretch. No, we're doing it. I gotta stop for a second. I have to stop for a second. We're almost there. We're so close. We're so fucking close, guys. Oh my god. Thanks for sticking with me, guys. If you made it this far, take some points. I don't know what to give you, man. Here's a gold star. Eat. There you go. That's for you. Oh my fucking god. Guys, please. Oh. No, I'm not taking a 10-minute break. I'm not doing 10 minutes. I can't do a 10-minute break. That's too long. I gotta get this done. I'm so close. I've got like 7 pages left. Oh my god. Okay, where are we at? Okay, so technically we're finishing off we read Bill C9 yesterday, or last time, sorry, not yesterday. We read Bill C9, we read Bill C22, we read Bill C11, and now we're reading Bill C18, but we read part of a different Bill C11, and we looked into a different Bill C... 22? Bill C11. Oh, and a different Bill C18. And we are currently finishing off Bill C18 right now. I award you 1 point on a cheese star from a cheese mine you own on the moon. There you go, perfect. Popog says, reading more bills than the average member of parliament. Oh no! Listen, I'm so angry about how right you are and how correct you are about this. You can't just say things that are so true. Oh my god. Please. Alright, we're almost there. I should have gotten permission from Billy to play his I'm Just a Bill rap. His song. Alright, costs apportioned by commission. 80. 1. The commission may, by order, apportion the costs related to the bargaining process other than those related to the final arbitration, including fees payable under regulations made under subsection 79(1) between those parties if the parties cannot agree within a period that the commission considers reasonable on how to share the costs. Factors 2. In making the commission must take into account each party's ability to pay, their conduct during bargaining and mediation sessions, and any other factors that it considers appropriate. Statutory Instruments Act. Yeah, guess what? For greater certainty, the Statutory Instruments Act does not apply in respect to any order made under the subsection 1. Cost recovery 81.1. With the approval of the Treasury Board, the Commission may make regulations respecting the charges payable by operators in respect of the recovery in whole or in part of the costs that are incurred in relation to the administration of this act, including regulations A, set out in the manner of calculating those charges, B, providing for the establishment of classes of operators for the purpose of paragraph A, C, providing the payment of any chargeable payable, including the time and manner of payment, and D, respecting the interest payable in respect of any overdue charge. Amount not to exceed cost to charges payable under regulations may, under subsection 1, must not exceed the cost of the commission determines to be attributable to exercising its powers and carrying out its duties and functions under this act, and that are not recovered under regulations made under subsection 49.1. Criteria 3. Regulations made under... We're almost done. We're almost there, and then we'll get to the meat of what we're talking about. 3. Regulations made under subsection 1 may provide for charges to be calculated by reference to any criteria that the Commission considers appropriate, including A, the revenues of the operator, or B, the market served by operator's digital news intermediary. Debt due to Her Majesty 82. The fees and charges payable under regulations made under subsection 79.1 and 81.1 and any interest on them constitute a debt due to Her Majesty in right of Canada and may be recovered as such in any court of competent jurisdiction. Deduction, set off, and compensation. Debt due to Her Majesty in right of Canada under regulations made under subsection 79.1 and 81.1 may be recovered at any time by way of deduction from, set off, against or compensation against any sum of money that may be due or payable by Her Majesty in right of Canada to the individual or entity responsible for the debt. Spending. 83 subject to conditions imposed by the Treasury Board. The Commission may spend revenues that are received under regulations made under subsection 79.1. Yeah, this was written under when Queen Elizabeth was still alive and put through during after Charles was installed. It says that at the beginning. Made under subsection 70. Did that get really loud? Come down a little bit. Okay. Under subsection 79.1 and 81.1 for the purposes of exercising its powers and carrying out its duties and functions under this act. If the Commission spends the revenues, it must do so in the fiscal year in which they are received, or unless an appropriation act provides otherwise in the next fiscal year. Regulations. Governing Council. 84. The Governing Council may make regulations A, respecting the factors set out in section 6, B, respecting the time at which or period within which an operator must notify the Commission under subsection 7.1, C, respecting how the Commission is to interpret paragraphs 11.1a(i) or 1 to 8, D, setting out conditions for the purposes of paragraph 11.1b, and E, setting out conditions in respect of the provincial public broadcaster for the purposes of section 28 if the provincial minister responsible for that broadcaster has made a request to the Minister Regulations Commission. Regulations Commission. Sorry, I should separate that out. 85. The Commission may make regulations A, respecting the request for order referred to in subsection 11.1, B, respecting the bargaining process set out in sections 18 to 44, C, respecting the request for designations referred to in subsection 27.1, D, establishing the code of conduct referred to in section 49, E, respecting the complaints referred to in section 52, F, respecting the manner in which groups of eligible news businesses are to be structured in the manner in which they are to exercise their right of privileges and carry out their obligations under this act. G, respecting the provisions of information by the groups of eligible news businesses to the Commission respecting their structure. H, respecting the exercise by any person appointed under Section 8 of the Canadian Radio, Television, and Telecommunications Act, versus CRTC, of any of the powers other than the power to make regulations or carrying out of any of the duties or functions of the commissions under this act, and I, respecting the Commission's practices and procedures in relation to this act. Canadian law not respecting Charles' royal pronouns, straight to jail. Do not collect $200. Fucking Canadian ass monopoly money. Yes. Independent. Imagine a colony disrespecting the crown. That would never happen. Independent review. Annual report. Independent auditor. 86-1. The commission. Sorry, I'm still laughing at that. Annual report. Independent auditor. 86-1. The commission must cause an independent auditor to prepare an annual auditor's report in respect to the impact of this act on the Canadian news digital marketplace. Contents 2. The report must set out an analysis of the impact of the agreements entered into under this act on the Canadian digital news marketplace and include the following. A. Information relating to the total commercial value of the agreements entered into under this act. B. Information relating to the distribution of the commercial value of those agreements among eligible news businesses, including relative to expenditure of those businesses on their newsrooms. C. Information relating to the effect of the agreement on those expenditures. C.0.01. Information relating to the impact of this act on news outlets that produce news content primarily for diverse populations, including local and regional markets in every province and territory, Anglophone and Francophone communities, and Black and other racialized communities. C. 0.2. Information relating to the total number of those agreements that involve Indigenous news outlets and to the portion of commercial values of those agreements that benefit these news outlets. C. 0.03. Information. Why does it say? I'm sorry, I'm looking ahead. Information relating to the total number of those agreements that involve official language minority communities, news outlets, and to the portion of the commercial value of those agreements that benefit these news outlets. C1. If the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation, CBC, has provided an annual report under Section 53.1 in the 12-month preceding the preparation of the auditor's report, information related to that annual report, and D, any other element that, in the opinion of the auditor, supports the transparency of the impact of this act on Canadian digital news marketplace. Hi, Ash. Confidential information 3. I'm almost done. I'm on 45 out of 50. Confidential information 3. The report must not contain any information that is likely to reveal information designated as confidential under subsection 55.1. Publication of report 4. The Commission must publish the report on its website within 30 days after the day on which it receives it. Review of Act. Review. 87. Before the 5th anniversary of the day on which this section comes into force, the Minister must cause a review of this act and its operation to be conducted and cause a report of the review to be laid before each House of Parliament. Related amendments. Access to Information Act. 88 Schedule 2 of the Access of Information Act is amended by adding in alphabetical order a reference to the Online News Act and correspondence reference to subsections 55.2 and 58.4. Canadian Radio, Television, Telecommunications Act. Section 12 of the Canadian Radio, Televisions and Telecommunications Act is amended by adding the following after subsection 1. Digital News 1.1. The Commission exercises the powers and performs the duties of function conferred on it under the Online News Act. Section 13 of the Act is amended by adding the following after subsection 1, Online News Act 1.1. The report must include the contents of the annual auditor's report prepared under Section 86 of the Online News Act. Broadcasting Act. Section 4 of the Broadcasting Act is amended by adding the following after subsection 4. Operators of digital news intermediaries. 5. For greater certainty, this act does not apply to the operator of digital news intermediary in respect which the online news applies when the operator acts solely in that capacity. In the subsection, digital news and intermediary and operator have the same meaning as subsection 2.1 of that act. Telecommunications Act. The Telecommunications Act is amended by adding the following after section 4. Digital news intermediaries included 4.11. This act does not apply in respect of the making available of news content on or by digital news intermediary in the respect of which the Online News Act applies. Definitions. Sorry. Yeah, I'll explain in a minute. I'm almost there. Please bear with me for like just another minute, and I will answer your questions. Sorry, I'm almost done. I'm so close. Definitions 2. In the section digital news intermediary and news content have the same meaning in the subsection 1, 2 of the Online News Act. Interpretation 3. For the purposes of this section, news content is made available if A, the news content or any portion of it is reproduced, or B, access to the news content for any portion of it is facilitated by any means, including an index, aggregation, or ranking of news content. Coming into force, Order in Council 93.1 Section 6 comes into force on the day to be fixed by order of the Governor and Council, but that day must not be before the day in which the first regulation made under paragraph 484A come into force. Order in Council Section 7, 8, 11 to 17, 20, 27 to 31, 53.1, and 59, and subsection 62 come into force on the day to be fixed by order of the Governor and Council, but that day must not be before the latest of A, the fixed date in accordance with subsection 1, B, the day on which the first regulations made under paragraph 84B comes into force. Most of this doesn't matter. C, the day on which the first regulations made under paragraph 84C come into force. Order in Council sections 18, 19, 21, 22, and 32 to 44 come into force on the day to be fixed by order of the Governor and Council, but on the day must not be before the day fixed in accordance with subsection 2. Order in Council 4 sections 49 to 52 and 68 come into force on a day to be fixed by order of Governor and Council, but that day must not be before the day fixed in accordance with subsection 3. Order in Council 5, sections 79 to 83, 86, 87, and 90 come into force on the day to be fixed by order of Governor and Council. 180 day after royal assent. 6, despite subsections 1 to 5, any provision of this act that does not come into force by order before the 180th day following the day in which this act receives royal assent comes into force 180 days after that day on which the act receives royal assent. The end. And that was Statutes of Canada 2023, Chapter 23, an act respecting online community platforms making news content available to persons in Canada, ascended to June 22nd, 2023, Bill C-18. Clap for me. We did it. It took us 10 hours and 10 minutes. Or. Was it worth it? Probably not. Did we do it? We did. What do we get? Bragging rights. When do we want them? Now. Okay. Let me see what Ash said, and let me see what Pog said here. Pog is such a good name. That's a really great display name. Okay. Ash Scott said, when the orange pedophile goes to jail, I so hope Big Beautiful Bill is the name of his cellmate. Very funny. And I hope he's not beautiful, but very big. Popog said, apologies, I don't know the context of why you're reading this bill. Is this some sort of punishment? A little bit. Like you jaywalked and you have to choose between this and getting waterboarded and now you're regretting your choice? Yeah, real. Okay, so the context. So why were we here? What were we doing? Well, we were watching an interview with Pierre Poilievre, in which case Pierre Poilievre brought up Bill C-22, Bill C-11, Bill C-9, and Bill C-18, and made claims offhandedly about what these bills contained. So we're here reading the bills to find out if what he said was true. To the surprise of fucking nobody, he's misrepresenting the bills. But we didn't know that without actually reading them and knowing what was in them. At least two of the things that he said were straight up lies. So let's take a look and see what he said. We're gonna go back, see what he said, and I will pause him at each bill and say and give you a brief summary of what we read and what it actually says. And then we will be done. We will be done. God fucking damn it. Okay, let's go.
Take on what just took place in these online censorship bills?
Well,
These are not online censorship bills, first off. The question is malformed in the first place. None of these bills are online censorship. None of them are that whatsoever. However, this guy doesn't name any bills, but the bill, so I don't know what bills the interviewer is referring to, but the bills that that Pierre Poilievre references are not censorship bills. In the chat, people who have looked into these bills, who know these bills, if you disagree with me, please let me know and tell me why, because I'd love to hear your thoughts.
We're seeing the more consolidation of power and control in the hands of the Carney Liberal government. They want to control your thoughts, your religious beliefs, they want to be able to have the capacity to surveil people's online activities with laws that go far beyond what exists in any other democratic country. And what you're seeing is a large-scale surveillance and censorship apparatus that the Liberals have put together with C9, which bans certain Bible verses that the government considers to be politically incorrect.
Bill C9 definitively does not do that at all.
With the old C11, which is the Online Streaming Act, which allows the government to manipulate algorithms to promote content it wants you to see and demote other content it does not want you to see.
Not only does that bill not say that, Bill C11 explicitly says that it is not allowed to make regulations about algorithms.
With C22, which basically turns giant tech companies into surveillance enterprises for the government.
It does not, in fact, do that. What it does is it allows officers of the law to apply for a warrant to allow them to get metadata, not content. They can't look at your browser history. They can't look at what your messages contained. They can't look at what your images are. They can only look at the metadata of when you were logged in, where you were located, only that metadata. None of it explicitly says that it is not allowed to look at the content and only under the extent allowed in a warrant. And the warrant is only allowed to apply for the longest 60 days unless under additional circumstances that are applied for that are not to exceed 1 year. So none of that is true. None of that is true.
To numerous other bills that they've brought forward that, for C18, for example, C18 makes it so that a lot of independent media outlets can't even get on Instagram and Facebook anymore. And we're the only place.
That is definitively also not true. It does not prevent the CBC or some other news business from being on Facebook. What it says is that if Facebook is going to utilize their content, Facebook or Meta now needs to go into an agreement with them. That is, they're buying the content to pay for it. That's the agreement. Now, Facebook can choose to opt out of that and then therefore would not show through other means Canadian broadcasting content, right? But Facebook gets to make that decision, and if Facebook chooses not to, it can't. The law cannot force Facebook into complying with something it doesn't want to participate in. So no, it doesn't do that either.
Place in the world where that's the case, or the only democracy in the world where that's the case.
I'm not sure that's true, but I don't know every other country's laws to know whether or not that's actually true.
So we're fighting for free speech.
They are not fighting for free speech. Also, I would like to point out that this is not an issue that is quote-unquote the Carney Liberal government. Again, this was some of these things that he's referencing were set out in 2023 before Carney was in the Prime Minister's seat and started way before. And also that this is government power, not definitive on which party is currently the Prime Minister. So if a conservative government is the next government, let's say, then the conservative government still is operating under those powers, so they get that too. So it's not exclusive to any particular party.
I'm a free speech champion. I believe that people should be able to decide what they think. They should be allowed to think thoughts that I don't agree with, that the government...
There is nothing in these bills that say anything like that or prevents freedom of speech. In fact, some of these explicitly say that any rules or regulations provided in these things are to work in tandem with pre-existing freedom of journalism and freedom of expression laws. So that is a lie.
finds outrageous, and that is the only way free speech, it is the only way speech actually matters if you're allowed to say things that the government does not want you to say.
That's not quite how that works, and freedom of speech does not operate in Canada the way that it does in other countries. Okay. Popog says that they're going to take up the defense of the first claim, depending on how far you're willing to allow wiggle room on his statement, which is a little hyperbolic. I'm allowed, like, I don't have issues with being a little bit hyperbolic. That's fine. Yeah, so if you want to take up that cause, by all means, please do, and elaborate, but we might have to save it for next time. By next time, I mean tomorrow. So he talked for 2 minutes. 2 minutes of him saying shit. And it took me 10 hours to thoroughly go through all of it, find the stuff he was talking about, read through it all with you guys, discuss some of the stuff that needed to be discussed. And turns out he was fucking misrepresenting the thing the whole time. And that's why the thumbnail is what it is on YouTube. This video will be available on YouTube, so watch later if you want to rewatch and check out some of that stuff as well. If you want to look at any particular part, transcripts will be available. The links are in the description as well, and we will come back and discuss more of this tomorrow, right? Because, like, I think there's a lot to talk about here, a little bit more and a little bit more in depth, and my brain is fried at this point. So, Popog, can you come back tomorrow and we can have that discussion? Because I would absolutely, I would love to hear that. The main thing is it seems like Bill C9 does reduce the defenses capable to hate speech prosecution, which is chilling. Bill C9 does reduce the defenses available to hate speech prosecution. Defenses available. So, like, if somebody does... you mean defenses as in... So somebody is accused of hate speech, and some of the defenses you would have been able to have before Bill C9, you no longer are available to you. Bill C9 like undercuts those and throws them out. Am I gathering what you mean? YouTube has been encouraging you to make longer form content. This is true. And also, I will cut all these into, I'll cut Bill C9, Bill C11, Bill C22, Bill C18, all into their own videos so you can watch them shortly. And I will cut them into 1 mega video so they're all just together. Short version, you say, me no like gays, here Bible quotes, you lose one of the automatic defenses. Yeah, basically. So... you have to reach the level of hate speech first, right? So, yeah, you know what? Tomorrow. This is a great conversation. I think you make a great point. It's definitely worth discussing. So, yeah, let's absolutely talk about that, but we have to wait till tomorrow. So I'll be live tomorrow at some time, or me and Popog will... we can schedule something. We can get with me and chat, and we can have a talk about it. I think that's a great direction. Thank you so much for the follow. Here's your assigned brick, because you get assigned a brick at follow. I'll be live again tomorrow at some point, probably around noon my time, which is Eastern. And we'll discuss all of this a little bit more. So review what you can or what you think you want. I'm probably going to review Bill C9 if we're going to discuss this. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. Thank you for joining me. Thank you for putting up with this. I'll see you in the replay if you're watching this in the future. Thank you for sticking with me. Gold star for you. I love you forever. Bye. Oh my god. I'm going to the bar. I'm going to get a rum and coke, and I'm going to get like a quesadilla and some garlic bread or some shit. And then I'm going to have a hot shower in the dark and rethink my life choices. Have a good day, everybody, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Jesus Christ.
You don't want to be like this. This is disgusting. This is awful in every way. If I could kill it, I would. But I legally can't. But I've considered it.